Welcome everybody to the first race of the VCO Grand Final Qualifiers, and we are in Spa today, and we are here during qualifying, and I have a little co-commentator with me here, Tommy Brown.
Hello, hello. Am I all audible? Is the audio quality good? Can everyone hear me?
I think so. I think we can hear you.
Wonderful, that's what we like to hear. Am I all audible? Hello, everybody watching. Good?
Oh, no. Yeah. I just had like a billion... Okay, sorry. My YouTube was playing in the background, and I was just hearing myself constantly. Anyway, can you join the server? That's the big question.
Can I join the server? Let's find out.
Oh, you need the password.
Is it the same one as it used to be?
I mean,
or have we
I think so.
Upped security? Oh, this is... Oh, actually, wait, I think this is the same one. I've just reinstalled ACC, so now I'm ready to go.
There we go. Fancy.
Don't have any liveries on my end, though, sadly.
That's fine.
Going to be missing out on all the lovely designs that no doubt people have been putting hours and hours into creating.
Yeah.
But, you know, we all must make sacrifices.
Anyway, we are in qualifying right now, and the fastest time already at 2:16.0 in Spa. A whole 6/10 ahead of Jacob Shaver in P2. That is a stonking lap by the Whipperman Racing guys. And they also have a car in P3 over 2:16.7, but we'll see what they are able to do, because they are a whole 10th up right now. They might be able to make it a 1-2 early on in this qualifying. We also got Lasse Streji, who's going 2/10 quicker. Malik Mamad going 4/10 quicker. Benjamin Baumann going up into 8th place with a 2:17.1, nearly getting into the 2:16s. Tommy Leiden at 2:16.9 puts him up into 5th place. Konstantin Soldatov 2:17.15. He is 6th place for now. Now we'll see if he's able to improve on that lap time. Lasse Streje, 5th place, 2:16.85. Florian Mack has put at P2, 2:16.482. That is a very good lap time, and it's a 1-2 for the Whipperman Racing guys now.
Trying to work out how do I get more of the data up on my screen in broadcast mode? I've completely forgotten how this works. It's been so long since I did any ACC.
Okay, so you go...
I've got F2, I've got it all up.
Yeah, you can press P, I think O, L, K, I. One of them will does more. will give you more.
Oh, I have gaps. That's good. This is progress.
There we go.
Alright, now we're moving.
You can also press Tab, obviously, to get the times. You remember that.
Wonderful. I'm seeing some names I recognise already.
You remember Abe Santama, don't you?
Of course I remember Abe Santama, the leader in just about every single stat category possible in the main VGTR series that we've had going for 9 seasons and counting now. There is one category that he does not lead, however. You can't tell that I've been doing some data work all weekend, can you?
No.
There is one category that Abe Santama doesn't lead, and that is that he doesn't have the best average finishing position in the history of the VGTR Challenge. That is, in fact, held by the man in car number 1 for Tresor Temperature Racing. It is, of course, Tommy Leiden, our Season 3 champion. Yes, that took some memory there. Also racing currently just a second off the pace of the lead car, the number 10 Audi.
But it might be more here, because Lewis Rotter is going 5/10 quicker on his 2:16.0. Will we see the first 2:15 in this league? And I think, wow, that is a quick lap time. That is a quick lap time by Lewis Rotters, absolutely destroying the rest so far. He's nearly a whole second ahead of his teammate Tommy Leiden, 2:16.487. That is a pretty respectable lap time, 3rd on the grid right now. And we'll see who else is improving. Ali Bangali going a 10th quicker on his 2:17.3. And by the way, the slowest time right now is a 2:21.0. That is quite something.
Yeah, that's still half a second quicker than my PB time around here, so It sort of shows you the level that we are. I'm never going to claim to be a particularly talented sim racer, but it does show you the kind of level that we are working with here in the very first round of this brand new championship.
Yes, and if you are new and you do not know how this championship works, so what SimGrid has done is they've selected the top 10, well not the top 10, but they've selected 10 leagues to, you know, host these qualifiers for the VCO Grand Finals that they will be doing in November and December time. And then the top 3 will get a spot in the GT3s, the P4 and 5 will get a spot in the GT4s, and then 6, 7, 8 will go into the GT4 playoff rounds, which will also be hosted, I think, in October. And not only that, the teams that progress from our championship will also be representing our league in the Grand Final, so that is quite something here. Also, the top 3 will get a prize, at least for one of their teammates. One of them will get the Next Level Racing seat, another one will get the wheel stand, and the third one will probably be the button box by simracing. Thank you to all of our sponsors as well, Next Level Racing, absolutely amazing guys, and so are the simracing guys.
Definitely a big event for all the drivers and for the VGTR Challenge today. As you say, the winners of the championship are going to represent VGTR. So I think more than ever this time we mean let the best team win, because of course it would be nice to see a VGTR representation at the very top of ACC, which would be pretty cool, if I do say so myself, at least. Not too many changes at the top of the leaderboard while we're doing those explanations. It's still Lewis Rotas 215.6, absolutely dominant at the top right now, almost a second clear of the number 911 Mercedes in second. Only 25. Oh, quick maths. 25 thousandths of a second separate the cars from second to fourth position, and there's a whole host who are under the 2:17 mark right now. This is shaping up to be a pretty tasty qualifying session if these gaps do not spread out in the next 17.5 minutes.
Yes, and also a quick little background on the Whipperman Racing team, the Audi guys. They have finished P1 in nearly everything that they have joined, like the SimGrid and VCO World Cup Split 2, and they have finished a staggering, this is a great achievement by them. When I read this, my mouth dropped. P2 in the silver class for SRO IGTC, which is, if you don't know SRO, absolutely crazy competition. You know, you've got people like Luke Whitehead, Mackay Malinovsky, you've got Tommy Lydon also, I think, participating there. If I'm not mistaken, at least he probably has a couple times. You know, you've got all the top guys there, and for them to finish second is absolutely amazing. So we'll see what they're able to do. Yeah. It is absolutely crazy the amount of competition we have today, as I think Ivan Chekhov goes third place with a 216.4, and that is, if I'm counting correctly, that is 4 teams with a 216.4 right now. And Jacob Shader, by the way, going 216.3, that's up into P2 for him.
We have Lewis Rotas, though, coming through to set another lap time now. We'll see if he can improve on the 2:15.67 that he's already set. No, it's only an incredibly slow 2:17.3.
That's so weird to say, isn't it?
I know. By his standards, it probably is, but to the, you know, straight up alien pace to everybody else, of course. But just behind him as well, he's got Konstantin Soldatov in the number 911 Mercedes, currently sat in fourth, previously as high as second in this series. So give it a couple minutes and we'll see both of them come around again, and no doubt they'll be looking to rocket themselves up towards the top of the leaderboard at the moment.
And I'm not sure if ACC is lying to me again, but Maximilian Gallas going 2 seconds quicker on his 2:16.4. I hope it's not correct, because that would make him, I think, a world record holder here. But we'll see. He comes across the line in just a short amount of time.
Florian Mack goes second.
And he stays in 6th place. 2:16.7. That's not bad. Yeah, Florian Mack. That is the other Whipperman Racing team going 2nd place. 2:16.327. That is so close between him and Jacob Shaver. Absolutely insane gaps. Yeah, ACC lying to me again. Maximilian Gallas not going a world record pace.
Not quite on this occasion. Currently 1-2, I believe, for Whipperman Racing. Yep. So it's, as you say, generally, the other car win pretty much everything they enter. And it looks like that may be holding pretty true right now. We're still waiting for the top 2 to come by again. As you see, Jacob Shaver round the final corner to begin another fast lap of his own. Currently sat in 3rd place, of course. Ivan Chekhov is coming to the line, a bit wide out of the final corner, and he's going to be starting another fast lap time, hoping to improve. But now coming up to the bus stop chicane, we have Lewis Roters once again.
And he is, I think he might be improving and not going too quick by a couple of hundreds, because he is going 0.0 seconds quicker on my screen. We might see him improve on his 2:15. Sadly not. It's still a 2:15. It's still the quickest time by far. But it's a 2:15.7. That is a whole tenth slower than his quickest lap time. Paweł Żarzabowski, by the way, the champion for Season 1, up into 7th place over 2:16.5. I think he's got a lot more competition in this season. Abe Santoma going a 10th quicker, and I think he might have lost that advantage, still in 8th place. It's still an improvement, but not enough to get him ahead of the number 500 Lamborghini. Maximilian Gallas going 3/10 quicker this time. I think that one I can trust that time. I think definitely not 2 seconds quicker.
I'm just looking back to see if we have any more improvements coming in. We do have, as you see, Maximilian Gallas going to be the next driver towards the top of the field to cross the line. 2:16.487 to beat, to improve. It's going to be a 2:16.437, half a tenth faster.
And 2,000 slower than Ivan Chekhov.
Insane gaps once again. Can't separate these drivers, and I'm very curious to see how much we're going to see some of them improve. We have more drivers coming across the line. Ali Bangali fails to improve in P13, as does Traction Dave. What a name, Traction Dave. You really can't lose with a name like that, can you?
Yeah. The slowest lap time is a 2:19.9 now. We are not even the 2:20s are slow anymore. They're beyond slow. The 2:19s are the slowest times, and there is 15 people in the 2:16s. Well, 14 people if we don't count Lewis Roters, who's an absolute menace right now. Too quick.
The numbers are definitely increasing as Ivan Chekhov fails to improve on his previous lap time. Sitting in a 2:18 that time. Not really close to his best, but now we have another one of the lead cars about to start a flying lap, possibly coming to the end of one. I'm not sure. I have not been paying attention to the whole time. Konstantin Soldatov, currently sat in P6. Going to come across the line. It's a 2:17.3 for him. No improvement still.
David Plotka from 32nd, he improves up into 30th place at 2:18.5. That is a pretty good lap time from him. Scott Donaldson, again, it's saying that he's going purple, but not sure 2 seconds. I mean, I don't have any doubt that he's a quick driver. Oh, he collided in qualifying with one of the Ferraris. We might see a bit more of that.
Don't normally see too many clashes like that in qualifying. Hopefully we don't see too many, but no doubt as drivers want to get their final few lap times in. As the time runs down, might be a little bit less patient. So I think I'm going to agree with you and say we might see a few more of those. Right now, my eyes are trained on the man in 9th place, the number 111 Lamborghini, Benjamin Baumann, for Raggioli Racing, coming into the bus stop chicane now. rounding it nice and neatly. Very, very neat through there. Coming up to the line. Chance for an improvement, perhaps. Will it be? No, he is just a 10.5 down on his best. 2:16.697 is his best right now. Just a 10th away from Abe Santama ahead of him. So need to pull something a little bit more out of the bag if he wants to move up any more positions in this one.
Indeed, as Ives Field comes across the line now, it's saying that he's going a second quicker on his lap time, and I think I've been lied to yet again. Lewis Zelch going 3/10 quicker, I can imagine that number, and he's going to be coming across the line, fastest time off a 2:17.0. He puts himself up into 11th place over 2:16.7, a great lap time by him. I also got Ivan Chekhov, who was going quicker periodically there. Sadly, that is a slower time by a whole 2 thousandths. Konstantin Sandatov going a 10th quicker on his lap time too. That might be enough to put him maybe even into P2 if he's able to carry this on. 3/10 quicker. Might he be able to put himself up into the 2:15s, into the very high 2:15s? No, he won't, but I think he will put himself ahead of Florian Mack and up into P2 onto the front row. Great stuff by Konstantin Soldatov, and he celebrates by completely destroying his car.
Huge improvement, it has to be said. Really good to be able to find that time when you're already so far up the leaderboard. And it's something that would need to be done again, really, if anyone's going to be catching Lewis Roters. So I'm just watching right now as he comes through out of Pouan into the final few twisting corners before the long straight up to the bus stop. So far, very neat lap, looking very much on the edge of performance, but also so in control right now. Lewis Roters not really under a huge amount of pressure in this qualifying session, but I'm still always keeping my eyes out, seeing if he can push even further towards the low end of the 115s perhaps. I'm not entirely sure what the world record is around here, just to put into perspective how fast he's going. But
let's have a little look. I think Formula Setups, one of our sponsors, obviously, have to put a little cheeky plug in there. Let's have a look, because they have a Google Docs for all of their tracks. And on Spa, so what car is he driving? He's driving the Audi Evo 2. They haven't even set a lap time there. But in the Ferrari 296, they have set a 2:15.4. So I think that's pretty close, isn't it? That is really close.
It is very close. That is pretty scary. 2:17.7 on that last lap in the end. So it was not to be. I think he may have lost time in the first couple of corners after Pouan. He seemed to ease off a little bit in the middle of it. But anyway, we have Jakov Shaver coming across the line now in the number 202 McLaren. He's going to not be able to improve, but not far behind him in the number 1 Audi for Trezor Attemptor Racing, Maximilian Gallas. 6th place at the moment, 2 minutes 16.437 is his best time. He's going to come across the line. He's also very close to an improvement to 16.55, but it's not to be on this occasion. Right now, we've got 6 minutes to go. I don't think I can see anybody taking that top spot, but I'm very curious to see how the places behind will shake out here.
Yeah, and also we do have to remember it's a whole 8-hour race, so even if Lewis Roters does, qualify first here, absolutely thrashing the field by a whole more 7/10 over here, we might still see him, maybe not win out on the strategy, but I don't hope that any driver fails. That's the last thing I want here. Absolutely, I want Lewis Roters to win, but who knows, maybe Konstantin Soldatov can win out on some absolute amazing strategy, or where is Abe Santom? 8th place. Maybe he can, make it up the field in a spectacular way. We know how he is sometimes, so who knows. But yeah, I think I have to agree with you. Nobody will be taking that top step, I don't think. There's only a couple of people I can imagine taking the top step, but they would have to absolutely nail their laps.
Alexander
Pavlov going 5/10 quicker. Yeah.
As you say, qualifying not hugely important as Abe Santama improves to a 2:16.535. Remains where he is at the moment, but he's only 15 thousandths away from Pavel Jarzembowski in 7th place, and the number 500 Lamborghini. Very, very close there, just outside the top 6. As Lewis Rotas comes around again with a 2:17.3. But as you say, qualifying not as important given the race is so long, but still, you qualify at the front. It gives you the opportunity to perhaps get away from people a little bit and begin to control your own race a little bit more. Perhaps can take a little bit of stress off, which I can imagine is a very, very helpful advantage to have, as Ivan Chekhov very nearly improves, about half a tenth away from his best there. A lot of drivers here seeming to get into the groove. I'm seeing so many lap times come in which are very, very close to personal best. And Maximilian Gallas with a 2:16.28. Number 1 Audi into position number 2. Still 6 tenths away from Lewis Rotas, but he's put himself in prime position to take that 2nd place.
That was very... I'm speechless, to be fair. Maximilian Gallas, what a lap that is. 2:16.2. It's not the top time, but, you know, considering where he was, I think he was in P4 or P5 before, and able to just put it up onto the front row. Will Konstantin Soldatov have anything to say about this? Will he be able to even get quicker? Because so far he's 6 tenths quicker, 7 tenths slower, I mean, on his lap. I think this might be a race pace lap. Ivan Chekhov is going a tenth or 2 quicker. He needs to secure at least 3 tenths quicker in order to get ahead of Maximilian Gallas. And nobody else in front or behind going quick. So, well, with 3 minutes to go, I suspect around two laps around this circuit. Maybe 3.
The really interesting thing is to look at the sector splits right now. You can really see where Lewis Rotas is making up this time. He is about 4 tenths quicker than anybody else in the 2nd sector right now. His 1st sector to pace is kind of standard. He's not really standing out compared to the rest of the field, which is a surprise. But the last 2 sectors, he's fastest in the final sector by a smidge. Middle sector, huge advantage. 59.25, he's saying, to be fair. The next fastest time that I can see at the moment is Maximilian Gallas, unsurprisingly, with a 59.69. That's almost 4.5 tenths in a single sector, which is absolutely insane.
And Ivan Chekhov comes across the line. He's 6th right now, and he's up into P2 at 2:16.272, ahead of Maximilian Gallas, and spoiling the day for them.
Very, very close.
That is close.
There's 0.008 of a second between the two of them. Half a tenth separating 2nd to 5th. It really is a matter of inches here in the first race here, as Pavel Jarzembowski comes across the line with a 2:17.2. No improvement this time round. And we have, I think, another lap from Maximilian Gallas. Will it be 2 improvements in a row? Nope, because he's setting himself up for another fast lap. I wasn't paying attention. It's been a while. I'm a bit rusty with ACC. I can't remember how they like to do these quali sessions.
Yeah. Malik Mahmoud going a 10th quicker right there. Not bad. Put himself up another position ahead of Ali Bangali. 2:16.862 puts him 15th. I think if I was doing this qualifying, my fastest time I think is a 2:18.1 in the McLaren. I would be down in 28th or 29th. Yeah, I'm not sure I'd be too happy with myself.
I think there was a little incident there. I think Florian Macker was in 5th place in number 11 BMW, came together with Matteo Schmidt in the number 404 Lamborghini very briefly, just out of the last corner. I don't know if exactly what happened with that incident, but I did see cars come together, which is unfortunate, as we have a few drivers starting lap times once again. As I noticed, there's a cone that someone's hit stricken on the outside of the bus stop chicane. That is one of the saddest sights I've ever seen in my life.
Rock Cops going 7 tenths quicker, at least by this app. This app has been lying to me a couple of times, and I think it might be lying again, because it said that he gained a whole second in the bus stop chicane, but Cops was not an improvement, actually 7/10 slower than his quickest lap time. Chris Zuga is going 3/10 quicker right now. I think this will be his final lap time.
Improvement for Benjamin Baumann. He moves up to P9 with a 2:16.597 in the number 111 Lamborghini.
And he's going 2/10 quicker already after the first corner. No, he's not anymore.
Ooh, a spin for Pavel Jarzabowski, I think.
Oh.
I think he, I don't know if he was meaning to pull off or something, but it looked like he lost the rear end coming out of the second part of the bus stop chicane. No chance for improvement anymore, as we now have drivers coming around to set their final flying laps of this qualifying session. Philip Felinski goes 23rd with a personal best lap in the session. David Plotker now.
Up into 29th, not a bad lap time from him. Valentin Cordier still staying in 32nd. It's an improvement, but it's not enough to get him ahead of the next car.
Personal best of Sander de Boer on his last lap as well, and Malik Mamad, who is up into 14th.
Okay, who else? Who is next? We've got Abe Santama. Ooh.
Well, there we go. And I think we'll be like the Sky F1 commentators whenever there's a British driver on screen.
Oh, what a great driver this guy is. You know,
if he's not in first, the sun's in his eyes. That's what it is.
Exactly.
That's all it is.
He's got a bad setup. That's what's happened.
Can we point the mic at an imaginary crowd cheering really loudly like they do at Silverstone?
Oh, do you like the Disney one where they just put a fake crowd cheering? Yes, we'll do that. Well,
precisely. Abe Santama, 2/100th of a second away from an improvement there. That is
somebody put sand in his fuel tank. 5/10 up for Nikolai Polakov, and he's 4/10 up. And he's up into 7th place. Not bad.
6 positions gained. 6 positions gained on his final lap in the session. Nikolai Polyakov for F1 Memes Racing Team.
That is one hell of a name.
It's a name.
Jack Grossart.
2:16.432.
Jack Grossart, I think, is the last person who will be setting a valid lap time. I think everybody else. Actually, no. Benjamin Baumann, I think he is still on a valid lap time. He might still be able to improve here. And if he is able to improve, he'll put himself up a couple of positions. And sadly, he doesn't.
3,000 for the second.
Yeah.
And here is Jack Grossart, as you say.
7/10 up. And up into 23rd. 7 places.
A lot of these teams improved a ton on their final laps. Were they just saving it all for one last go?
Must have been saving it for the last go.
I respect it greatly. I question the strategy, but I respect it greatly.
Well, that is qualifying. We've got, again, no matter how good the grid is, there will still be an absolute dominant driver. Lewis Rotters, pole position for Whipperman Racing at 2:15.6. I could never have imagined that lap time. You know, the first time we've seen a 2:16.9, I think Abe Santama said it in, I think, season 8 or 7. That was an absolutely crazy lap time. We thought, you know, nothing could beat that. And then we had Endurance Season 1 where Pavel set a 2:16.1, if I remember, or 2:16.3, so something along those lines. That was also crazy, you know, could not have been beaten. And, well, Lewis Rotters, what an absolute qualifying from him. P1, and I think his team will be quite happy with that. Ivan Chekhov puts it up on the first row alongside Lewis Rotters, and then comes Maximilian Gallas for the LFM team, which I think is with Tommy Lydon. They are P1, actually, in the LFM ELO standings, so we'll see how they are able to do the race. Konstantin Sandatov going 4th on this qualifying session. In this qualifying session, he is on the 2nd row, and also he's streaming to his 50,000 subscriber audience. So, yeah, a bit of pressure for him. A bit of pressure for him, that's for sure.
Joel Cruz in the race chat just saying you guys are aliens, which I think sums up pretty much what we're thinking at the moment. Seeing these lap times come in.
Okay, so in 5th place is the other Whipperman racing car. That is Florian Mack with a 216.327. And then Jakob Schaber for Mission Spinau Racing with a 216.3 on the 6th. In the 6th place. Then Nikolai Polakov on in the 7th place. Jesus, I can't speak. Pavel Zhazhabovsky 8th. And then behind them, Abe Santama, 9th place. An absolute amazing driver, absolute amazing team. Ignore the stickers on the side. That's definitely not our team. Manuel Cardinale, 10th place. I think that's the Raggioli racing team. Then Lasse Streje, 11th. Ryan Leach, 12th for Pitstop UK. That is their Lamborghini team. I think that team is at the top for Pitstop UK. Then Louis Zelch in 13th. Kevin Chartier in 14th. Then Samuel Carl in 15th. Ali Bangali in 16th. With a beautiful BWT livery, by the way. I do like that. Mitya Miladonovic in 17th. And then Yevis Field, again, another Raggioli racing team, in 18th. Andy King, that is their second Pitstop UK car. They're starting 19th. Then Marco Akmadza in 20th. Chico Lindvar for Cosmosis Racing Team, starting 21st. Then Traction Dave, starting alongside him. Jack Grossart in 23rd. A beautiful livery as well. It reminds me kind of like the Apple livery in F1. I forgot which team ran that. You probably know because you're a big F1 nerd.
Which driver are we talking about? I wasn't paying attention.
You know the Apple livery in F1. I think
the Apple livery.
I think it was an Apple livery.
Who are we talking? Which driver are we talking about?
Don't worry. It's a livery. It's a custom livery.
Oh, of course, I can't see. I'll boot up YouTube and I'll have a look for myself. I'll get back to you. I'll do some research.
Philip Frelinsky starts 24th for Phoenix Simsport. Then Darren Jones in 25th. Paulus Texnes in 26th. Then Ivan Lelevin. I suspect that is a Welsh driver. Okay, well, British, but probably Welsh. Ivan Lelevin.
This is Jack Grossart's livery.
Yeah. It's the wrong colour.
I don't think it's Apple, but it looks like a sort of late 70s shadow livery.
Right. Whatever.
Yeah, there you go.
Sorry,
you called me out. You said I'd know, so I had to deliver.
Yeah. Cheetah and Ashita, 28th for Sim Motorsport UK. And then Alexander Pavlov in 29th. David Plotka in 30th. Then Richard Lopez in 31st. Rafael Brault in 32nd. He's, I think that's another driver for Raggioli. No, it's not. It's a similar color scheme. No.
Manticore Racing Team, they are.
Oh, Manticore Racing Team. That's a very similar paint scheme to the Raggioli guys. Chris Herzog with the, I think that's the No Name Motorsport.
No Name Motorsport. Correct.
Yep. And 33rd. Then Raymond Camps for Pseudo Racing in 34th. Sander De Boer for SRC. They're starting 35th. Benjamin Koo, sadly, that low down for a VGTR team. Started 36th. And Diogo Costa in 37th. And that is all. There's all
the drivers. 37 drivers will be starting the race. Of course, many more across the different teams. I think at this point, normally, when we do the main series, if there's co-commentary happening, we would do predictions.
Yeah,
but it's an 8-hour race, and I think that predicting it is probably quite pointless. But if you had to pick a team that would win, who would it be, and why would it be the number 10 Audi of Whitman Racing?
Well, I mean, I think seeing their absolutely amazing qualifying pace and seeing how they, their results in SRO, I think that they are the main contenders to win if nothing goes wrong and if their strategies is on point and, there's no scary rain, which actually might happen, and, everything goes to plan. I think I see them winning any day of the week. However, Tommy Lydon and his team, also absolutely amazing drivers. I I don't know. I know them. I know how they drive. I've won against him. Quick little plug, quick little flex.
Was that your one win in the VGTR series?
That's the only win I have, and that's against Tommy Lydon. But yeah, I know how he drives. He's a pretty quick driver, but I don't know. I think I see him getting P2, maybe challenging Jakob Osterman in the number 10 Audi, but it'd be really, really hard. Also watching Konstantin Soldatov's power streams and how he drives. Yeah, it'll be really hard to predict the podium. Lewis Rotters will most likely be on the podium, but the rest, it's all to play for. We saw how close that gap was between P2 down to, P15. They were like less than a second separated between all of them. Paweł Żarzybowski, the champion of Season 1, so he's got a lot of experience with the drivers around him, like Abe Santama, he knows how he drives. I think he's seen how... actually, there's not too many drivers that have participated in the Season 1. Oh no, Traction Dave, Chico Lindvar, he knows how all of them react to different sort of situations, so he might be at a bit of an advantage here.
What do we think Abe Santama can do from P9? Obviously, the star driver of our own series. We know capable of just about anything in VGTR, in a VGTR setting. Now out in VCO, what do you think he's going to be able to do today? How do you think he'll be playing the early stages of this race?
Well, he's told me that if everything goes well, they will get top 5. So I'm going to be nicely waiting for that. I would love to see them in the top 5, and I know that he's going to be pushing to the absolute limit. He never gives up. He never gives up, even if he's in a massive crash. I think we'll see him push to the absolute limits. You've got 8 hours to prove yourself as the top driver here, and he's definitely want to try and prove himself. There we go. That's how you say that. And it's one of his first times, I think, being in like a very, very, very sweaty lobby like this. I know that he's participated in AOR Split 2, so he knows how the top split drivers rock, and well, I think he'll be fine.
I think I'm feeling pretty confident. I admire his confidence to say if all goes well, he'll get P5. Of course, you got 8 hours for things to go wrong. So if all goes well, it's a pretty hefty if in races like this. But when they're towards the top end of the field, and to be fair, throughout this entire field, because the whole field is so talented, you know that these drivers are not going to make too many. They're not going to make any rookie errors. There could just be unforeseen consequences, unforeseen things that happen in racing. That's part of the deal, really.
Yeah.
But Santama seeming fairly confident. We're coming up into the last few corners now, so I'm going to let you take it away for the start of this race.
Okay, well, we know that this is the finish line, but sadly they won't be starting here, obviously, because there'll be a massive pile-up into the source otherwise, so...
Instead, we'll have the massive pile-up into Eau Rouge.
Yeah, there'll be... No, you know what? Most of these drivers, they're smart. They don't pile up into Eau Rouge, they pile up after the Camel Straight instead, the comb chicane. That's the one which gets them. So, hopefully that doesn't happen. I'm
just traumatized from the big grid race.
Oh, no. Well, at least we don't have 60 drivers. We only have half of that, so it's still a lot of drivers. Anyway, take a quick little sip of water and hopefully not choke. And Ivan Cherov will be lining alongside Lewis Rotters, who will be hoping to get the best start for the first race of the VCO Grand Final Qualifiers. As the race has started and Lewis Rotters already ahead, Ivan Cherov is sliding right behind him. Maximilian Galas already up into third place. Konstantin Soldatov actually taking that position away from him. I think Maximilian Galas was caught napping a little bit there. Yakov Shaber still in fifth. Nikolai Polakov in sixth. And it looks like nobody has yet to have an accident. I told you it was fine going through a rouge, but now as we come into the Lacombe chicane, Nikolai Polakov trying to go round the outside of everybody and get to Maximilian Gallas, and I think Paweł Jarzybowski having a little bit of contact with Benjamin Baumann behind him, but looks like everybody is actually going very, very clean. Paweł Jarzybowski having going to the inside to try and defend from Benjamin Baumann. And you're groaning in the background.
Sorry.
I don't like.
I've been watching Benjamin Baumann this whole time. He's had cars alongside, been in the grass, he's been all over the place. He almost got taken by Florian Mack, but he's just about survived in 8th place for now.
Yeah, and it's not a good start for Florian Mack, dropping down 4 positions on the start. Not sure what happened there, probably caught sleeping on the start, but he's now trying to get ahead of everybody in front of him, and the first target is Benjamin Baumann, who is fighting Paweł Jarzybowski. Now back to the front, Ivan Chekhov still hanging very closely behind Lewis Rotters in the number 10 Audi. Konstantin Soldatov falling a little bit behind, so a bit of a pace difference there, but Jakob Schaber also already nearly a whole second behind Konstantin Soldatov, and he's got a big train behind him of Maximilian Gallas, Nikolai Polakov, Paweł Jarzybowski, Benjamin Baumann, Florian Mack, and pretty much everybody behind, as they're all separated by about 3/10. Abe Santama also falling down 3 positions on the start. Not a good start from him. Marco Akmadze and Traction Dave looks like they have come together just a little bit, but nothing too serious as they come into the bus stop chicane now, and this is where things might get hairy.
Another crash. Matteo Schmidt, who was involved in an incident in qualifying, involved in an incident in the exact same place. He spun somebody round. I didn't see who it was. It's a BMW
and there's
facing the wrong way. That's
name.
Philip Falinsky. Philip Falinsky is the wrong way around. I don't know how to pronounce that name. And Raymond Camps as well, also getting caught up. 3 drivers turned round there. Matteo Schmidt was at the heart of the first incident. I didn't see who turned round the 999 BMW of Philip Falinsky.
And there was a lot of people slowing down, which is a good thing to do, absolutely.
Benjamin Koo's round.
Oh.
At the source, the VGTR Endurance VCO team down into 37th place. It's an 8-hour long race though, and no doubt these drivers selected because of their unique mixture of pace and consistency, so there's plenty of time for them to make up positions here, but not the ideal start for either of the VGTR teams so far.
And absolutely, but as we were talking there, Abe Santom and Lewis Selch fighting very closely behind, already traded positions at least twice from what I saw, and Abe Santom really wanting to get back those positions that he lost at the start, as he is in 12th, and you know, only the top 8 get to have a chance to go through to the VCO Grand Finals, and he wants to at least get himself up into 8th place ahead of Benjamin Baumann, and maybe even challenge Paweł Jarzybowski, who has had a pretty good start, already up 1 position. Nikolai Polakov also up 1 position. Jakob Schaber up 2 positions, and Konstantin Soldatov up 1. And looks like the front 5 are starting to separate a little bit.
Number 404, Matteo Schmid, once again, he's in the gravel. He's dropping position after position. He was running pretty well, but right now I believe he's down in 33rd place. Yeah. Only Raymond Camps, Philip Falinsky, Ewan Llewellyn and Benjamin Koo behind him now. Matteo Schmid having a bit of a shocker over the first couple laps. You know, as we mentioned, had a small collision in quali with, I can't remember who now. Hang on a minute, Florian Mack, that was it.
Yeah.
Had a collision at the bus stop chicane on lap 1, gone into the gravel in sector 2 in lap 2. The K-Pax Racing driver number 404, Lamborghini, not getting off to an amazing start. And as you said, you mentioned the no-name team. Currently driven by Peter Romeo in the number 114 Ferrari. They were also in the wars around that time. They're probably running with the most heavy damage, at least on the superficial side. What actually is affecting performance-wise, of course, we do not know for sure. But their car looks like it's been in the wars more than most. Already we've had a few teams in sort of the mid-pack dropping back towards the back of the field. Up front though, everything looking relatively calm. Lewis Rota's still out in first. A little bit of a gap, 7/10 now, back to Ivan.
Oh, and Abe Santom going alongside Lewis Zelch now into the Lacombe chicane on the inside. Lewis Zelch not giving way, and that was definitely contact there. Abe Santom ahead. And Lewis Zelch, no, coming right back at him, round the outside of the next corner. Now they've got Ryan Leach, he's going to be on his inside, and he might be trying to take advantage of this, and so will Malik Mamad. And Lewis Zelch tumbling a ton of positions. They're definitely bumping doors here and there, and Ryan Leach nearly getting ahead of Abe Santama for 11th place. That was close.
The margin for error there between for Ryan Leach not hitting Abe Santama, it was centimeters at most. Absolutely astonishing wheel-to-wheel driving there. Huge move from Ryan Leach. Amazing work from the Pit Stop UK Lamborghini driver there. Very nearly making contact with Abe Santama. We're not doing. The consequence of all this, though, is that there is now a little bit of a gap from Abe Santama forwards. 3.7 seconds up to Lasse Strega in 10th place, and that will be a little bit annoying for Abe Santama, I imagine, as one of the drivers who was in the top 10 firmly in terms of pace, and really was hoping to be top 5, as you say. Still plenty of time to go, but he'll want to be clear of this pack as soon as possible because they're getting quite racy.
Absolutely, and Lewis Zelch still trying to get that position back from Malik Mamad, who took it, a pretty cheeky way. He just kind of put himself right behind Ryan Leach into the hairpin. He got ahead, and now Malik Mamad trying to get ahead of Ryan Leach as well, up into 12th place, and Ryan Leach closing that door straight ahead of him. And as Ali Bangali is trying to get ahead of Chris Zucker as well for 15th place. And there he is, Malik Mamad ahead of Ryan Leach for now, but they're going to be going alongside each other, and I'm going to close my eyes as they go through a Rouge and Rattle on. Malik Mamad ahead of Ryan Leach. That's a pretty good overtake.
I think quite wise from Ryan Leach not to fight that one too hard. Not really too many options there, but it does leave him vulnerable to Lewis Zelch now. He's going to get himself to the outside. Might find himself boxed in, but pulls ahead of Ryan Leach. But Lewis Zelch may have taken too much speed into the corner. He absolutely has. He's gone straight across the chicane there. Coming back out onto the track, he's dropped a few positions there. He's now behind Ali Bangali, who is he's on P15. So he's 16th now for Lewis Zelch. He's going to have Andy King on his back in the other Pit Stop UK car, as if he hasn't had enough of them already.
Absolutely, and as that was happening as well, Lasse Strege and Florian Mack and Benaiman Baumann were fighting tooth and nail down the Lacombe, down the Kemmel Straight to the Lacombe chicane. Absolutely super close by them three. But still keeping in the same formation as they were before. And, well, yeah, it all seems pretty calm, but not calm at all. Valentin Cordier, 2/10 away from Daniel Giraldo. And then in front of them is also Darren Jones. Oh, what's happened there? What happened?
No, I thought I saw Lewis Zelch dropping in the standings there, but I think I don't think he has. I thought he'd had another incident, but my eyes were deceiving me on this occasion. Just before, I don't know how quickly you cut over to this fight, but Daniel Giraldo and Valentin Cordier very close to having an incident through Pouon. Valentin Cordier going to the inside, just backing out in time, and now he's got Matteo Schmidt for company, who's going to move up nice and easy into 29th place. Goes a little bit wide through Blanchimont, but I think he'll be alright. We have moves happening, more moves happening. I think that was Sander de Boer going to move on Darren Jones and gets a tap. Pretty hefty tap from Daniel Giraldo, and they're now fighting each other side by side. Giraldo pushing him off at the exit of the bus stop chicane there. I'm not sure Sander de Boer will appreciate that very much. Might go to the inside for La Source here. Chooses not to, but now he's got Matteo Schmidt on his tail. Matteo Schmidt, obviously, as we said earlier, been in the wars so far, a couple incidents, but that means that he has qualified quite a lot quicker than the drivers around him, and he'll be looking to move forwards as soon as possible. Not the ideal position right
What's
now.
What's happened to Benaiman Baumann? I think he might have had contact with the cars ahead of him. He's dropped behind Abe Santama, and that's good news for Abe Santama, as now he's closed the gap to Lasse Strege as well, as they were fighting all in front of him, and he's up into the top 10. So this is already a good recovery drive from whatever happened at the start. up into P10, and, well, I'm not sure what happened to Benaiman Baumann.
Oh, 404 is round, I think, is that, if the yellow flags for car 404, I think that's, is that Matteo Schmidt again?
It is.
It is. Oh, man. I feel he's back behind Benjamin Koo. I am beginning to feel quite bad for him. He's almost spun again. He has spun again.
Yeah, this race
sometimes you just have these days. Bad races happen. It can't really be helped sometimes. It's just very unfortunate that it's had to happen in the first round of VCO. But the good news for Matteo Schmidt is it may have been a bit of a nightmare first 10 minutes for him, but he's got about 460 more minutes to recover.
As you were talking about that, yeah. That maths is probably correct. Sander de Boer nearly centered absolutely on the inside of Diogo Costa. That was, took my breath away for a second there, because yeah, that's crazy what he just did. But you know what? Kept it clean. It was all nice. Probably if it wasn't an F1 car, on an open wheel car, it probably wouldn't be alive, but everything is fine on that end. Lewis Zelch. Yeah, Lewis Zelch and Ali Bangali still fighting, with Chris Zuga and Pavel Jajewski getting closer to Nikolai Polakov. And Abe Santom also closing the gap to Lasse Strege. And Lasse Strege is actually going, I don't know if that was just the last lap, but he was 2 seconds slower than Abe Santama on that last lap. I think Abe is actually pushing very, very hard. 18.5, that is matching the pace of Nikolai Polakov in P6, and actually quicker than that, as Lewis Zelch tries to go around the outside of Ali Bangali, as Ali Bangali trying to go around the outside of Chris Zuger here. Look at this fight. As Ali Bangali tries to go to the inside, I don't think there was a gap there at all. And he's now just going to be keeping bumper to bumper behind Chris Zuger, as Lewis Zelch will be hoping that these two disappear in front of him and he can have P15 and 14.
Yeah, I think I've got some chores to do, I'm afraid, so I'm going to be heading off for now. My last little notice that we have had another incident just in the last part of the lap. It was Paulius Dexnix for the Spike Speed team, who has gone off and I believe returned to the pits. Already had been involved in an incident, already had pitted for damage along with the no-name team. And we've also had our first blue flags coming out of the session already, only 15 minutes in. But I do think we now have our first major crash. Don't know exactly what happened. We've only got 35 drivers left, so don't know if we've had a couple dropouts already. 2
retirements so far, but yeah.
There we go. Anyway, I'm going to head off for now. I will be back probably later to check in on all the action, but I sadly don't have the voice 8 hours, and also I have quite a lot of things to do today. It's a bit of a busy one, but I will see you all later. All the best, of course, to Abe Santama in particular, as he looks to fight his way to the front.
Absolutely.
I will, anyway, adios for now, and I will be back later.
Thank you. Well, that's Tommy Brown for you, our season 2, I think. Season 2 and Season 3 commentator. Absolutely amazing commentator. And, well, as he leaves, the fights and the action do not leave. Benaiman Baumann 3/10 away from Abe Santama, and they're still fighting for the top 10 position as Abe Santama closes the gap to Lasse Strege. They're actually going only 0.007 of a second difference between these two. So we'll see how that plays out. Florian Mack also fighting with Pavel Jajewski. Remember, Florian Mack started way up ahead of his pack in front of him. So he is hoping to get ahead of Pavel Jajewski as quick as possible, dispatch him, and get to the back of Nikolai Polakov. But for now, the fight for the top 10 continues. While Lewis Rotters flying away from Ivan Chekhov. Ivan Chekhov only 0.6 slower per lap. compared to Lewis Rotters. And there's already a 3-second lead by the number 10 Audi, so absolutely crazy. Who is first? Yeah, well, Lewis Rotters, absolutely insanely quick, and obviously leading the race too. Right, well, let's go to this battle as Florian Mack has now caught to the back. No, not caught to the back. Paweł Rzeczkowski is caught to the back of Nikolai Polakov, and Florian Mack will be hoping that these guys get out of his way, just like Ali Bengali thought that too, but sadly that didn't happen for him. Florian Mack coming through the La Source corner as he is just closing and closing. He's going about a 10th quicker per lap compared to Paweł Rzeczkowski, as the F1 race is also about to start. Florian Mack still behind Paweł Rzeczkowski, as Paweł Rzeczkowski is hoping, he's pulling to the inside, but I don't think he'll be making a move anytime soon, as he's way too far back going down the Camel Straight. This is a very nice three-way battle for P6. You know, only if these cars had DRS, we'd probably see him very quick overtakes down the Camel Straight. This is one of probably the longest straights on the calendar that we have set up. I think there might be a bit more. But anyhow, what is going on a bit further down the grid? Still, 4 people who have pitted. And Peter Romeo in 32nd, Philip Drazik in 33rd, Philip Ferlinski in 34th, and Diogo Costa in 35th. They are already lapped by the faster drivers, so unfortunate for them. Benjamin Baumann, though, 2/10 away from Abe Santima, as they're going to be heading down towards Blanchemont, and this is not the place where you want to be catching somebody, but this is the perfect place to catch somebody, as he's going to be trying to go to the inside if Abe Santima allows him to, and Benjamin Baumann not making the move on Abe Santima yet, and probably, you know, just being very careful. You know, don't want to get a penalty, that's for sure. But now, as they head towards the Arouge and Radalon, he is absolutely flying along behind Abe Santima. Now he's going to get the better exit out of that corner, and he's going to be in the slipstream of the McLaren 720S Evo and the Lamborghini pretty quick down the straight, I think, if in the slipstream, and he's going to be pulling to the inside here, I think. Abe Santima not going to be able to do much here. Benjamin Baumann to the inside of Lacombe chicane, and Abe Santima keeping the inside line for the next corner, but Benjamin Baumann not wanting to let go of that too easily, and getting so close now towards the hairpin they go, and Benjamin Baumann staying behind, not wanting to get himself up into any extra trouble. As in front of them, there's also a four-way battle now. Lasse Strege, Florian Mack, Paweł Rzeczkowski, and Nikolai Polakov all fighting for 6th place. And absolutely close, as Nikolai Polakov is going to have to keep this horde behind him. Lasse Strege, the fastest man out of this group. He's done it to 18.2 last lap, so a very quick lap time. whereas the rest in this group are doing 2:18.6, 2:18.7 and 2:18.8. But obviously Lars Treasure will probably be going slower this lap as well, as he is just stuck in a little bit of a battle. As Nikolai Polakov just leads this amazing group. And actually starting to drop Paweł Żużłowski just a little bit. Florian Mag getting closer to the back of him now. And Lasse Strege also puts enough pressure on the back of the BMW. Abe Santama now, you could see him in the background. And there he is. He's getting closer to the back of this group as he is setting quicker lap times than them. Nikolai Polakov 2:18.9 that last lap. Whereas Abe Santama 2:18.7. So will definitely be catching to this group. Now, Florian Mag and Lasse Strege and Paweł Żużłowski, as he is just weaving just a little bit, trying to break the toe of Florian Mag behind and get ahead of Nikolai Polakov as well, but not going to be able to do much there at all. Lasse Strege going slow through the Lacombe chicane. It's still for Abe Santama, but Nyman Bauman are going to be keeping him company, very close company as well. Still 3/10 behind, and that's extra pressure. I have to say that is absolutely extra pressure as he's starting to lose a bit of ground on this four-way train. That's Pavel now for Forza Italia. .pl was very, very close, and I'm not sure how close you have to be in order to make a move into that corner, but definitely have to be within a respectable margin, because otherwise, yeah, probably not going to be too good for you and for the other person. Now, how is the top speed difference? What is the top speed difference between the Lamborghini and the McLaren? Well, we'll see right here as they are all heading down towards Blanchimont and towards the final bus stop chicane, as Paweł Żużłowski in the slipstream of the McLaren, of the F1 memes car, and he might be trying to go down the inside here. No, he won't. Same as Lasse Strege, he's not going to be making a move at all, and they are all just chilling. Now, what's happening here is Benjamin Bauman and Abe Santama fighting for 10th place. Abe Santama able to keep that place ahead, but Benjamin Bauman did go and was ahead for a split second there, as Benjamin Bauman out to the inside dives. Absolutely, what an epic dive bomb! But I think Abe Santama will try and get him on the exit, as I think he does, and they're going to be going alongside here now. Benjamin Bauman trying to squeeze him to the wall, and who is going to be ahead here? Who is going to stay alive? As Abe Santama stays ahead, but Benjamin Bauman will be very, very close, as he's nearly touching him, nearly doing a bump drafting methods here, as he's just going to have to slide in behind, not hitting Abe Santama as he's flashing him. He's trying to go to the inside, and Abe Santama, I think, moving to the outside, trying to get a better exit, and I think he does. What an epic battle between these two, and keeping it all very clean. But that has brought Malik Mamad to the back of this pack, and Abe Santama now falling behind Lasse Strege, and actually by a whole 2 seconds. Back to the battle towards the front. Florian Mack still stuck in 8th place. So is Paweł Żużłowski, who's not able to. He's just not able to break free. As Lasse Strege puts a ton of pressure on the back of Florian Mack as they head through the final sector, and any mistake here will cause an 100% position loss. As there is no room for error with this sort of level of playing field. It's Florian Mack still in 8th place. Still an equal margin to the back of Pavel, who is again not too quick through the final sector compared to Nikolai Polakov, it looks like, as he is just dropping a bit back, having to brake later and later in order to try and get that gap a bit closer. And I'm afraid that gap is starting to grow just a little bit, as now he's going to have Florian Mack on the back of him. But on the back of Florian Mack, Lasse Strezje 2/10. He's going to be in the slipstream down the Kemmel Straight, and that Mercedes a good top speed. And we'll see what he's able to do, as Pavel Zajabowski did go to the inside there. He wouldn't have made a move. Still, these top drivers trying their absolute best. As what is going on? Is that Nikolai Polakov? I thought he was going slow there for a second. I saw him pulling off to the side of the track, probably trying to defend from Pavel Zajabowski's offensive moves here. But I'm afraid Pavel was just way too far back in order to try and even make a move. I think that was a different car. Yeah, I think that was the No Name Motorsport moving to the side. They do have a similar paint scheme, so I thought for a second. But Pavel Zajabowski now down the straight, down the back straight, 2/10, now in the slipstream. And might he be thinking of going for a move here? I don't think he will. Just trying to keep it nice and under control. You know, as it was advised to all of these drivers, just keep it nice and easy at the start. You know, not overdoing it. You know, you don't have to try and win the race in the first hour. And that is exactly what we're seeing here. It's Lasse Strezje yet again. Up 2 positions from his starting position. He's started in P11, now up into 9th. Ape Santama started in 9th. He's up and down into 10th, and he's got Benjamin Baumann behind him and a back marker in front of him, and I'm not sure how that will get in his way. He's starting to catch up again to the back of Lasse Strezje, as Lasse has done an 18.9 at last lap. Ape Santama 18.4, that's 5/10 quicker. And those 5/10 really do add up when it comes to top level racing. Is Pavel Zajabowski yet again falling way behind Nikolai Polakov, and I'm not sure, is it just nerves? Is it just stress? Now, what is going on with Pavel? He has gained 1 position, so that is good. And who is the top gainer so far in this race? Well, there are 3 of them. It is Sander Derbauer, who started 35th. Now he's up into 27th. That's 8 positions gained. Alexander Pavlov started in 29th, up into 21st now. And Chidor Nachita also started 28th, alongside Alexander Pavlov, up into 20th now. That is 8 positions gained for those drivers. Lasse Strezje started in 11th. Now he's up into 9th place. Good start from him. And in front of him, Florian Mack, trying to go around the outside of Pavel Zajabowski, and not happening for him there. Right, well, this battle is still very, very close indeed. Benaiman Bauman still 2/10 away from Abe Santom as he's closing and closing. He closed the gap last time to Lasse Treasure, then had a big battle with Benaiman Bauman and then fell back quite a long way. But will we see a replay of that? Will it happen again? I hope not. I hope that we can have a 5-way battle, a 6-way battle for P6. That would be absolutely epic. And still, these 4 are keeping it nice and clean. Lasse Treasure trying to catch Florian Mack off guard. He is very, very close, and this is exactly what top-level racing is all about. You know, it's keeping close to the back of the driver in front of you. Not pitting them, not hitting them, not doing anything crazy. Just trying to keep a nice consistent gap. As Paweł Jarzybowski goes to the outside as Nikolai Polakov thought there might have been a bit of a threat to his position and went to the inside for a little bit. As now these guys in the 18.7, 18.9, Abe Santom at 18.4. He's definitely closing. 2 seconds now between him and Lasse Treasure. And if Lasse Treasure continues to battle Florian Mack as hard as he is right now, then we might indeed see a 6-way battle. As Benaiman Bauman still keeping a very close eye on Abe Santom and not wanting to let him go too easily as they head down the Camel Straight. You can see Abe Santom there in the background. You can also see Malik Mamad just a little bit. Ooh, Lasse Treasure was just letting him know that he's on his inside, but not going for a move. Lasse Treasure now starting to fall a little bit behind Florian Mack. As Abe Santom crawls and gets quicker and quicker. Second by second, as quick as lap time in 18.1. That's matching Florian Mack. But Benaiman Bauman quicker behind him. He's lost a position at the start, so definitely wants to get that back. As look at that now. The times in the column starting to turn yellow or orange, whatever color you want to see that in. As Abe Santom closes the gap. And we can still head to Paweł Jarzybowski, who's 2/10 away in the slipstream of the McLaren 720S Evo GT3. As he is just keeping to the inside and, again, looking to the inside, not going to the inside. Lasse Treasure starting to pull a little bit of a gap to Florian Mack here. I suspect it might be on purpose, as he doesn't want to destroy his tires too much. There is a 1 hour 10 stint timer. But most cars probably will have to pit a bit earlier, especially the McLaren 720S Evo. I think I've heard that they won't make it the 1 hour 10. They will have to pit for fuel because they just don't have a big enough fuel tank. As Lasse Treasure still 4/10 away, and Abe Santom not catching as quick as everybody thought he might. Did go 2/10 quicker than Lasse Treasure that last lap, but he does have Benaiman Bauman very, very close behind him. Every time I say that, I feel very stupid because I'm just repeating myself, but he is very close. Let's go a bit to the front here. We've got Lewis Rotters, a comfortable 7 seconds in front of Ivan Chekhov. Doesn't even have anybody in sight. He's just doing a casual 217.5 every single lap. Hopefully not destroying his tires too quickly. Ivan Chekhov, he's got Konstantin Soldatov about 2 seconds away from him. But not catching too quickly. Konstantin did a 218.7 at last lap. Ivan Chekhov 218.232. So, yeah, do the maths. 5:10 slower. Ivan Chekhov also enjoying his P2 lead. Jakob Shaber in 4th place. He's got nobody in front. And Maximilian Gallas just a little bit close to him, probably wanting to increase that gap as quick as possible, but there is still 7.5 hours to do that. Maximilian Gallas does have Nikolay Polakov behind him, but a whole 6 seconds behind, so it doesn't have to worry about anybody behind him. And you can just see the massive train behind them. Lasse Streje is actually alongside Florian Mack as they head into the La Source hairpin. Down the inside, Florian Mack keeping it, and they did make contact. Lasse Streje trying to go around the outside, and I don't think he'll make it. But he does have a better exit than Florian Mack. And Abe Santama also colliding, I think, with Benaiman Baumann as they're heading towards a Rouge and Radalon. And Benaiman Baumann had the epic job here to not rear-end Abe Santama, because that will cause imminent death for both of them, most likely. As Benaiman Baumann now tries to go round the outside of the Lacombe chicane yet again. He's done it once. He tried to do it once at least. And oh, they make contact again. And he's forced off the track. Benaiman Baumann takes the position away from Abe Santama. Not sure how legal that was. But he was forced off. Did cut the track a little bit there. Now up into 10th place. Abe Santama will not be too happy with that, I don't think. Not happy at all. The battle in front of them starting to cool off a little bit. You know, they're having a bit of a timeout period. They don't want to be fighting consistently. Lasse Streje wants to be fighting constantly. He's 2/10 away from Florian Mack. We saw him pulling alongside him down towards the La Source hairpin. I think he might be a bit too far back in order to make any sort of advancement this lap at least. As Abe Santama will be following closely behind Benaiman Baumann, as they've got Malik Mamad now in front of them, behind them, sorry. Oh, you saw the flames on the back of that McLaren. That was a pretty nice visual effects sort of thing. And oh, Lasse Streje going off there as he tried to make a move on Florian Mack. And he's lost some crucial time. I said that making even the smallest of mistakes here can cause pretty big repercussions, consequences, big consequences. That's the word I was looking for, because Benaiman Baumann now getting very, very close to the back of Lasse Streje and Abe Santama. And will now have Malik Mamad behind him for company. Paweł Żerzybowski 4 tenths away from Nikolai Polyakov. Polyakov. I think that's how you say it. For F1 memes. It's one hell of a name. And also that's one hell of a livery they've got on as well. A bright pink livery with F1 written on the front, F1 memes written on the front, and a good gradient down to the blue on the back. Paweł Żerzybowski obviously running the Forza Italia.pl livery, a beautiful livery if I have to say so myself. Florian Mack running the VRL livery, still stuck in 8th place. Nasus Treje in 9th. Now anyone towards the bank, what are they doing? Edo Kops, he started, well, he started in 15th place, in 17th place. Now behind Daniel Geraldo as he tries to make his way up the field. I think he was the one who was involved in the bus stop chicane accident, and again nearly involved in the bus stop chicane accident himself, as he very nicely avoiding Daniel Geraldo, as Daniel Geraldo was fighting with David Plotka there as well. Lewis Selch, we saw him fighting with Ryan Leach and Malik Mamad at the start. Now he's fighting with Ali Bengali for 14th place. Only 4 tenths, 5 tenths separate these two. And Ali Bengali is close to the back of Ryan Leach too, so he will have the benefit of the slipstream. While that's happening, we still have Lewis Trotters leading the race, now a whole 9 seconds ahead of Ivan Chekhov. Konstantin Soldatov starting to do a little bit of a, I think a tire saving stint right now. He's lost about 2 seconds to the back to Ivan Chekhov. And the battle for 6th place is still going on. The Lassos Treasury starting to fall back a little bit there. Most likely either is suffering from a big amount of tire loss, tire drop off, or either just, you know, saving fuel, saving tires, wanting to extend this stint as long as possible. Like Paweł Żerzybowski, who's still fighting Nikolai Polyakov closer than ever. As Abe Santama also fighting Benjamin Baumann for 10th place. Benjamin Baumann was fighting Abe Santama for a long time to get ahead of him. He got ahead of him. Not sure if that was a legal move, but you know, I am not a steward here, so I'm not one to decide. My judgment may be different. In the background, Ali Bengali 3 tenths away from Ryan Leach. This is for 13th place. As the pit stop UK Lamborghini in front of Ali Bengali. Now, I think they're doing a pretty good job so far. I don't think they've dropped back too many positions. Only 1. Whereas Ali Bengali gained 2 positions from the start. first pit stops will be happening in about, I suspect, 14 to 20 minutes. Yeah, around the 7-hour dead mark to the 6-hour 50 mark, we'll probably see our first pit stops. But again, Florian Mack and Paweł Żużałowski. Paweł Żużałowski going to the outside, now going to the inside. Probably just trying to look for the brake marker as Florian Mack overshoots that corner greatly. Probably stuck in the double slipstream of Paweł Żużałowski and Nikolai Polakov. That's going to bring Lasse Strege a bit closer as Abe Santama still battles on with Benjamin Baumann. And Ali Bangali close behind Ryan Leach as they head down the same hairpin. Abe Santama 3/10 away, and he is going quicker than Benjamin Baumann by a whole 10th a lap, even when he's stuck behind him, and he wants to get a move on here. He is just got a 1.5 second gap to Malik Mamad behind him here. So any mistakes, as I said before, will probably cause him to lose that position, and that's the last thing he wants. He wants to get into the top 8, but Benjamin Baumann is the only person who's trying to stop him here. And also just the strategy, as we have a look at the weather, still cloudy and no signs of rain, but there is a possibility for rain. Benjamin Baumann at last lap 18.7, Abe Santama 18.9. So yeah, not sure what to think of that at all. Ali Bengali, 4/10 away. He's got Louis Zelch now behind him yet again. That's Ali Bengali. What we're trying to get, a better exit out of Arouge and Radulon as they go up the hill. A very, very steep hill. The game just does not show the incredible steepness of it. But Ali Bengali, that was a pretty clean approach. So can he challenge him here down the inside off the Lacombe chicane? I don't think he will. And that just gives Ryan Leach an extra amount of time to try and defend from the Mercedes, the number 5 Mercedes. Still, Ali Bengali in that Mercedes, a very, very quick Mercedes indeed. We'll be hoping to take that position as quick as possible. Yeah, let's go 888. That is the Lasse Strege. That is the Mercedes of Lasse Strege. They are still in a very close battle with Florian Mack and Paweł Żużałowski and the rest of them, but sadly not able to get ahead so far. We'll see how the strategy plays out for them, but they have gained, I think, 1 or 2 positions from the start, so good stuff by them, and still they fight on. Florian Mack, 2/10 away from Paweł Żartowski as Lasse Strechy was closing that gap to Florian Mack. And look at Florian Mack. He's got an immaculate run down the Camel Straight. He goes to the inside, and will he make a move? No, he won't. He's just going to stay just a little bit longer behind. And that was close. Why did number 43 receive a penalty? I have zero clue. I think that might be a question for the stewards. Not sure why. I'm just a commentator. I'm sorry. I don't know what's going on in the background in terms of stewarding. I'm trying to keep my eyes on these battles, especially battles that are, you know, more than just one car, more than just two cars, I mean. Who is number 43 anyway? Let's have a quick look. Number 43 is Tudor Nachita in P20 right now, and let's have a look what sort of penalty they have gotten on. Oh my god, look at these penalties being handed out. I think, yeah, number 43, a 10-second penalty. Zero clue. Probably a good idea to look in the penalty channel if you don't know what you got a penalty for. If it's not there, it's probably getting typed up. Now, I'm sure that the stewards are doing a good job. And yeah, it looks like I'm just looking in the penalty channel myself right now. It's a 5-second penalty, but doubled because it's lap 1 for turn 13 dive bomb. There you have it. Not sure when that happened. Not lap 1. Paweł Żartowski still 2/10 away from Nikolai Polakov as Lasse Strechy, the 888 Mercedes. We've already seen, we've seen an 808 Mercedes. They've been super quick. The 888 Mercedes even quicker. Ali Bengali 2/10 away from Ryan Leach as they are heading through the second sector. Same penalty for making someone lose one position or 20. Same penalty for making someone lose one position. 20. Just go for it, boys. Well, probably another thing with the stewards to discuss with. Just merely looking at the race, especially the race between Ali Bengali and Ryan Leach, the Pit Stop UK Lamborghini, and Lewis Elch behind them too, the number 63. Oh, no, actually, no. It says 63 on the side. It's the number 121 Lamborghini. You could do last stop length for pit stops. Nobody has done a pit stop yet. As Ali Bengali still behind Ryan Leach for 13th place. Lasse Strechy 0.4 seconds behind Florian Mack. Paweł Żartowski pulls to the inside, so did Nikolai Polakov. As now, will he go to the inside to try and make a last effort move? As the stints are starting to expire, as Abe Santama and Benaiman Bauman still fighting. Benaiman Bauman going off the track. And Abe Santama still behind as Malik Mamad has fallen behind this crowd quite a bit. He's 2 seconds behind Paweł Żarabowski. 3/10. Yet again, the squad is back. All of them are very close together. Lasse Strege and Florian Mack have caught up to the back of Paweł Żarabowski, who's kept a consistent gap to the back of Nikolai Polakov. And I wonder, as soon as Nikolai Polakov goes into the pits, will they all just follow closely behind him here? Florian Mack trying to go round the outside of Paweł Żarabowski. I don't think he'll be able to make the move. Oh, there's contact between Paweł and Nikolai Polakov, and they did spin each other out. Paweł Żarabowski making big contact with the F1 Memes car. And that is going to give the position to Florian Mack here, I think, as Nikolai Polakov tries to recover from that. Florian Mack trying to go around the outside of the Lasource hairpin of Paweł Żarabowski, and now Lasse Strege also trying to get this position. Oh my god, I am absolutely speechless as how close these guys are. There's a 10th separating them as they go through a Rouge and Radalon, and that is absolutely spectacular to watch. And yeah, that is exactly how things may boil over. Paweł Żarabowski just going a bit too hot behind the F1 Memes car, as Florian Mack still trying to look down the inside of the Lacombe chicane, and Paweł Żarabowski out of control there a little bit. You saw him wiggling coming out of the Lacombes, and oh, again, I wonder if that is the tire drop-off that we are seeing towards the end of his stint. Florian Mack, having started 5th, would really dearly love to see this position before he goes into the pits. Now, this has brought Benaiman Bauman and Abe Santama a bit closer to the back of this pack. As Florian Mack still, probably knowing that he will have to come into the pits quite soon, fighting on. And will we see, possibly, after that collision, Nikolai Polakov come into the pits? I think he's only got enough fuel for a 1 hour, I think 1 hour 5 stint, might be a bit more, as he is going to come across the line yet again. And look at them behind. Benaiman Bauman enjoying this as well, as he is going to be hoping that these guys make a big mistake, and he will get promoted up into 7th place then, but not sure that that will happen with this squad. But we have seen Benaiman Bauman being a pretty feisty driver. As the Triple Eight continues to close the gap to Florian Mack, who is fighting with Paweł Żarabowski, who is fighting with kind of fighting with Nikolai Polakov. After that collision, I think Nikolai has disappeared more or less into the horizon. It's Lasse Strege now has Benaiman Bauman at the back of him, and Abe Santama falling a bit behind. Not sure what's happened to him. Probably a big tire drop-off as that McLaren eats tires for breakfast, for dinner, any meal you name. That McLaren is going to be eating tires, as the absolutely crazy understeer that the car has. Probably the reason why Nicolai has had that little bit of a collision with Pavel, probably because he was going a bit too slow out of that corner. Look at this now. It is beginning to be a 5-car battle now. There's been Iman Baumann back in 10th place. This is where he started. Now behind Lasse's Treasury. So any positions gained from now on will be good for him. This will be profit, as he is trying to go alongside him into Blanchimont, which is the last place you want to be trying to overtake. As it looks like Lasse's Treasury will be going into the pits. You saw the indicators going to the right. And I think a lot of people are going to be coming in. Maximilian Gallas into the pits. And I think this whole entire crowd might come into the pits. No, it won't. Lasse's Treasury into the pits. Promote Abe Santoma up into 10th place. Now Maximilian Gallas also into the pits. And there's the number 1 car with Tommy Lydon. We'll see how and what they will do. Ali Bangali into the pits. So is Louis Zelch. And Alexander Pavlov has just come out of the pits. And a lot of people actually behind have come into the pits. We just have not seen it. That is Philip Ferlinskis and Sander Derbauer, who's fighting with Mark Jones as it currently stands. Alexander Pavlov just coming out of the pits. George Brook has come into the pits. So did Alex Villabrille, Raymond Camps, Peter Romeo, Femi Blue, and so did Cruz. They have all come into the pits. And so did Chico Lindvar and Andy King. They were fighting closely behind each other too. We'll see how that switches up the order, because it's always fun to see how these guys do their strategy. There's still the 6-way battle for now what is P5. Continues on. Abe Santoma closely behind Iman Baumann, who's made a big mistake, it looks like, because he's fallen quite a bit behind Florian Mack. And there we go. The leader is in the pits now as well. That is Louis Rotters coming into the pits. So that will be Ivan Chekhov either coming into the pits now, and he does. I thought, or either he will take the race lead, which is going to be for Konstantin Soldatov. He will be taking the race lead from Ivan Chekhov and Louis Rotters. Jakub Shaver into the pits, and I think Nikolai Polakov will be thinking of coming into the pits now too. And I think that is him in. So does Paweł Jajabowski and Florian Mack and Iman Baumann. Abe Santoma staying out of the pits right now. He will be inheriting P2. Malik Mamad also staying out of the pits. Ryan Leach also staying out of the pits. So is Chris Zuger possibly. I'm not sure. He's not too close to the pits right now. As more people come into the pits now too. Louis Rotters still hanging on in there, and so is Ivan Chekhov. We'll see who comes out first. As Ivan Chekhov still in the pits, still slowly, as there we go, Louis Rotters coming out of the pits. Nikolai Polakov just about turned into the pits. And Jakub Shaver also coming out now as well, as Marco Akmadza up in 6th place. He made up 14 positions. Obviously, he's still yet to come into the pits. So is Chris Yuger. Zuger, I mean, and Ryan Leach. Malik Mamad also yet to come into the pits, and so is Abe Santama. I think Konstantin Sandatov will come into the pits now, because he's only got 3 about minutes to go. Well, we'll see. There's Ivan Chehov, Pavel Grabowski coming out of the pits. So is Florian Mag, Valentin Cordier, he's still not coming to the pits. Benjamin Baumann coming out of the pits too, and Konstantin Sandatov still not coming into the pits. Will Abe Santama come into the pits? I think he has to. And he does indeed come into the pits now from P2. We'll see where he ends up. Malik Mamad also not coming into the pits, and Ryan Leach is. Chris Zuger is still too far back to see if he is or not. Marco Akmadza and Chiro Nachita not in the pits. Yeah, Chiro Nachita, by the way, 21 place lead. He's caught Jakob Osterman, who is the race leader pretty much. And Ryan Leach and Chris Zuger and Marco Akmadza now also into the pits. That is what we all expected. Now only Malik Mamad and Konstantin Soldatov to come into the pits. And Konstantin is leaving it out very, very late. He has to come into the pits in the next 2 minutes. Well, obviously he will. But he is keeping it very, very close. Anybody getting a stop and go? Obviously not. Because they are the top teams. I'm not sure why they would get a stop and go penalty. But, you know, sometimes things happen. You're a bit too distracted. Don't put in the pit limiter or whatever. There's Konstantin now. We'll be rounding off the final sector, and we'll probably be setting up all of his pit strategy tools and everything. He'll be coming into the pits now because he will not be able to stay out much longer without taking a penalty. Which will now promote Jakob Osterman up into P1, because Malik Mamad will also have to come into the pit. So, yeah, that is your first bit of penalties, pit stops. Tommy Leiden now very close to the back of Gilles Alleman as he's going to be trying to make the move. This is the Mission Spinal racing car in front of Tommy Leiden. As there we go, Konstantin into the pits. Malik Mamad will also be coming into the pits, and I think Konstantin will be fine, but he might get a penalty here. I'm not sure, as he is extending his pit stint timer. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. As there is Malik Mamad as well, and he might get a penalty. That he's let it out very, very late, indeed. Tommy Leiden started third, was running fifth. Gilles Alleman and the rest have kind of jumped them. We'll see if they get ahead of Malik Mamad. They probably will. There's somebody in front of them screeching tires. I think that was the number 194. Oh no, sorry, the 104 of Artyom Tutin. Pretty close in front of Tommy Leiden and Gilles Alleman. Two very quick drivers, obviously, as you guys have heard before. Tommy Leiden, the VGTR Season 3 champion. And also Formula Setups, the top team in LFM in terms of ELO. Oh, look at that move. What a move it could have been. As there we go, Konstantin still in the pits, so is Malik Mamad and Benjamin Koo just coming out of the pits. I'm not sure who will it be though, because they have made up 10 positions. That is a good amount of positions made up for the team, and I think it'll be somebody else now. Yes, it is. It is the Miguel Astazaren who will be taking the wheel. As Konstantin now out of the pits, and no penalty for him, so he has left it right to the end. And that is now Igor Agorodnikov who is taking the wheel, and, well, he is way too quick. I'm not going to be too surprised if we see him catch the back of Jakob Osterman, or at least extend the lead, second place from Artem Tutin by quite a margin. Now, Tommy Lydon, still very close to the back of Shields Alaman, though he didn't just lose a lot of time there. Maxim Dolgopiatov has pitted. This is the F1 memes car. Now they're behind the 888 Mercedes. And we might see a move here, as it looks like the 888 has jumped Maxim in the F1 memes car. And actually a lot of people jumped the F1 memes car. Remember, they were running in 6th place, and now they dropped another 6 places. Not good at all. And good news for Matt Royale, though, and good news for Abe Santama too, as he has kept 10th place, actually gained 10th place. Now 2/10 separating these two, 1/10 separating these two as they head into the bus stop chicane. What will he be able to do? As I think I saw Emmanuel Cardinale trying to get ahead of Kevin Chartier, and they will be going alongside each other here as Maxim Dolgopiatov gets ahead of Matt Royale for 11th place, and that is his start of the recovery drive. As Kevin Chartier just going to the outside, and contact between Kevin and Emmanuel. Nothing too major though, Jakob. Yellow flags for him, as I think he's getting held up by some blue flaggers. Hello there, viewers. Ben Hu. Well, indeed, hello to you too. Not a bad stint, isn't it? I mean, started second to last, so that's never good, but as Emmanuel Cardinale goes to the inside here, he does make contact yet again with Kevin Chartier. But now he is ahead and up into 8th place. This is better than where he was before. He's jumped quite a lot of people from the pits. Yeah, good stuff, Ben Hu, or Ben Hu. Able to make the best of the situation that they put themselves in. Starting second to last. Now they are, oh, you know what, running a pretty good 26th place. Beating some people in the pits as well, so yeah, not bad at all, not bad at all. As Tommy Lydon continues to chase down Gilles Alaman, as Gilles is also trying to catch the back of Artem Tutin, who is, yeah, that is podium positions, as I wanted to say. That is a podium position fight. Tommy Lydon now 2/10 away from Gilles Alaman. And that McLaren pretty quick down the straight, and so is the Audi. Now, will we see a move here by Tommy Lydon? He's a pretty ballsy driver. Down the inside, can he make the move? Yeah, I think he does. Diving straight to the inside, the number 1 Audi. Oh, bending it absolutely, going way too quick into the Lacombe chicane. And oh, bouncing all over the place, trying to keep the place ahead of Shields Alaman, but, well, it's a miracle that he kept it out the wall. And a miracle that he did not crash into Shields. That was one heck of a test for that suspension. Now, I think we saw Matt Royale and Mattia De Campo yet again fighting. Matt Royale for the 888 Mercedes, not doing too good of a job here to keep the guys behind. He's already been passed by Maxim Dolgopiatov, now passed by Mattia De Campo, and did have Will Casson looking very closely at the back of his car. As Jakub Osterman, I said that Igor Ogorodnikov might be trying to catch Jakub Osterman. Well, that wish is completely out the window. Jakub with a 217.1, flying, absolutely flying along. There's Maxim Dolgopiatov now behind Val Thunder. This is for 10th place, and in case you haven't noticed, that is still the VGTR team car, so that is Abe Santama. Abe Santama's teammate, Val Thunder, who is alongside him. Well, F's, our first driver's game just crashed. Oh, PC crashed. Oh, no. I wonder, I genuinely have no clue who that is, as Maxim Dolgopiatov gets past Val Thunder. Sad time for the VGTR Pro team. As Shields Alaman also got passed by Tommy Lydon, now down into 5th place. Tommy Lydon will be trying to catch the back of Artem Tutin. If I'm not mistaken, that might be the number 88 Mercedes. Yeah, there's only 33 drivers out there now, so sadly a technical issue for one of the drivers, and they're out of the first race. Number 27, there we go, the number 27 ERA eSports had a PC crash. And Shields Alaman still following very closely behind. Tommy Lydon not wanting to give up the position too quickly, obviously. Shields will be now trying to go to the outside, and Tommy Lydon swerving to the outside as well. That made Shields Alaman a bit anxious and did go onto the grass periodically there. Could have taken out Tommy Lydon if things didn't go to plan. There's Will Casson now also ahead of Matt Royale periodically. That is the teammate of Ryan Leach. That is the Pit Stop UK Lamborghini. And they're going to be going side by side, coming into a Rouge and Radalon. I'm going to close my eyes yet again, as now they're fully alongside. But there goes Will Casson ahead of Matt Royale. It's a beautiful overtake. Every single time I see an overtake through there, it's absolutely spectacular. covering all bases as well, defending from Matt Royale, and keeping 13th place. There's yellow flags for Miguel Estezara, and is that a beaten up car? I don't think it is. Still in 24th, still has gained 2 positions. 12 positions. 2 positions from when he pitted. 12 positions from the start. Mattia Di Campo now trying to get past Val Thunder 2, and it's not a good day for VGTR eSports Pro at all, as they are tumbling down the order bit by bit. But hopefully Val Thunder here can keep his car ahead of Mattia Di Campo for just an extra 40 minutes. Mattia Di Campo now 1/10 away from Val Thunder. Val Thunder going to the outside, and he's not going to be defending the inside line at all, and that is it. Mattia Di Campo up into 11th. Val Thunder down into 12th, and that is 1 more position for VGTR eSports to try and gain by the end of this race. It should be pristine, as he's doing very well. And we fixed it last pit. Okay. I just saw a yellow flag. I was confused why that happened. But looks like everything is fine now. And there is a bit of a battle forming at the front. It is Tommy Lydon trying to get back his 3rd place that he started at, ahead of Artem Tutin, who has gained. I actually lost 1 position. He started in 2nd place. It is Igor Ogorodnikov and Konstantin Soldatov who started P4. They made it up into P2. And they are going to stay there. Stay there for a long time, I think. And there's Tommy Lydon, 3/10 behind Artem Tutin now. Will not be making a move into the bus stop chicane, that's for sure. Jules Alaman will be following closely, not letting these guys go. He's still got the pace. Absolutely does. It's Florian Mag. 6th right now, ahead of Lucian Proshnica in 7th place, and Emmanuel Cardinale. So he's jumped quite a lot of people. Did Florian Mag. Actually jumped all of the guys that he was fighting. As there goes Tommy Lydon down the inside. This is his favorite corner to try and overtake at. And he is ahead of Artem Tutin now, and that is podium positions for Tommy Lydon. Now, Gilles Zannemann will also try and get 4th place here. And you know what? If Tommy Lydon continues on like this, that is going to be him through to the GT3 VCO spot, as he's now in the top 3 place. Gilles Alaman will be in the GT4s as it stands right now. So is Artem Teuton. But might want to try and up his chances, you know, get up there, up into 4th place, keep his chances high. We are just waiting as Gilles Alleman now tries to go to the inside. Mission Spin Out Racing car. Looking yellow and black as always. Actually, no, not as always. I think I've seen them run a different car last time out. Now they're running this. I think I saw them running the red and white car. Gilles Alleman still 3/10 away. As Val Thunder comes into the pits. That is definitely an unplanned pit stop. Val Thunder yellow flags. Not sure what's going on with him. Gilles Alleman 2/10 away from Artem Teuton. This is for 4th place. Oh, and contact. That is definitely on Gilles Alleman there, I think. And Artem Teuton will probably lose the position to Florian Mack too, as Florian Mack has been gaining consistently on these guys. Oh, and that is not a great way to get ahead. Still. Well, this is about the time of the Grand Prix where most things are starting to level out. You know, not as much as it did in the first season, because that was big gaps between everybody. Obviously, there's still a big gap between P1 and 2, because P1 is driving the Red Bull car. But this is more or less the time when most people will be you know, thinking more or less into the future. We'll be thinking of what sort of strategies they can do. Looking at the weather, it's actually getting hotter, it looks like. And it is 3:40 p.m. in-game. And yeah, we'll just be trying to strategize and talk as much through their possibilities that they can do. And maybe even just start to preserve tires and preserve fuel. Try and extend their stints as long as possible, as we saw Constantin do that, and he gained quite a bit of time. He gained 3 seconds. He gained a whole like 7 seconds of time to Tommy Lydon. Florian Mack now getting very close to the back of Artem Teuton, but I think that won't matter too much, as Gilles Alleman might get a penalty. I'm not sure though. It's obviously down to whoever is reporting in their team and who is going to be discussing the penalty as well. We'll see how that pans out. Now we've got Mattia Di Campo fighting with Maxim Dogopiatov. Val Thunder down in 20th place. Obviously lapping quicker than the guys in front of him and behind him, so he'll be trying to make moves up the field quite soon. Florian Mack still in the car, and his teammates will be pretty happy with him. I think I would be happy, as he's trying to make a move into the bus stop chicane, out of the bus stop chicane. He gets a great run down towards the source, and he has to do this quick because he's got Lukjan very, very close behind them, as Florian Mack now to the inside. Will he make this move stick? And I think he might. Artem Teuton sadly gets in a pretty poor entry, but getting a very good exit out of there, and he's going to be ahead before they get to the Arouge Radalon section. No, he won't. He actually let him have the position. And now that's Florian Mack up into 5th place. Artem Teuton making a big mistake, and now Lukjan will be ahead of him as well for 6th place. And Artem Teuton losing a ton of position, starting in P2, now down into P7. Definitely not a dream start to the race for them. Mattia Di Campo now 3/10 away from Maxim Dogopiatov. This is a fight for 10th place. This is in order to get closer to that top 8 spot. As we all know, that top 8 spot is the one which promotes you to the VCO Grand Finals. Obviously, 6, 7, 8 will have to still do a GT4 playoff race again. So, to be fair, if I was one of the top teams and I wanted to enjoy this to the very, very top, I think I would actually try and finish 6th, 7th, or 8th. And get an extra... Well, actually, no. If I knew I wasn't going to finish in the top 3, if I knew I wasn't Tommy Lydon or Jakub Osterman or Igor Ogorodnikov, I'd probably try and finish 6th, 7th, or 8th. You know, get an extra race, get into the playoffs, hopefully play against some very top teams as well, and then have a possibility to go through to the VCO, which is what is the case for Lukjan, Artem Tutin, and Emmanuel Cardinale for now. And if you don't already know, this championship will be happening every these races in the championship will be happening every 2 weeks. So starting from today, obviously, up all until the 17th of September. So a long, long way to go for these drivers. And the next race will be Brands Hatch. I think it's the 6 hours of Brands Hatch, if I'm not wrong. I should be knowing this off by heart, but apparently I don't. I think it is the 6 hours of Brands Hatch. It is. And then it is going to be the 12 hours of Watkins Glen. We'll see how that is. Because we got the 24 hours of Watkins Glen happening on the 29th of July, if you want to join that. There's Matteo Di Campo still. He looked to the inside. You saw that. I saw that, you saw that for sure. That was a very close call indeed, but still keeping closely behind. Still 4/10 away. Mattia Di Campo, the number 121 Lamborghini. He has been following closely and closely behind. Well, closest battle on the grid right now, on the track. And this is for the top 10 spot. As Lukjan still trying to get closer to the back of Florian Mag, as Artem Tutin will have to defend from the back of Emmanuel Cardinale. As there goes, okay, they're just lapping a back marker because that looked like a great overtake, but sadly not. Just a back marker getting lapped. Well, Mattia De Campo still following closely behind Maxim Dolgopiatov, the F1 memes car. And you know what? We don't know them. Maybe they are memeing around. Maybe this is part of their great plan to try and mess with all of us. And maybe, you know, in the 6 hours that they have, maybe they will absolutely jump ahead and, yeah, do some crazy stuff. Though I doubt that would be their plan, to fall back to 10th place and make up positions, as they're already about a minute behind Jakob Osterman and about 30 seconds. Actually, not that big of a gap, is it, after those pit stops? Only 30 seconds behind like Igor Ogorodnikov and Tommy Lydon, so not bad. Not bad at all. As the F1 race finally finishes as well. And I'm not going to spoil what has happened for the sake of other people who will be watching it. You know, maybe they recorded it. Yeah, I'm doing good. I'm doing good. If you are a driver or if you're a supporter, do say who you are supporting or who you're driving for. But yeah, doing good. It's been a very fun race so far. It's been a great qualifying as well. And I am super excited to see what Brands Hatch brings to us too, because it is a very short track and way less corners to, you know, have differences in pace in. As there goes Mattia De Campo. An easy overtake, it looked from the outside. Definitely way more calculated and way harder than it looks. But that was a great overtake. And up into 10th place. Just a spectator, not following anyone, and not a driver. All right. Well, I hope you are enjoying the stream so far. If you are not aware, this is the VCO Grand Finals Qualifiers, Grand Final Qualifiers Endurance Championship Season 2. So, top 3 will go into the GT3, P4 and 5 will go into the GT4s, and 6, 7, 8 will go into the GT4 playoffs, which then I think one team out of each league will go through to VCO. I'm not sure. Or maybe I think it's just the 3 teams that out of the whole playoff will go into the GT4. Yeah. Pretty crazy stuff. Number 27 on their way again. Have they rejoined? I think they have. Yes, they have. Number 27 back out there. Sadly, though, seven laps behind the leaders. Make that 8. It's unfortunate. It is very unfortunate. Are now heading towards the 2-hour mark. I think I just saw a message from the teammate of Jakob Osterman to not lift off at any corner, you know, to either keep on going and just let them go at the end of a straight, or to just brake a little bit at the end, just so then they know that they are slowing down, because when you lift off, sadly in these GT3s they do not show a brake light like some residential normal civilian cars. They do show a brake light when you are letting go of the throttle, but yeah, no, what he said, don't lift off. Maxim Dolgopiatov still closely behind Matteo Di Campo. Still doing a very good job to keep closely behind. And Maxim Dolgopiatov, well, he's got the pace. He definitely has the pace. He's quicker than Matteo Di Campo per lap here, but not able to yet get ahead. But there he is, only a tenth off now. Number 27 behind them now, and also coming into the Lecombe chicane, not going to be able to get ahead into 10th place, and Maxim yet again behind.
Afternoon once again.
And there we go. We've got Tommy Brown back on the in the box.
Back on the mic for another hour and a bit or so. Let's see how things go. To be honest, yeah. Good task taken care. Good task taken care of. Had my lunch as well. Thought, you know, you gotta do like chores. You gotta do some cleaning. You might as well make it interesting for yourself, you know. So I thought, you know what, F1's on. I'll get that going. Then, you know, the problem with using F1 to try and make anything more interesting is that F1 isn't very interesting.
Yeah.
So of course I've come back to a much superior racing series where my first observation is that Jakob Osterman for Whitburn Racing in the number 10 Audi is still pretty firmly in the lead. 20 seconds now stands the advantage.
Yeah, but if you do observe a bit further down the grid, I think you might find the VGTR eSports Pro team a bit out of place.
Hang on, I'll scroll. Ah, that's unfortunate. P19 currently for the main VGTR team. Only one retirement since I last left, which is nice to see. Most of them still around. I also see Britt Batista's name there in the team listing for the 89 McLaren, another VGTR staple. But no, yeah, not an amazing race so far for the main VGTR team. For myself and other people who may be joining, and of course, if they are joining, are no doubt fans of the VGTR Challenge and want to see their favourite drivers and the man who they always see ahead of them on track, Abe Santama, doing well. Could you fill me in on what exactly has happened for the main VGTR team?
Well, it looks like they just had a pretty poor stint, to be fair, at the start. They fell down, as you saw. They were sleeping a little bit. They fell down from 9th to 12th. They made their way back up into 11th, and then up into 10th. And then they had a bit of a, let's just call it a scrappy fight with, I think, the teammate of, I have to get this correct, Emmanuel Cardinale, his teammate, Bauman was fighting very closely with Abe Santama, and they did make contact quite a bit of times, but after that, things just started to fall a bit apart. It looks like as soon as they went into the pits, they switched drivers from Abe Santama to Val Thunder, and they came out a bit behind everybody else and started to just lose a pace. They just started to lose pace quite a lot. They got passed by Matteo Di Campo, Maxim Dolgopiatov, Will Casson, Matt Royale, and then they came into the pits again, an unexpected second pit stop that was completely not in their schedule. So possibly they fitted wrong pressures, possibly they've had already a slow puncture coming out of the pits. Who knows, but all I know is after their pit stop, things have just gone downhill.
Not ideal, but on a more positive note for all the VGTR fans, you can see the number 16 Porsche in the other VGTR team, the VGTR Endurance VCO team, currently driven by Miguel Estiazaran, is currently in P23. And of course, just a little bit over an hour and a half ago, they were sat 37th. So that is a decent recovery so far. Bit of a gap forwards to Valentin Cordier, but still a good position to be in. Still a lot of race to go. And I want to say that they're running pretty nicely so far. 2:21 last lap, not too far from their best. So hopefully things continue to be nice and calm at the front. I think there might have been something. I don't know if there's a car. Then the car in front of me is now the number 43 BMW, currently driven by Tudor Nikita.
Yeah, came out of the pits just now.
Sim Motorsport. So perhaps as the 43 makes its way through a few cars who are, I reckon, depending on pace, there's a few cars they might be able to catch. Who knows if it might bring people more into the range of Miguel Estiazaran, who right now has acres of track space in front of him. A real luxury in a race like this.
Yeah, and I just got word that actually the VGTR eSports Pro team got a drive-through already in their first hour, so that is why they went for the unexpected pit stop. And Val Thunder, he's in the wall, it looks like. He's spun coming out of a Rouge and Radalon. And that's yellow flags for him. I hope he doesn't have too much damage on his car, but that has definitely ruined tires and ruined confidence as well. As behind him, he's got Nikita Panamarov as well, trying to catch closely, and he's going to get ahead of him. As I think, yeah, Val Thunder's got quite a lot of damage on that car. If I go on the inside, yeah, that car does not look too great.
It's unfortunate, really. Sometimes, especially at this circuit, especially on that corner, there's just sometimes sometimes you lose the car, sometimes the car loses you. I think is a good way to put it. It's definitely one of the trickiest places if you do lose control of the car to recover. So I think we can all have a little bit of sympathy for Val Thunder there. That said, as much as he may have some damage, he's so far he's not a million miles away from Nikita Ponomarov. So we'll see how this develops, if he wants to pit for repairs, if he's going to carry on.
Further up the grid though, Maxim Dolgopiatov, Mattia Di Campo and Kevin Chartier all separated by just about 2/10 between the three of them, as Mattia Di Campo goes for the inside of Kevin Chartier. Kevin Chartier just goes completely off the track and actually spun.
Yeah.
So maybe contact between him and Mattia, or maybe Maxim Dolgopiatov, not sure. But we will see. It's very close.
Yeah, it was a solid first stint for the 13 team, with Mamad in the hot seat, I believe, for the first stint. Got themselves into a good position, maintained position in the top 10. They've now fallen out of it, 11th place after that spin. But of course, as you say, these guys are running very, very close together. It's not too far ahead to for them to catch up to Maxim Dolgopiatov and Mattia de Campo if they do have the pace. We do have 6 hours for them to recover that, so I don't think they'll be too concerned at the moment. The other thing, of course, we got to take into account is that it's not too far ahead of them and this sort of whole group to people, to drivers like Emanuele Cardinale, who has a 15-second penalty, and of course not far ahead of him you've got Florian Mack with a 15-second penalty. These are more drivers that could find themselves later on because they, especially Florian Mack, appears to have very, very top of the grid pace. These drivers could all converge together, and at that point, that's where things can get a little bit interesting. There's a chance maybe for a bit more fighting for position to happen for this group. So even if mistakes do happen now, there's plenty of time to sort of recover. Whenever more cars get involved, there's always a chance for the lucky ones to break away, and that's what they're hoping they can do later in the race.
Exactly, and Florian Mack continues to fight with Gilles Alleman here as well. He'll be slowing himself down and letting Lukjan and the rest catch up as well, as he is absolutely flying along every single time they go over the top of the hill there before the Camel Straight. It makes my heart drop, because first of all, what if they get a drive through, and second of all, they all smash into the wall. We've seen what happened, wasn't it, last week with Delano Van Hoff? Yeah, not great, and that corner is just not good. Absolutely not good. Yeah, it's
definitely a tricky one to take, especially as you say, like with the drive-throughs, with the way that you have to take it to get sort of the smoothest line through the corner, especially in these GT3 cars. It does put you sort of on the edge of the track limits more than other corners do. And I'm sure anyone who's running a flaps around here has fallen afoul of it at some point. We have an incident. Number Carnival 169 has gone off the track. That's Valentin Cordier for the Manticore Racing team. He's going to actually drop a position behind Tudor Nectar because of that. Who, of course, came into the pits a few laps ago. It also, crucially, brings him just a tad closer to Miguel Astiatran in the other VGTR car, which, you know, we don't like to see any drivers going off, but we do like to see good results for the VGTR teams, and you know, it's still a big gap, but it's a little bit smaller than it was before.
Exactly. And looks like Valentin Cordier also has got quite a lot of damage on the front and the rear, which is just not going to help him at all. Val Thunder coming out of the pit, so he's made his 3rd pit stop now. Obviously, one of them has been a drive-through apparently. And now he's actually served his normal pit stop. And he might get lapped here by Jakob Osterman. And he might get lapped the 2nd time by Jakob Osterman. That is not going to be a great sight to see.
We saw the other one just a second ago when he had his when he had the crash. But it looks like it's going to be Abe Santama getting back into the car after all of this. At least according to my screen.
Yours is probably right. Mine is always a bit behind on that.
You have more detail. I have the live info. That's the
exactly.
That's the difference. I will say, I don't know how much that damage was on Valentin Cordier's car before. He definitely was a bit banged up before the crash. I don't know if that would have affected anything. I don't think he picked up anymore. I wasn't sure if he hit the tyre wall at the far end of. It's really bad. I can't remember that chicane's name. Lecom. There we go. Didn't know if he hit the tyre barrier at the far end of Lecom. I don't think he did. I think he rescued it just in time. He did go very deep in there. But as you say, yeah, there is a lot of damage. 12 seconds now, the gap behind him. We'll keep an eye on that to see how that develops. As we do now have... I was about to say, I do think we do now have the VGTR team come out of the pits, but I've completely lost them. So they may have already gone.
Yeah, they did go already.
Yep.
They are...
Oh, they're almost a full lap round.
Yeah, they're 26th right now.
26th behind the other VGTR team.
Yeah, which the other VGTR team has already... Well, they've done one pit stop. They still need to do another one, so... not to worry for them at all. But... Yeah, it's not looking good. It's always the AM team which outperforms themselves and the pro team which always underperforms. Not just for our squad, but also noticed that last season with Odyssey Racing League, where they had the pro team, I think get absolutely smoked by the AM team. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens. I think it's always the quicker drivers which try to push a little bit too hard.
It can happen in racing, really. If you have multiple teams, it can sometimes be hard to predict which one will win. I remember back in my karting days when I was in the BUKC, my first ever race, I think the top 4 were quite a long distance clear of everybody else, and it was Oxford Brookes University's A, B, C, and D teams who were the top 4, which was pretty painful for everybody else, I imagine. But pretty impressive for them. I think it might be the D team that actually won in the end.
The D team? The worst team, then.
Well, you say worst team, but I think one of their drivers was a former McLaren junior, so, you know, I don't know how much worse... I don't know how much better than that you can get for a worse team.
Yeah,
we see Abe Santima here coming up to the back of his first 4-position battle in this new stint against Henry Moore of Team 50. Santima going to go to the outside. We're going to get a run out of room there. Not really much opportunity to pass. Maybe here just before the long back straight he can get up ahead of Moore, and he does. P25 now for Abe Santima. The comeback begins, and got enough of a gap that I don't think you'll need to worry when he gets to the bus stop chicane.
Yeah. Well, it's supposed to be a big recovery drive to the top 5, as he said, so we'll see. The top 5 right now, though, is absolutely filled with crazy drivers. I'd like to call them absolutely crazy. I mean, Tommy Lydon, I think he made up 3 positions in the space of, I'd like to say, just a 10-20 minutes. He was absolutely on fire when you were away. He was fighting Florian Mack, Bosch done, Michiel Zaleman, Bosch done, and Artem Teuton, who I don't see here. Yeah, he's in 8th place right now. He was fighting him as well. Man would send it on the inside of Lacombe's every single time and win. So
that's just, I mean, let's face it, this is just that's just a normal Sunday for Tommy Lydon.
Yeah.
Like,
the
guy is absolutely insane.
Don't think he's been challenged enough. But he's still got a challenge in order to try and get ahead of Igor Ogorodnikov and Jakob Osterman, which he's not doing so far. He's actually 0.3 slower per lap than Igor Ogorodnikov, so
5-second penalty in the bank as well, which will I don't think it will cause too much of an issue, but of course just, you know, double that gap backwards, and you've got Gilles Allemar and Florian Marc fighting for position for 4th place at the moment. When Tommy Lydon and his team serve that 5-second penalty, they'll be more within touching distance of this little battle, and especially if the 202 and 11 cars can put their differences aside for a couple of laps, or if the 11 car pits anything and one of them's left alone, they're not fighting anymore, you can imagine they might be able to get a little bit extra pace drawn out when they know that they're within range of 3rd position, podium place on offer potentially.
And the final place for the GT3s in the VCO2, so it's a pretty important place for a lot of these drivers.
It's of course it's actually remarkable how we've been going this race now for over 2 hours, and Gilles Allemar all the way back to Emanuele Cardinale. Obviously there are penalties involved, but they're so close together. There's like 4 seconds or so actually, quick maths, separating positions 4 to 7 after 2 hours of racing, which is simply ridiculous. We have an amazing battle going on actually at the minute for position. Emanuele Cardinale trying to get past the number 500 Forza Italia.ple racing car of Lucian Prochnitsa. I'm really,
That's around the
I'm
name.
I'm not amazed. I'll be honest. I'm normally pretty good at working out pronunciations first time. This one's got me.
Yeah, that one's hard. You should also see his teammate, Paweł Szarzabowski. I mean, I think that's a fine name.
Paweł Jarzabowski I can do. I can't work out. The issue is with the C sounds. I know that the CH and the individual C are probably making distinct sounds. I feel like I should know what they are. I just can't remember. You know, all of my time, I feel like I didn't. I feel like I barely ever got a name wrong during my time as the VGTR commentator. But occasionally something comes up which throws me. But anyway, whatever his name is, he's currently fighting for position very fiercely with Emanuele Cardinale, who is bearing down on him. 0.3 of a second is the gap. There was an attempt to move into La Source. There might be a move here yet into Le Comte, but it's not going to happen for now. Emanuele Cardinale stays ahead, and I think we might see most of this lap go by before we see another attempt. Of course, there is some lapped traffic coming up ahead of them in the form. Is that one of the Pit Stop UK? No, it isn't. It's Jairo Jaramillo in the number 44 Ferrari. And I think he is going to move out of the way nice and early, not getting in the way of either of them. That is a lovely move on his part. Anyway, we'll keep watching. I think we'll just keep watching this battle for now. We'll have a little flick ahead because we do have Florian Mack and Gilles Allemand also fighting for position here. I'll tell you what, we'll watch each of these fights go through the bus stop chicane as and when they get there. I'm still not sure there's not going to be a move here, and there is! Oh, Emanuele Cardinale right into the back of Lucian Prochnitzer, I'm going to go for. Yep. Probably not right, but I'll deal with it. Dare say, he's got bigger problems on his mind right now than my horrible attempt at pronunciation, because not only is that crash cost him a lot of time, it's put him right back into the grasp of Mattia de Campo in the number 121 Lamborghini, and behind him there's more cars. The number 104 Mercedes of Artem Tutin is in 9th place, and just following this battle now we'll see if Mattia de Campo is going to go for this move on Lucien Prochnitzer, and I think Prochnitzer is going to be able to hold on to it. There's some slight contact as they go through the bus stop chicane. Mattia de Campo has the wide line. He's going to get a better run out of the bus stop chicane. He's going to be ahead as they charge down towards La Source, but Lucien Prochnitzer might not let this go that easy. Mattia de Campo, though, is far enough ahead that he doesn't have to worry quite for the time being. He's going to keep hold of 6th place. I think just as Artemi stepped away briefly, all of the action unfolded. I feel a little bit sorry for him there. But no doubt he is watching and observing wherever he is. Anyway, let's flip forward, shall we? We still have Gilles Allemand and Florian Mack having a much more well-tempered battle. As we see, Tommy Lydon has come in for his pit stop. Whether or not he will serve that penalty, we will see. He has. Tommy Lydon has served his penalty. So he's going to be doing his pit stop now. We'll see where he comes out. We'll pay attention to where the rest of the guys in this pack. We're expecting Gilles Allemand and Florian Mack to be closer to him. So we'll keep an eye on the number 202 and 11 cars here, currently fighting for P3, and see where they come out. Of course, Florian Mack will no longer be that close once he serves his 15-second penalty, a fate which is now shared by Emanuele Cardinale, who is that's not a new one actually. He's had that one for quite a while, I believe. But a fresh incident on his rap sheet last lap that crashed with Lucien Prochnitzer. And we're going to go back and see if anything develops between these three here. Mattia de Campo in P6 at the moment, still leading the way ahead of Lucien Prochnitzer and Artem Tutin. And of course, not far behind again. We've only got a second back from Artem Tutin before we get to Maxim Dolgopyatov. Is it Maxim? I think it is. Maxim Dolgopyatov. Absolute professional, mate. Know all the names. Yeah, this group altogether very, very, very close. If someone does manage to get close enough to go for a move, we don't know who else that could bring into play. a lot at risk right now. Of course, again, there's still plenty of race left, but you want to have a good position throughout. Just allows you that little bit of extra control. You see Artem Tutin now is going to come into the pits, as is Mattia de Campo. So we're beginning to see a couple more of the top drivers pit. And we'll have a look and see where they come out relative to Lucian Flockenser and Maxim Dolgopiatov as and when they do decide to pit. Let's flick back through the field and see what we can see. Joshua Parrott for Pit Stop UK Mercedes is in 17th. He's fighting for position with Ali Bangali for Get Speed, who was a pretty fast qualifier and had a decent first stint, I believe. Now fighting for position with the number 8 Mercedes, equal machinery there, of course. Just gonna pull it back and see if we can catch any of the top guys. We see those two pitting in. Valentin Cordier still with the damage there. Let's find one of the top guys, shall we? Oh, yeah, why not? Jakob Osterman for Whipperman Racing here. 2:18.0, pretty stonking race pace there, and he's also going to come into the pits now. We have a pit for our race leader. Will there be a driver swap involved? Who knows? I'm just trying to see. There has been a driver swap for the number 1, by the way. Tommy Lydon is out. Maximilian Gallas is into the car. Jakob Osterman could be swapping out for Lewis Roters, I would assume. We'll see what happens there. Artem Tutin and Mattia de Campo 121104. I need to start writing these numbers down somewhere because the driver names change around and I'm really bad at remembering numbers. As you see, Diego Ogorodnikov coming through La Source right now. Due to the pit stops, he's going to take the race lead, however briefly, in the number 911 Mercedes. It looks like Mattia de Campo has stayed in the... and Artem Tutin they both stayed in the car for the next pit stint, and Florian Mack is also now in the pits, as is Emanuele Cardinale. So we're going to keep an eye on where they come out, because that I think is the most interesting thing right now. Not interesting enough to watch them for several minutes while they do all their pit stop shenanigans, but interesting enough that I'll be keeping my eye on the minimap and working out when they're going to set off, as Gilles Allemand also comes through to take second position due to the pit stops ahead of Jakob Osterman in the Whitman Racing number 10 Audi. And there's Maxim Dolgopiatov, who's moved up to third as well. Lasse Strega ran in the top 10 early on, down to 16th now in the number 888 Mercedes. He is not fighting for position with Kevin Chartier or Will Casson, who are currently 4th and 5th due to all of the pit stops. Wayne Drury is behind them. There's Ali Bangali again and Joshua Parrott. Did they swap position? I think they swapped positions there. So well done, Ali Bangali, getting that done. Here comes Lewis Rochus now. He's back in the number 10 Audi, the car that is in the lead of the race by a little bit of a distance. Not too much, it's not insurmountable, but certainly enough that they'll be just wanting to get their heads down and focus on their own race, not worrying too much about what's going on behind them. We're going to look behind and see where the others come out. There's Lucian Prochnitzer, you can see there, Florian Mack and Emanuele Cardinale. I was really hoping they'd be done. We have an incident. That is Marco Akmadza. And this is an amazing camera view angle. There we go. He's coming to the pits. Then why were the yellow flags out? You lied to me, assettocorsa. You lied. I'm deeply hurt and embarrassed. And we have a first car moving out of the pits. It is Jan-Marcel Dietrich for Whipperman Racing, of course, replacing Florian Mack. Yep, I did get that right. Look at me go. Placing Florian Mack. And there is another yellow flag. The 187 car again. Causing yellow flag. We're just going to look behind Przemysław Ostruch. Man, please tell me I got that right, and I'm really sorry if I've messed up the pronunciation. But Przemysław Ostruch has come out of the pits in P12, just behind Emanuele Cardinale, I believe, or is it just ahead even? No, just ahead. So Emanuele Cardinale, who has stayed in the car, is now back behind the car that he punted off earlier. And there's still yellow flags out for this number 187. I don't know what's happening here. I'm a bit confused. I'm a bit confused here because, as far as I can work out, they've just pit stopped. They've changed around. Daniel Berke is now in the car. Hopefully, this means that there's not going to be yellow flags anymore. As Britt Batista, one of VGTR's very own, racing for Cosmosis eSports at the moment. P15, number 89, McLaren. He comes out of the pits as well. So far, this is a relatively relaxed portion of the race, but I'm going to go and find where are all these drivers who we were keeping an eye on. There is Emanuele Cardinale, currently sat in P13. A little bit ahead of him, 5 seconds up the road, is Przemysław Ostruch. And I'm still pondering all these pronunciations. I feel like the CH is more of a K sound. I think the single C is definitely a T, like in the city Katowice. That's what I'm thinking of now. This is really getting to me. I don't normally struggle with names. Anyway, Alston Tutin is also out of the car. Bako Mironov has come in to replace him in the number 10 for Mercedes. And just ahead of him, of course, is Jan Marcel Dietrich in the one of the Wickerman racing cars in the BMW there. Currently, we'll be wanting to move past the number 121 Lamborghini, and we're going to just keep our eyes on this because I don't know what he's planning. But as they come into Eau Rouge and through Radion, lots of curb being taken there, and Emanuele Cardinale already has another 15-second penalty. I'm not entirely sure. Did he not serve the other one? Hang on a minute. Jan Marcel Dietrich is going to go up the inside of Wojtek Dvorak into Lecom. Dvorak, though, able to hold on to the position for now. Good defense from the number 121 Lamborghini. I don't know to what extent this is really a battle for position. I don't think there's too much point for Dvorak to defend a whole lot here, but it doesn't look like it's going to matter too much. Dietrich going to be going up the inside into Pouon. Look at the size of the BMW compared to the Lamborghini. That thing is absolutely massive. I know that like it's a much talked about thing in the GT community. The absolute size. The absolute units that BMW keeps sending every single time they bring out a new car, but still, like I feel like these shots are really putting it into perspective. It is, I don't know, maybe the Lamborghini's timing. Anyway, next up behind Dvorak, which you'll have to deal with, is of course Przemysław Ostruch in the number 500 car, and thankfully he'll be glad to know that Emanuele Cardinale, after the previous incident, is all the way back 4 seconds behind with a 15-second penalty. I don't know if this was just he didn't serve the previous one. I think he served the previous one because he's ended up, further back. Yeah, and he's just picked up another 15-second one. Is that a speeding? Someone who's more well-versed in ACC can inform me. I think that might be a pit lane speeding violation. I'm not 100% sure. Again, my last proper commentating job for ACC was VGTR Season 3. We've now just finished Season 9. So it's been a while, I think it's fair to say. We have a couple of drivers in the pits. The number 58 Ferrari is in the pits, as is the previously leading 911 Mercedes, which was piloted by Yegor Ogorodnikov. It's going to be interesting to see where they come out. I'm just trying to keep my eyes on where Maximilian Gallas is at the moment. I think I see we just flick forwards. Maximilian Gallas, the teammate of Tommy Lydon, that is right? Yes, it is. Maximilian Gallas, the teammate of Tommy Lydon, the one-time VGTR champion, is coming up pretty rapidly behind none other than Abe Santimer, the four-time VGTR champion. Not world champion. I mean, you know, we are technically a global championship. We do have drivers from all over. Yeah, fuck it, why not? Abe Santimer, the four-time VGTR world champion. Yeah, it just sounds right, doesn't it? He is being closed down now by that number 1 car, and I think, did I see a flash of yellow flag somewhere? I don't know. As we see the number 10 Audi, piloted by Lewis Rotus, comes out only just ahead here of the number 911 Mercedes, piloted still by Yegor Ogorodnikov. That is a little bit interesting to me. That gap has closed quite a bit. I'm not entirely sure what the strategies of these two teams are. I wasn't really paying attention to know if the Rickman Racing team just took an extra long pit stop to do X, Y, or Z, because I wasn't really aware of what the gaps were at the beginning. But you know, that's what I'd call that touching distance in an 8-hour race. Still 5.5 hours left to go, of course, as we move into... I was about to say as we move into whatever lap it was, but I don't think I have that displayed. Do I? 60. Yeah, as the driver's now on their 60th lap around Spa-Francorchamps. Let's have a little flick through, see if we can see anything going on. I see a juicy pack of cars up here. And, oh, what do you know? It's Wojtek Dvorak, who's been a source of on-track action in the last 5 minutes. Now he's got another challenger in the form of Przemysław Ostruch. The number 121 Lamborghini here, again, not really racing too much for position. I will point out as well that Emanuele Cardinale has closed in by half a second since we last checked in on the number 500 Lamborghini. Meanwhile, Mirmanov in the number 104 Mercedes, dropping back a little bit, 5.2 seconds the gap now, falling slightly backwards into the clutches of Malik Mamad, who put in a very good first stint for the Rolling Goat team, and has just hopped back in the car for another stint, qualified well as well. And so one of the fast drivers, I think, on the track today, he'll be seeing if he can catch up to Bako Mimanov, who is currently just a couple seconds up the road. But anyway, back to Przemysław Ostruch and Valentin Dvorak as they hurtle their way through the Ardennes forest towards the bus stop chicane. Man, I'm bad with corner names today. We'll see if the number 500 Lamborghini feels like going for a move. There is going to be some defense from Dvorak, but it's going to be enough as well to stop any move from the number 500 Lamborghini. 3 Lamborghinis in close proximity here. It's like taking a walk through Mayfair. Przemysław Ostruch is going to do something that not many people would consider doing in Mayfair, and moving around one of these Lamborghinis very, very rapidly. Can't really do that in London. A lot of parked cars on either side, not a lot of space. Don't doubt that any of these drivers would have the talent to... oh, hang on a minute, what was that? Interesting line there from Wojtek Dvorak. Sorry, got a little bit distracted there. He does hold it together though. Big jumper of the curves, but and he's going to be settling in now behind the number 500 car. Behind him though, 1.5 seconds now. The gap back to Emanuele Cardinale, and we'll see if a move will develop there. Looking further back, here is Bako Mirmanov. You can see in the background Malik Mamad has gotten past Filip Frelinski, who was running a lap down just ahead of him. So now there's nothing but clear air between the number 13 Ferrari and its next quarry. There we go. That's the word I was looking for. Is it quarry? Like the thing that you give a hitman when you go to murder somebody. The next quarry. I think it is. It's not a word I hear used very often, but it's where my brain went. Anyway, let's go back to Wojtek Dvorak, who's having a rough few laps amongst these very, very quick drivers. It's putting up some genuinely quite good defence. Not much he could do against Dietrich, not much he could do against Ostruch. Let's see what he can do against Emanuele Cardinale here. As, you know what? Should we ride on board? I feel like riding on board. Can I remember what key that is? Nope. That's not helpful. Nope. Nope. F7. Nope, that's not. We'll review it from outside. It's fine. As, oh my god, look at the move from Emanuele Cardinale. Deep send into the bus stop chicane. That was unbelievable. Lovely move from the driver of the number 111 for Ragioli Racing there. No fuss, no muss. And you see here, Topi Lindqvist, 1450, is in front of Przemysław Ostruch. And every second that Ostruch is not past this number 93 McLaren, you can see the blue flags are out there waving. Every moment that Przemysław Ostruch is not past this car is time he is losing to Emanuele Cardinale. And of course there is a 15-second penalty there, but you just won't want to lose time if you can avoid it, because battling with another car in any way, shape or form, even just letting them through, is going to cost you a little bit of time. And you know, again, not much individually matters over the course of an 8-hour race, but you could do enough stuff like this. Eventually, it all adds up, and you can run yourself further back. Who knows how strategy and other events on track could play out? We've seen so many teams and drivers come into some kind of incident. So you just always want to make sure you're in as good a position as possible, and trying to navigate lap traffic is not an amazing position to be in. Topi Lindqvist does move out of the way nice and safely, and does exactly the same for Emanuele Cardinale. I think about as very, very close was the Swiss driver to the back of the Team 50 McLaren there. I would have been scared. I would have been leaping out of the way, and Topi Lindqvist does just that. Very safe driving, very good back marker driving there, lets them through nice and safely, which is what we want to see. Right, I kind of want to leave these two to just sort of work their way back together, and then we'll come in again and we'll have a look and see the fireworks. For now though, let's have a little bit of a flick through the field. We can see Topi Lindqvist there ahead of Wojtek Dvorak, who's going to be the next driver to come past. Bako Mirmanov has pulled out a bit more of a gap to, I think, around 3.5 seconds that stands at now. Mad will be hoping to close that if possible, but Mirmanov is driving well at the moment. So not really much you can fault either driver on there. Filip Woliński, who was, I think Filip Woliński was the first driver to pit in this race. I think came into the pits after lap 1 or lap 2 or something. Got involved in an incident. Oh, the timing! And does it again. He loves the pits. He loves the pit lane. Behind him, Diogo Costa is in 32nd place, and number 420 Ferrari there. Forgot what that badge was. There's the pit stop UK Lamborghini, which ran well early on. Falling back a little bit now, piloted by Chris Martin at the moment. Putting out decent lap times, 2:20 last lap. Definitely a lot of cars, 2:19.6 last lap now. Definitely cars with a much worse pace out there on track. Lasse Stryger, another driver who ran well early on, is there. We're going to have a look at, there isn't a fight position here. Oh yes, Lasse Stryger currently fighting with eFID, also racing for the other Ragioli Racing car, it would seem. The one we've mentioned already, of course, currently being piloted by Emanuele Cardinale, and getting into all sorts of mischief in the last half an hour or so. eFID here, very close to the back of Lasse Stryger. Another, as I said, that 888 team ran well early on, ran in the top 10. Fallen back a little bit now, but again, the gaps are so small in the top 10, especially if you consider like 2.5 hours of racing, they're still this close together. Oh, a little bit of a slide out of eFID there, holds it very nicely, just makes for a nice action shot. As as they come flying past our cameras there. But what was I saying? No, the gaps are so small up at the top that, again, any strategy calls, any 15-second penalties, any things like that can cause drivers to come closer and closer together. Of course, there is a bit of a gap between Malik Mamad and Lasse Sega, but anything is possible with 5.5 hours on track left to go. Ethan Watson for Sim Motorsport is there in P21. Hang on a minute, let's just have a quick flick forward, make sure. Yep, still 1.3 seconds. Apologies for the slightly ADHD camera work. Rui Batista, we mentioned him again, another one of VGTR's own down there in 14th at the moment. Running well, running consistently in a lovely little place. He's got track space ahead of him, he's got track space behind him. Living his best life right now is Brit Batista. I don't know about everybody. Like, I'm sure people enjoy like fighting, but I think the best part of a race, any length, but especially in endurance races, just in these spots where you sort of have nobody in front of you, behind you, you can just get your head down and focus on putting good, consistent, safe, fast laps. And I think Brit Batista definitely able to do that. Definitely able to be very, very fast. And so he will be hopefully looking to make up as much time as he can to the cars ahead. Lasse Sega and Eve Field, as we see, and Emanuele Cardinale has closed another 10th. Just keeping our eyes out. Oh my goodness, I cut back a good moment here as we see a crash! Ali Bangali! I don't think that I can fault him too much for that. Daniel Becker hit the side of the Mercedes and just sort of spun round. I'm not going to make any judgments because I'm not a steward and I'm not a very good driver either. But I don't think you can blame Ali Mangali for that. But no doubt the stewards will have a look at it with all of their replays and camera angles and whatever. I also saw the camera angles, but I'm not exactly going to go back and replay. We have live action to bring you. Be shirking my responsibility though to go back and replay anything. Yeah, unfortunate for Daniel Becker there. I think unlucky, the incident. They came together and yeah. Who knows how? I think it's just an unfortunate thing. Down in 16th now, he'll be fighting to get past Tyler Padanijo and trying to catch back up to Ali Bengali, trying to get some revenge. Benjamin Ku there in the VGTR Endurance VCO Porsche up in 22nd. Another position made up since we last checked in on him. There's Joshua Parrott, behind whom is Luis Rotas, and you know what we're going to do? Let's flick through quickly. There's Yegor Ogorodnikov. This gap not really increasing at a huge rate of knots. 5.8 seconds it currently stands at. And we'll flick back. There's Abe Santama and there's Maximilian Gallas in third place. But we're not interested in all this right now. Okay, we're kind of interested to see how the top three get on, obviously, because it's important for the championship. But I'm more interested in seeing what on earth is going to happen between these two. Oh. Okay, when I started flicking through, the gap was about 0.7 seconds. I have no idea how Emanuele Cardinale managed to drop 0.8 in that short amount of time. But he'll catch it back up because he is very, very quick. But that's really bad timing for me. But oh well. I don't think Przemysław Ostruk is going to be complaining too much. He's going to be just getting on with it. You've got a car ahead of him, Femi Bloom, in the TWG Corsa Ferrari. Going to be told to get out of the way. Apologies for the lack of liveries, if you're seeing what I can see by the way. No, I don't have the livery pack installed. That's on me. Didn't know I was gonna be doing this today. Just thought, you know, didn't 100% know I was gonna be doing this today. I'm glad I am though, because now I get to watch things like Wojtek Dvorak and Malik Mamad fighting there. A little bit of dust kicked up. I think it was Dvorak who went out onto the grass ever so slightly, the exit of No Name. And Mamad has to get past Rafael Pro, who also does a little bit of lawn mowing. But again, lets through Mamad nice and cleanly. Lets through Dvorak nice and cleanly as well. It may look slightly unconventional, but that is nice back marker driving from Pro there. I think, is that 4th position? No, Toby Lindqvist is a lap up. Ahead of all this though, Bako Mimanov has extended the gap another second behind since we last checked in. And another driver who's sort of in a position where he can just sort of get his head down and focus on his lap times, focus on being consistent, focus on himself and his race. Not really having to worry about too many other drivers right now, and I think that's suiting him down to the ground because he is putting up some very, very nice lap times indeed and pulling away from Dvorak and Mamad behind. But now, of course, nothing but clear air between Mamad and Mirmanov. So we'll see how this develops. I would not be surprised if we see these cars gradually close up. Malik Mamad has shown some very good pace today. But we'll see how the situation develops. Right now, not a bad position for Bako Mirmanov to be in. He's had a good start to this stint. I think he's currently in a better position than he was when he got into the car, which is a nice thing to be able to reflect on. Anyway, look who we're back with, Emanuele Cardinale. Probably the most exciting driver to watch recently. Still closing in on the 500 Lamborghini. 1 second stands the gap, sort of hovering around there over the last few, not seemingly able to close it for more than a very short period of time. One timing split maybe. It's ebbing and flowing is the gap at the moment. That's all. There we go. I'm getting really paranoid about which key I press on my keyboard right now because I don't want to just start showing everybody the inside of cars again when I'm not wanting to. I genuinely cannot remember any of my keybinds. Not a problem that's facing these drivers so far though. As we'll see, I think we have a timing split now, so we'll see exactly how big the gap is, down to 7/10. That's the smallest I've seen out for a while. And Emanuele Cardinale here might have a chance at making the first workings of a move, definitely just making himself known in the rearview mirrors, signalling to Przemysław Ostrów that there can be no comfort at the moment, you know, because you've got a driver with a 15-second penalty, albeit, but still one who you're racing right on your tail. Look how close Emanuele Cardinale comes there to the rear end of that 500 Lamborghini. Controlled, though, this time. From Cardinale and 218.6 as you can see at the bottom right of your screen there. No move forthcoming, however. 0.684 seconds is the gap at the first as they cross the start finish line up through Eau Rouge and Radion. Once again, a little bit wider there from Ostrów. Don't think it's going to cause anything to change in this battle. Emanuele Cardinale is going to be at a safe distance for now. 300th ball out, in fact, by Ostrów, so he'll be quite happy with that. Just keeping the Swiss driver at bay for the moment, but you can't rest on your laurels. Should we have another go at an onboard camera? Not sure why I'm doing a call and response thing. I can't see chat. It's my decision anyway. I found it. It's F6. Let's go. I'm very happy about that. Let's put a smile on my face, that has. We're on board now with Emanuele Cardinale, so we can see what he sees as he chases down Przemysław Ostrów. Using this as an opportunity to take a drink, so just listen to the lovely engine sounds while I rehydrate. Remember to stay hydrated, my friends. I bought a water filter and I haven't changed it for a month. I haven't been using it at all. It was the tap water in the UK is so disappointing. At least down south it is. And I'll be honest, hydration just doesn't give me the same joy it used to. Anyway, side quest aside there, let's keep focusing on this battle because Emanuele Cardinale is closing the gap ever so surely, bit by bit. Just in case you're wondering about other gaps, Yegor Ogorodnikov half a second closer to Lewis Roters than he was a few minutes ago. So the number 10 Audi not getting away from the pack that they have in the past. Emmanuel Cardinale here could go for a move, not going to happen. You know what we've got to do, we're going back in. Take us for a ride up Eau Rouge and Radion. I mispronounced Eau Rouge, didn't I? Nobody heard it, it's okay. Right in the slipstream of the number 500 Lamborghini is Emmanuel Cardinale here as they both hop over the curb as they come up through Radion and onto the Kemmel Straight. I don't think there's going to be a small enough gap for a move here, but you can never rule it out when Emmanuel Cardinale is at the wheel. He's pulled off some amazing moves so far today, and definitely showing that he's willing to go for whatever gap he sees existing, normally with great success. And you see Ostruk there going a little bit wide. Cardinale probably smelling blood in the water right now as we're going to cut back to the outside view. A little bit wide again from Ostruk. And this gap is getting closer and closer. Every big braking zone has to feel like it might be the time, it might be the moment. But how about Pouon instead? Emmanuel Cardinale to the inside. The number 111 Lamborghini takes the position. And now, Emmanuel Cardinale has to get his foot down. 15 seconds, that penalty. He is not going to... He has been quicker than Przemysław Ostruk. He now has to build as big a gap as possible. I don't think he's going to be able to build enough gap to stay ahead of Ostruk after the next round of pit stops, but he can build a big enough gap, I believe, to be ahead of Bako Mirmanov, who's in 9th place at the moment. 9 seconds or so back. 6 seconds to pull out in this time is very, very doable, and being in clear air like this is definitely going to help out Emmanuel Cardinale. We got the move on camera. That's what we like to see. There's Fengi Bloom still behind them. There is Bako Mirmanov. As you can see, the gap has closed. 4.5 seconds it was before, back to Malik Mamad. But Malik Mamad, the Frenchman, in the number 13 Ferrari, has closed up quite significantly. We've still got 5 hours of racing to go, which means there's plenty of time here. And also plenty of time since both of these drivers hopped into their cars relatively recently, which means there's plenty of time for these two to come together on track. As in come together to battle, not come together as in, you know, hit each other. That might happen, but it's not what we want. It's fun to watch though. For now though, we'll keep scrolling back. We can see a big pack of cars somewhere here. Anything happening? There's Britt Batista in 13. Peter Akahari in Pseudo Racing Team number 2. 27th at the moment. There's Ali Bangali. Simas Vasikas. I'm not going to overthink it. And there is Lewis Rotus, who, just as I said, that the gap was not increasing too much, has reopened the gap to 6 seconds back to Yegor Gorodnikov. So I think it's fair to say that Lewis Rotus is not really messing about today. Going to see him go past some lap traffic there. We're not going to bother watching though, because we know what's going to happen. Everyone's going to be nice and respectful and lovely. So we're going to just look back and see if we can't catch anyone interesting. There is Benjamin Crew from the VGTR Endurance VCO team, just ahead of Darren Jones in the Pseudo Sun 84 Lamborghini. This is 4th position, and behind them is Marian Kolderman, who is racing for Fun Sim Racing and is also in this little battle for position. The battle for 21st right now, looking like it's positively warming up. As Palius Dexness, I see at the bottom, has a 15-second time penalty, but there's also 61 laps down. Beginning to think, they may not still be running? Not sure. Anyway. Let's have a little flick through. Artem Blinkov here, and the number 257 Mercedes, all by himself, 17th place. Nice and relaxed. It seems there's bearing down on him, however, is Abe Santama. Probably the last driver you want to be bearing down on you. I always want to point out as well, I think Bako Mimonov has closed the gap to Przemysław Ostruch ever so slightly. I think it was 8 seconds before. Now down to 7.785. Not a huge amount, but still worth noting because it wasn't that long ago that I looked, and that gap, it could fall, and who knows where it could lead us. We don't want to. I dare say the number 500 Lamborghini will not want to be getting into too many unnecessary fights. Definitely the wisest thing to let Emanuele Cardinale pass given the 15-second penalty, but anything beyond that would not be too welcome. There's Maximilian Gallas in third position at the moment. Looking pretty relaxed, has to be said. Looking pretty relaxed. Lots of space, only Abe Santamo ahead. These two have been running, it would appear, pretty much equal pace. We looked at them a while ago, and there's been a yellow flag because we have some kind of incident. That's Paulius Dexness, who, as we said, 61 laps down, now off into the dirt. Not entirely sure what happened there. Is that correct? Yeah, that team, the Spike Speed team, has only done 8 laps. I do remember I thought that they retired earlier, right at the very beginning. They got caught quite badly in one of the first lap instances of the bus stop chicane, I believe. But it's good to see. It's good to see that they've come back and are putting in some laps. Currently sat 31st in this race as they come into the pits, presumably for damage related to that crash. It's not like we're going to lose too much in terms of position. I feel like that ship may have sailed. Emanuele Cardinale here, 2:18.5 last lap, 2:19.0 for Przemysław Ostruch. So Cardinale is trying to push, trying to get away from the Lamborghini, opening up quite a decent amount of time in the final timing sector, right down from the bottom end of the circuit all the way up to the bus stop chicane and the home straight. That is, I think about half a second for Emanuele Cardinale gained there. I think have we flipped through everybody already? Well, let's go forwards here and let's have a look. That's not about the position. Oh. Was this a change? Hang on a minute. Yes, Gilles Alleman has also come in, and now Yannick Plus is in the number 202 McLaren. I saw that happening, and I told you it on time. You just forgot. Timo Cheluchin, who, of course, as I also mentioned earlier, has replaced Maxim Bobokatov in the number 133 McLaren for F1 Memes Racing Team. Interesting name. Currently sitting with a 15-second penalty. 2 of them in the top 7 right now have 15-second penalties. Once all is said and done, I believe he would come out just behind Przemysław Ostruch if they were to pit now. But do not trust me. I am an absolutely horrendous mathematician, and I cannot be trusted with anything numeric. Looking back, Uzebi Phoenix is trying to get out of the way of Jan Marcel Dietrich. And we're getting ourselves back to Emanuele Cardinale and Przemysław Ostruch. Yes, 2.5 seconds now, the gap from Bako Mimonov to Malik Mamad. So we'll come back to this in a few laps and hopefully we'll be able to see a nice little battle forming. And there's Wojtek Dvorak, who has been passed by all the fast cars who had pitted. And is now in the biggest amount of free track space I think we've had all day long here in the first round of this brand new championship, the VCO Qualifiers. Yeah, really, Wojtek Dvorak is hot lapping right now. So you know what, we'll leave him be. Have fun. Topi Lindqvist there in 26th place. Chris Martin and Lassus Pega, all 3 of these drivers on different laps. not a huge amount to report there. Diogo Costa, the one of the teams here, Castello Motorsports, who is several laps down. Sadly. So there they are, number 420 car. Just behind them, Sim Motorsports, Ethan Watson. I think, did Diogo Costa come into the pits? I'm going to assume so. That Hori's just disapparated. But anyway, Ethan Watson is in P20 for Sim Motorsport. Behind him is Lewis Rotos. So we're just going to wait and see what the gap is to Yegor Gorodnikov. It's now 7.2 seconds. And look at this. Arnie Bangali now, I think, might be in a little bit of a battle with Britt Batiste. The gap's only 0.7 seconds, and I don't think it's been that close for a while. I think Britt Batiste is ever so slightly catching. Can I get last laps at all? 222, 219. No, actually they've swapped positions the other way. I think, in that case. Yes, Britt Batiste was running 13th. Well, we'll see if Britt Batiste can get back past Ali Bangali here in the get speed number 5 Mercedes. Bangali, though, has been quick, rapid, swift, and many other things besides, and is able to pull out a second over Britt Batiste relatively quickly. We'll see how the situation develops, as we have a couple cars in the pits right now, as I see some indicator lights come on. Probably brake lights in hindsight. That makes way more sense. You know, cars have to brake around the circuit, don't they? There's Yegor Ogorodnikov in the number 911 Mercedes. You can see on the minimap there 4 lap cars who we've just covered between him and Lewis Rotus, and 7.3 seconds to boot. We did mention earlier how the gap at one point stood at only like 4.5 seconds. It looked like Yegor Gorodnikov was keeping pace with Lewis Rotos, but as it stands, it looks like the Whipperman Racing number 10 Audi is getting away. We have some kind of incident. Number 127, that's Simas Vasikas in the AF course car has stopped. We've also got an incident here. Peter Akihari in the number 2 Lamborghini, I think, has gone round at no name. I'm going to assume on the exit or something. Looks like a fair bit of damage to the front of that Lamborghini. Not sure if you might see a pit. Oh, surely you've got to. I don't know if there's like an internal view which will help us. That doesn't help in the slightest, does it? But yes, Peter Akihari is going to be, I think, probably, I would assume, coming into the pits. It looks pretty banged up. Who knows what the actual damage could be. It might just all be superficial, but you know, looked like a fairly big incident. A lot of yellow flags out there. I'm quite annoyed that these drivers can't just have one incident at a time. They have to do multiple at the same moment so that I can't show you them all. A little bit more consideration for your stand-in commentator / observer wouldn't go amiss. But you know, I'm sure I will recover from the heartbreak. It's fine. Will we see Peter Akihari come into the pits? No, carrying on. Damage be damned. Caution to the wind. Yannick Plus in 4th place is close behind. We'll be hoping for some blue flags to get past the beaten and banged up Lamborghini ahead of him. It was a Lamborghini, right? Yeah, knew it. Expert professional commentator right here. There's Jan Marcel Dietrich, sandwiched by drivers with penalties. Pretty soon, Jan Marcel Dietrich is going to find himself with a, or maybe his teammate, depending on how the, oh, God's sake. Joel Cruz. We've only just had the pit stop. We did mention that Diogo Costa looked like he came into the pits. It seems that they did a driver swap. Joel Cruz is the driver who came in. And, I don't know. Don't know what happened there, to be honest. Just it looks like the car was removed from control towards the bottom end of the lap, and looks like the number 420 Ferrari for Castello Motorsports is up and running once again, which is what we like to see. Oh, pardon me. Oh. I slept 5 hours last night. You cannot tell in the slightest. Let's have a look at Lewis Rotors here. 7.9 seconds, the gap to Yegor Ogorodnikov. Speak of the devil, here he is. Will it be a 2:18.3 lap? It's pretty fast, but it's still not as fast as the number 10 Audi, which is insane. Here's Joshua Power going a bit deep into the bus stop, and Darren Jones is here as well. This is not for position. Simas Vasikas there also involved. None of that's for position in the slightest, but we do have a car coming into the pits at the end of it. This is for position here. We said that this battle for 21st might heat up. I think it was Benjamin who was at the front of this before. I'm just checking. Yeah, 2 seconds. It was that last lap that they got past. I've managed to miss every single overtake with my incredible observing skills. Number 84 is travelling slowly. They're in the pits. Yes, come on, get it together. They've got to stop bringing out like the little yellow flag icon on the minimap for that, because it is making me overreact and jump straight there. I should have realised there's no way anyone could have spun or crashed on the straight. But you know, actually, to be fair, people can crash on a straight. We've all made our way through iRacing reviews. We know we've seen just about every single motion a car can do at this point if you spend enough time driving those Mazdas. Anyway, Benjamin Koo though looks like he's dropped position to Marian Kodeman, who has picked up a drive-through penalty. Was that there before? Was there always a drive? Did Marian Kodeman always have a drive-through penalty? As we're going to see Simas Vasikas here getting very sideways. And as we head down to Pouon, he's going to be out of the way. Yep, lets Marian Kodeman through. Very nice, very safe. Good job there from Simas Vasikas to get out of the way of the faster cars. Here is a little thing we can have a look at. Abe Santama, P18, 1.3 seconds behind this man, Artem Blinkov for Winwood Racing. In that Winwood Racing car, the number 257 Mercedes. Let's see how this goes. I mean, Abe Santama always capable of pulling off a move. Always very, very quick. Has closed down half a second in the last timing split. So you know what? I am going to take a little bit of a backseat. I'm going to lean away from my keyboard because I'm currently hunched over it. Like, I don't know. There's not really a good analogy for that. I don't really have a good analogy for hunching. It would be a simile because I said like. Sorry. I'm forgetting my year on English. But I don't really have a good simile for that. Whatever it is, I don't have it. But I am going to take a little bit of a sit back to preserve my back. And we're going to watch Abe Santama try and get past Artem Blinkov. That's the wrong button. There we go. We're currently in Helicam as we'll follow them up through Eau Rouge and Radion. You can see Abe Santama just creeping into view at the bottom of your screens there. And Artem Blinkov will not enjoy having the, I'm going to assume purple VGTR car. I don't know. It was purple last time I had a look at the VGTR car, so that was a while ago. Whatever colour the VGTR car is, it's number 14, it's a McLaren. Regardless of everything else, the fact that it's Abe Santama behind the wheel is going to mean that it's not the most pleasant sight to have in your rearview mirrors. I'm loving Helicam. Like, I don't know, this is relaxing, and Artem Blinkov moves out of the way, doesn't see the point in fighting, and that means that Abe Santama is going to be able to get up to P17. I think that's wise from Artem Blinkov. Abe Santama, of course, qualified, I think, 8th fastest. Oh man, I'm testing my memory here. I think it was 8th. One of the fastest drivers in the field. I don't think there's a whole lot of point fighting it for P17 when you've still got 5 hours of racing left, which I timed absolutely perfectly. There we go. Yeah, so I think that's a wise decision from Artem Blinkov. Good driving. Abe Santama through up into P17. Behind all of this is Maximilian Gallas, who you can tell Abe Santama's pace. That's Maximilian Gallas who's running 3rd, and Abe Santama has sort of maintained that gap the whole time. As you and Llewellyn. I know that probably wasn't close from his point of view, but from our point of view, that looked very scary because I thought he was about to take out Yannick Plus. But Ewan Llewellyn would never do that. All the drivers here are very, very professional, very, very talented, and that's not going to happen. Behind him is Timo Chelkin, who's also fighting Plus ahead. Goes a little bit wide there at the bottom of the track. I've got to get it. Hang on a minute. I'm getting a track map. I've got to remember these corner names. I'm not really. I'll be honest. The reason I don't know this, I know all the basic ones. Yeah, Spa. I don't know the rest of them because I just don't like Spa as a track. You know? Like, I feel like this track's entire existence is, like, owed to one corner which everyone fawns over. But, you know, that's my hot take of the day. I will shut my mouth now. Well, not entirely, because I do still need to commentate. Oh, look who it is. It's our friend Emanuele Cardinale, who's going to go for a move to get past some lap traffic here. That's beat Akiharu. Still in the beaten and banged up Lamborghini. No problems there for Emanuele Cardinale. There's Przemysław Ostruk. The gap now between Cardinale and Ostruk is, drumroll please, 6.196 seconds. This means that already Cardinale is close to negating the effects of his penalty. The only problem is that Malik Mamad is closing in on Bako Mironov, which could mean that more positions are going to be lost by Cardinale here. But he should at least, I reckon by the end of the stint, he might be able to come out ahead of Mironov. Might be able to open up 15 seconds. Right now, it's obviously 11.3, 11.4, 11.5. Maths. Say 11.48 or something. 49, 11.49. And now it's irrelevant. But whatever the gap is, it's almost 15 seconds. I think by the end of the stint, Emanuele Cardinale will be hoping that he can emerge from pit stop, assuming that the pit stops are the same speed, of course, assuming that the strategy is similar. He'll be hoping that he will be able to come out ahead of Bako Mironov once the next round of pit stops is all said and done. Malik Mamad, meanwhile, is closing that gap quite rapidly. It's another seconds off since we last checked in. We're not checking in. Like, these are pretty regular check-ins we're doing at this point on this little battle. Malik Mamad is just driving really, really, really well. Got a nice gap behind. It's Wojtek Dvorak, who's the car behind. He's only just coming through. Oh, I closed my track map. He's only just coming through Bruxelles now. Apologies to any Belgians for my pronunciation of literally everything I'm going to do today. He was only just going through Bruxelles now. He's just coming into Pouan. Malik Mamad through campus. Lots of gap there behind. Not much to worry about. All focus on Bako Mironov ahead. And we'll leave him to it for now. We can see there's oh, I've gone the wrong way. That's just Przemysław Ostruk again. Not too much happening there. There's Wojtek Dvorak as promised. Let's have a look. I feel like the field has sort of spread out a little bit right now. I feel like our best bet might actually be just sticking with Malik Mamad, but we'll have to go through so we see. Another driver change for Spike Speed. Noya Sabas in the car now. 2:20.2 last lap, which is, you know, fairly rapid. Not rapid enough to make up a 62 lap deficit to Joel Cruz, but you know, rapid is rapid. It's all good experience. It's all good practice. One man who clearly doesn't need any additional practice is Lewis Rotas, who now has an 11-second lead over Yegor Ogrodnikov, who is here, just coming through the final couple of corners before the long straight through Stavolo. Yeah, see, I can read off a map. And it's 11.3 is the gap at the moment, which is pretty hefty. A pretty hefty gap. Behind Ali Bengali is a 112-second gap, which is rather amazing. I felt there's sort of a top 18 and then everyone else at the moment. It's yeah, that's rather remarkable, if I do say so myself. You don't often see gaps that big in anything other than endurance racing. Biggest I've ever seen, at least. Again, mainly doing sprint stuff. Daniel Becker still battling with Britt Batista. Britt Batista's actually gotten back through. Should have stuck with this battle after all. My bad. But P13 for the Cosmosis eSports team, they're in the 89 McLaren, getting back past the MJR eSports team in the 187 Porsche. Yeah, solid driving so far from Brit Batista. This position, this whole sort of like group, when I say this whole sort of group, I feel like there's been very little action, which is a good thing in an endurance race, really, between for people like Lasse Steiger and Brit Batista. I feel like that's a good thing more often than not when you just have very little action in a race like this. Just oh great. Just get your head down, focus on the racing, and then you're a little bit wide there on the exit. It's not, that's not the exit of the com, that's the exit of... No, it's the exit of the com. Is that one? I guess the last one is still the com, isn't it? Yeah. I struggle with how far these corners actually go. Flick through, there's on the Pit Stop UK drivers now. That's Parrot being chased down by Abe Santama. Also goes up onto the curb using all the track on the exit of Lecom. Again, he's got the number 1 car behind him still of Maximilian Gallas. Once again, Maximilian Gallas, one of the race leaders, one of the fastest drivers in the entire server. Abe Santama's just not let him get too close, which is not bad for a driver who's currently sat in P16. And I think he's definitely a driver who we should be keeping our eyes on. I'm also keeping my eyes on the gap between Bako Numerov and Malik Mamad, which has actually increased over now 2.1 seconds. It was down below 1 second for a long time. Bako Numerov beginning to pull out a little bit again. Don't know if this is going to be sustainable. Don't know if this is just temporary. Don't know if Malik Mamad has had a tiny mistake or an issue or whatever. Maybe just went a little bit wide on a single corner. But Malik Mamad not quite closing up at the same rate of knots he was earlier. Could be a little while before we see him move there. Perhaps. Oh. Look at the minimap. Everyone's pretty spread out at the moment. I'll flip through, see how people are doing. Benjamin Koo, VGTR, second team. In the Porsche, wide through Blanchimont. Again, using all the track. I don't know quite where the track limits are, but whatever they are, I'm sure Benjamin Koo is using all of them. Yeah, successful driver. Fairly successful driver in the main VGTR competitions is Benjamin Koo. I'm just opening up my little statistics dashboard here to see, to give you an idea of his Benjamin. So 22 races he's completed as Benjamin Koo, with 4 podium finishes apparently, an average finish of 6.32 in our championship, and that's incorrect. It's counting other people. He's actually got 12 top 10s and only 14 entries, and has been had a very consistent run. Back in season 6 of our championship, we finished a whole bunch of races in P4 repeatedly. Definitely one of the better drivers we have available, and he's putting us solid laps right now. 2:21.7 last lap, which is decent, but I'm hoping that he can make his way forward. So far, it's been a good recovery drive from him, Miguel Astiatharan, and who is it in the other one? Is it Ethan Reed in the other yes, Ethan Reed is the other driver in the VGTR car. Hoping to continue the little recovery that they're doing. So far, it's resulted in 15 positions gained. It was not bad going at all. As you see, Jan Poos and Timo Chelikin are not too far away from each other. 4 seconds is the gap now, and then again, this is sort of this whole section where we've got small gaps between everybody. There's Simon Sosikas behind him as Jan Marcel Dietrich, another 4 seconds, 3.5 seconds even back from Timo Chelikin. Once again, I'd like to draw your attention to the gap, to 2 gaps. First of all, the one between this man, Emanuele Cardinale, and Przemysław Ostrug. 9 seconds that stands at now. Cardinale absolutely putting the work in, trying to nullify the effects of this 15-second penalty as much as possible, which is going to be tricky, but definitely doable, I think. Definitely doable. Definitely got the pace to do it. Definitely brought himself out of range of most drivers. I think so far he'd still be going behind Malik Mamad, but that's another driver whose gap we really should be focusing on, because Malik Mamad here, that's Zibi Phoenix, there. Malik Mamad is not really catching Bako Mimonov at all now. 2.6 seconds. This is the biggest the gap has been for a pretty decent while. This looked like it was going to be becoming one of the most interesting fights on the track. Instead, that's not materialized. Malik Mamad stuck behind Uzebi Phoenix, his compatriot, of course. Blue flags are out. We'll see if maybe once that traffic is cleared, he's able to make up a little bit of time. I'm just trying to find. There's Abe Santama and Lewis Rotus, and there is Alexander Pavlov. Okay, for Winwood Racing. Obviously, there's been a swap there because that car was previously being driven by Blinkov, right? I think so. Artem Blinkov, yeah, that sounds right. Alexander Pavlov now in that car, taking a little bit of an excursion into the grass. Yegor Gorodnikov is closing in slowly but surely to get past for another lap. I want to focus on these two for now, though. Britt Batiste, once again, defending from Daniel Becker. Daniel Becker, who's been a little bit in the war today, at least since I started commentating. We saw him come together with Ali Bangali earlier. Oh my goodness, and now he's gone very deep into the same place, the bus stop chicane. He's going to rejoin. Slows down enough to make sure he doesn't gain too much of an advantage. Safe rejoin there from Daniel Becker, good car control. It looks like he's pretty quick compared to Britt Batiste, at least at the moment. 0.9 seconds the gap is at the moment. I'm curious to see how this develops, because this has been, these guys have swapped positions a couple of times already, I do believe, and I don't think they're done fighting now, to be honest with you. I'm also curious to see how much ground is made up there in particular in over the course of the next lap. So I'm not mistaken, I think Daniel Berger's quick through like the twisty sections all throughout sort of the second sector. Not entirely sure, but anyways, to come through Brachel once again. 1.1 seconds the gap as they headed into Lecum. Couple tenths pulled out down the straight through Rayon, Rouge, etc. by Britt Batiste. And obviously we continue with the lap through Pouhon. I think Daniel Berger is that little bit closer. Let's ride on board with him as he goes into campus. Long right and left handers, got to be careful on the exit. You hear the tyres screeching, dragging themselves across the circuit. You can see slight wobbles from Britt Batiste, both drivers right on the edge of their performance right now, using up 100% of their car, using 100% of themselves, and Daniel Berger has used that to close in to within 0.8 of a second. Not going to be close enough to go for a move this time, but we're right on board just in case he decides to go for another adventure into the runoff area. I think we should be safe. God damn, these guys brake very late. Whew. Anyway, they'll stick behind for now. Just under 0.8 was the gap before. I think it's going to be about the same, maybe a little bit bigger, and it is a 0.994. I think we might see people being brought together a little bit more by the next round of pit stops. So right now, let's flick on towards this pack here. Well, we don't have a lot of drivers racing position. See, there's Thomas Martins, who's swapped with Ali Bangali, I believe. Yes. So he's now in the driver's seat at number 5 semis. This is just behind Britt Batiste and Daniel Beck, although by quite a distance. You can see there's Noel Sabas, and you can see a few cars all sort of converging here. Lance Stoiger in the number 12 Mercedes. Going to try and get past Peter Akahari of Pseudo Racing Team. Blue flags are coming out. Peter will have to get out of the way soon. Once again, we see the difference in size between these two cars. There's contact there. Peter Akahari not getting out of the way quick enough. And, well, he gets a rear ending for his pleasure. That will be incredibly frustrating to Lance Stoiger. Don't think the impact was too great. Don't think we'll see too many crises because of this. But it's certainly not ideal for Lance Stoiger to have made contact like that. As we see Noya Salas come to the pits. A lot of pit stops today for them. There's Lewis Rotus in first place. As we see Maximilian Gallas coming in for a stop in the number 1 Audi. Audi with an average starting position of 2 in this race. Only 2 Audis in the field. One of them started on pole. The other one started in 3rd. Not bad going, if I do say so myself. And up behind Lewis Rotus here is Abe Santama, who's just along for the ride. And Abe Santama now might be right on the back. Let's just watch on board. Here, right onto the back of one of the pit stop UK cars, the number 7 Lamborghini.
So
1.3 seconds to the gap now. Oh, did I hear something?
Yeah.
You're back.
Why is Chris Martin so far back?
I am not sure. Was he not that far back when you left?
I don't think so.
I thought they'd always been running around that position. That could be fair. I think I might be confusing the pit stop UK teams with one another. But no, I don't know what's happened. But Abe has been en fuego. He's been keeping Maximilian Gallas, who's just stepped out of the car to be replaced by Tommy Lydon, at a safe distance, keeping pace with the driver and car in 3rd place. And now he's going for a move to the outside, around Pouon on Chris Martin, and that is going to be a great move from Abe Santama. That's pole position as well. He's up to P16 now. 18 seconds, up the road to Thomas Martins, and then one hell of a gap forward to the top 14, which is currently being guarded by Daniel Becker. Those guys right now looking pretty unstoppable. Were you watching, or do you need a recap of what happened while you were away?
You know what? Let's go for a little bit of a recap.
Okay, so we've had a whole bunch of driver changes. We see here as Bako Mirmanov comes into the pit stop. I've essentially had just a whole split to commentate on, which has been quite nice, because a whole stint to with a whole sort of pit stop stint to commentate on, which has been quite nice. The storylines that have mainly emerged. Yegor Gorodnikov came out of the pits a lot closer to Lewis Rotus than I expected. But Lewis Rotus has since pulled the gap out to 13 seconds, down from 4.5, which is, a lot. We saw Emanuele Cardinale rear-ended the number 500 Lamborghini.
Oh, I've seen that, I think.
Then somehow pitted, served their 15-second penalty, came out and got another 15-second penalty. I think is that for pit lane speed limits?
No, pit lane is usually drive-through or stop and go 30.
What's 15 then? Is that going to be just like...
No, let me have a quick look.
Because I think that he's got another one since he pitted. He stayed in the car.
So his car number is again
111.
So he's had one 15-second penalty.
We'll watch him while we research this. He's only had one.
Yeah, lap 55. He's supposed to have one, and then
he has one.
Oh, and then he had a total of 3 5-second penalties from lap 16 to lap 32. Yeah,
I see. So what was the 15-second penalty for?
Here it just says causing a collision in turn 15. Just
at turn 15.
Yeah, lap 55.
Turn 15. Yeah, that would be the collision with Pavel Yarzabowski.
So that's the other 15-second penalty.
That's the 15-second penalty. He had the 15 seconds before that collision, so I guess the second one just got added on.
Yeah.
Yeah, and speaking of that number 500 Lamborghini, you can see here Przemysław Ostruk coming into the pit lane to end what has been a quiet, but I say pretty productive stint. Cardinale has been faster. They've gotten away a little bit, but Ostruk was pretty consistent all the way throughout. I think he could be quite happy with his stint. Perhaps a little bit frustrated to see Cardinale sort of take off into the distance, but Cardinale's pace has been amazing on this so far. And Wojtek Dvorak also coming into the pit lane, who has been running pretty well. Yeah, I'll throw it back over to you now.
Well, you know what? I haven't seen too much. Also, Paweł Toshibowski teammate, the Astrauch guy, I remember him. He was the teammate of him for the RCI 6 Hours series, which is kind of like a VCO sort of thing, but yeah, RCI, I mean, it's another big league, kind of like AOR, so good stuff. I did not expect less from Astrauch, so good stuff, and looks like, yeah, more pits coming in. Is this the second, the third pit stops now then?
Second pit stop since you've been away.
Okay, so third.
So
Right.
overall, I suppose. Like, people are a bit all over the place. Some cars came in about 5-10 laps ago, but this seems to be like the main bulk of them now, and it's sort of been, there was one when you went away, which I assume is the second round of pit stops, and then this must be the third.
Okay. That's fine then.
But no, yeah, it's been quiet, but it's been nice. There's not really been too much besides that. Yeah, Abe's been quick. That's been sort of the main thing I've been focusing on, as has Malik Mamad in the number 13 Ferrari.
Yeah,
Obviously, Emanuele Cardinale. Who else has been good? Who else can we shout out as being good in this last stint? Britt Batiste has actually been pretty good. Currently has kept changing positions with Daniel Berker in the number 187 Porsche. That's been quite an interesting battle to follow, which I've somehow missed every single overtake for.
Nice.
But they've both been there was a collision. Daniel Berker and Ali Bengali, who came together and
that sucks.
at the bus stop chicane. Anyway, recap over. Back to ordinary schedule programming.
Exactly.
Stop go 30 for Wojtek Dvorak, which is now Lewis Selch.
Oh. Stop go 30 indeed. Now that is for speeding in the pit lane, so...
That is. I can never remember what penalties are which.
Yeah. It's usually drive-through is for track penalty, for track limits penalty, that's the one. And then stop go 30 for pit stops. Yeah.
We have Lewis Rotas coming into the pits as well now, so perhaps a driver change happening there. Perhaps we'll see
Jakob Osterman.
Jakob Osterman coming into the car, and that means that the lead is reclaimed once again by temporarily by Yegor Vorodnikov, and we'll see. Curious to see. They made up a lot of time in the last pit stop. Not sure what strategy differences may have caused that, or but I'll be curious to see what they can pull off this time.
Yeah, it's really weird because I think the undercut is supposed to be the strongest in ACC, but it looks like
they overcut really well last time. So I think that was a 20-second gap that they cut a 20-second gap down to about 6. I want to say when they got out. This time 13-second gap. If they can pull another 14 seconds out the bag, they'll be they'll be quite happy with that, I think.
But in the background, there are so many reports, may I say, going in and out, which is a good thing, because these top drivers, they constantly want to get each other into trouble. Look at F1 and how Lewis Hamilton and maybe Carlos Sainz and all of them, and Lando Norris as well, in the Austrian Grand Prix kept on snitching on each other, one might say.
That was fewer track limits penalties today here. Our drivers know how to stay within the lines, so...
Well, also the track limits are easy to follow. Let's just say that here. Much easier.
I think it's fair to say that Spa flows a bit more than the Red Bull Ring. None of those pointy corners.
Yeah, and the Red Bull Ring also very easy to overspeed. Even though at Spa, you know, you've got a Rouge and Radulon, which is also very easy to get a ton of penalties on. But I think out of all of the races that we have going on, we've got Brands Hatch, Watkins Glen, Valencia, Monza, and Kiel Army. I think Brands Hatch and Valencia will be pretty... You know, will be quite a lot of track penalties, track limits penalties. I keep calling them the wrong thing. Yeah, I think it's hard to stay within the lines in Brands Hatch sometimes. But Valencia, that's for sure, because it's just a bit flat, and you gain a lot of time if you go very wide out of the first corner. So we'll see how that pans out. While that's been happening, Daniel Burka still very close on the back of Chico Lindvar. Still closing that gap. This is P14. As they've got Igor Ogorodnikov, who is lapping them as well. That will get in their way and it might disrupt their battle.
Scott Donaldson not far behind either in the Pit Stop UK Mercedes. Any kind of battle could bring a third car into the mix here.
Exactly. Chico Lindvar, though, looking like they're struggling with some sort of understeer. That McLaren, it's not the best when it comes to tyre management. That's absolutely for sure, especially on this track as well. Having to do a lot of steering inputs, and the front end of that car, well, the tyres are absolutely dead. Also, car having a lot of torque will probably destroy the rear tyres. So overall, yeah, a pretty tyre happy car.
A minute. Pardon me.
Interesting.
I tried to take a drink and I breathe. Anyway, getting back to the action, we can see close racing here between Daniel Becker and Chico Lindvar, who now going to be side by side as they run down towards Eau Rouge. I think Lindvar might just be able to pull ahead, and indeed he does, but Daniel Becker is going to be right behind in the number 187 Porsche. I'm not sure if we might see a move happening here. They're right on each other's tail, hopping over the curb through Radion, as we always see. They're going to be side by side down the Kemmel Straight. Will we see shenanigans? Will we see disaster? I don't think we're going to see either, because Daniel Becker's already ahead, and in fact we're going to have to look behind, because I think now there could be a risk of overtaking. Lindvar is going to pull out of the way, not going to bother fighting Scott Donaldson there. I think that's probably a wise move, but at the same time, it has cost a little bit of time. You know, you don't want to risk losing time forwards. If Scott Donaldson looks quick and looks like he's going to fight Daniel Becker, then there's definitely the chance for Lindvar to get back into this fight. And I think we will see Scott Donaldson begin to attack Daniel Becker, the Austrian driver in the Porsche there. No doubt Donaldson is waiting, planning his next move in the Mercedes. They're getting so close to the back as they go into Campus. That is incredibly close. Once again, perfect control though from Scott Donaldson as they're going to come round. I've lost it again, the corner name. They're going to come round. It's a famous one as well. That's really annoying. They're going to come around that corner and onto the back straight now as they run up towards Blanchimont.
Yeah, I don't know that corner either.
It's a famous one. I had my track map open a second ago. It's like a Stavolo. That's
Stavolo, yeah.
And anyway, Donaldson into the bus stop chicane. Will he go for a move? No, we're going to see late braking from Daniel Berger. He's had his fair share of incidents in this chicane, but this time he's going to be able to keep it nice and clean. Back over to you.
Back over to me. I'm not even sure why Chico Lindvar was so slow. I know, he was given the position away, but I feel like that was not planned. No driver ever is going to be, you know, just handing out positions for free. So, not sure what the problem there was for Chico Lindvar.
I know. Like, at the end of the day, if a driver is quicker than you, they're going to come past eventually. If you don't want to lose time, just don't hold them up, but let them make the move. You just keep driving your line.
Yeah, well, he pulled off to the side of the track, let them all go. Scott Donaldson still alongside here as they come into the Lecombe chicane round the outside. I don't think he'll be able to make the move there, but ooh. Look at that, Daniel Berger forced onto the curves, and now Scott Donaldson on the inside. Nearly contact there as Daniel Berger takes all of the runoff there, probably definitely earning himself another track limits violation, but yeah, very close. There's Benjamin Koo, yellow flag. Okay, he's coming out of the pits. Absolutely fine. And he's in 23rd.
Nice. This battle will continue for another. Another few corners at the very, very least. You see, look at the difference in the timing split there. Less than a tenth of a second as they went into sector 2. As we have an incident, the 296 car there, which was the I can't remember the name, but it was a team that had Artem Blinkov driving for them at some point. I think they have. The yellow flags came out at
they retired, yeah.
La Source, and then I think they might have left the server.
Yeah. I mean, they were running about, I think...
No, they're not. They're 17th. I'm just...
17th.
Wait, maybe it wasn't
no,
them.
That's
wait,
the
that wasn't them.
Yeah.
Which car did we see?
I think the 296.
Oh. Oh, yeah, they are gone.
Yeah.
There's 37 cars. It's really hard to keep track of.
Yeah, I think they were the ones who had they were behind by 60 laps or something like that. Yeah, 62 laps. So I think they had to reconnect, and then I think afterwards they lost all of their time and didn't think it was worth it, which, fair enough. If you've got a PC issue or something like that and you just disconnect, it's never fun. Right, Scott Donaldson. Is he going to get a better exit out of Radalon and Rouge? I think he did. He's definitely got the slipstream as well. Just helping him propel him quicker and quicker, closer and closer as he pulls to the inside, pulls to the outside. Nowhere to go. And Daniel Berger stays ahead for the 14th place for now.
Great defense so far from Daniel Berger, it has to be said.
Ethan Reeder stopped by the side of the track.
That's not amazing for VGTR.
And he's got going again.
He has. Well, at least he's going again. That team has been consistent, working their way up the field. 23rd at the moment. Made their way forwards. Had a couple of little nice battles for 21st for a little while. So it's good to see that they're still going. I'm still keeping my eyes on this Daniel Berger Scott Donaldson fight, so I feel like this is far from over.
Ethan accidentally left automatic shifting on, so he went into his settings and turned it off.
That is that's probably a good idea.
That is like the equal of exiting your car, I don't know, filling it up with fuel yourself or with oil, and then getting back going again. It's quite something. It was right on the side of the track, not obstructing it, but yeah, that's weird. Pit Stop UK Lamborghini has a wheel disconnect. Oh well, that's never nice. It's never nice at all.
Not nice at all. Tech issues abound, as is somewhat inevitable in all things that are this based on technology, really.
That's Ryan Leach. Yeah, P19 now. We're running way higher up. just unlucky stuff for them. Yeah, the pit stop mark is on the screen indeed, as they are still trying to get past Daniel Berger, though falling a little bit behind on pace.
Yeah, this is nice. Sorry, I'm just there we go. Sorry, I just fixed something. I was getting some stuttering on my end, so just trying to sort that out so I can actually see the action in its smooth glory. Yeah, my monitor's been playing up recently, but anyway. Where were we?
The pit stop UK car having to, I think that's a lapped car behind them. I think that they
I believe it is. It's the TWG course car of UN Llewellyn.
Okay, yeah. As Jakob Osterman sets another fastest lap of the race. Of course he does. 2:17.1. We still haven't seen the quickest lap time over 2:16. Which, not too happy.
They're getting there though.
Yeah, but could be quicker. Could be absolutely quicker.
Just always keeping an eye on that gap. 24 seconds it is now. Back to Konstantin Soldatov. This time after the pit stops, it is the number 10 Audi, Woodman Racing, that pulls away, creates that gap, the undercut working as we would expect it, as Daniel Berger now coming across Raymond Camps at the worst possible place on the circuit through Blanchimont here. This is not going to help him one bit in his fight against Scott Donaldson, but Raymond Camps just not in a position to get out of the way too much earlier without it being unsafe, and Scott Donaldson also having to navigate the number 2 Lamborghini. So for now, they will remain in formation.
They will. This is the closest battle on the track right now, and I have to say, pretty good battle as well. We'll see. That Porsche of Daniel Berger, how is it in terms of tire degradation? Personally, I haven't driven the Porsche too much, the new Porsche. Not my...
Have they redone it recently?
Car. Yeah, it's a 992 GT3, so instead of the 991.
I remember the 991 was caused a fair few issues for people with how snappy it was at times.
Yeah, so this is a kind of, I wouldn't say it's an easier car to drive, but way more manageable and controllable, so predictable. So
yeah,
much nicer, I'd say.
I remember back the first VGTR season I did. We had Oliver Thompson, who in the 911, who was always very quick and would always be at the front because, you know, he could work with the car very well. But then at some point it would just snap and he'd find himself in a barrier. And yeah, I've never even touched a Porsche. It terrifies me.
Oh god, don't remind me of Oliver Thompson. That. Not Oliver Thompson and Spa again.
I don't remember what happened.
I
don't know what happened.
I was supposed to be on the podium that day. We were fighting. And he went on my inside and that was my race over.
Oh, I do remember this. I should remember, I was commentating.
Exactly.
But...
Chico Lindvar, yellow flag, he was spun around, or at least he spun himself around. Get him back going now. He's
looks
down
like it was
18th.
a relatively isolated incident at least.
Yeah.
I'm curious I can't take my eyes off this battle between Daniel Berger and Scott Donaldson. It does just feel like it's one small mistake away from blowing up, but nobody is budging an inch, and we have a whole bunch of cars behind who are trying to navigate their way through some of that traffic. We have Jakob Schaeber and Jan Marcel Dietrich are 4th and 5th at the moment. They're fighting for position. They're also trying to fight their way past 2 lap cars, which is Ethan Watson and Tom Fenders, who are in 20th and 21st, which means they're also fighting for position. And it's, I'll be honest, we see Venter's going to move out the way for Jakob Scheber there. But both of these, all these cars need to make sure that as much as they are letting people through, they're not compromising their own races. Both of them very, very clean. Didn't lose really much time from letting their respective fast cars through. But Jan-Marcel Dietrich still has to come past Tom Venters, and if it's not in a good place, that could open a gap for Ethan Watson if he's ready to take advantage.
Yeah, this is always the problem when you're blue flag. Do you let go the faster drivers, or do you, still try to push on and get ahead of the next driver ahead of you? Because you do face a possibility of maybe getting a penalty because you're swerving or looking like you're defending, even though you're probably not. Yeah, no, definitely hard being a blue flag car, but harder when you have to actually get past them.
Definitely not easy. Definitely not easy. As we're gonna see here, Jan-Marcel Dietrich is still stuck behind. Tom Venters has actually got Raymond Camps to deal with as well, who we mentioned earlier from his brief involvement in the Daniel Berger Scott Donaldson fight. This could just be another spanner in the works for all these drivers, and it does look like that's actually a very clean way to let them through. Jan-Marcel Dietrich is going to be going past, no problem there. Camps slightly in the way of Ethan Watson. You don't really want to get in the way of those BMWs. Look at the size of them; they're going to punt you straight through if you're not careful. You're never going to come off. Always going to come off second best against a car that size. And now Ethan Watson right on the back of Tom Venters.
Oh,
and I just realised they're not fighting for position because I think Tom Venters is a lap down.
No, they are fighting for position.
Are they? They are? Oh, I was right first time. Oh, look at me. Well, I doubted myself. My standings are lying to me. It says Tom Venters in 21st and Ethan Watson in 20th. But it's actually the other way around, isn't it?
Yeah. Tom Venters in 20th, Ethan Watson in 21st, yeah.
Disgraceful betrayal there from my standings.
And I think we keep on getting the same chat message. Now, I'm not sure if this is a bot, but car 16 is great. They keep on saying that. I wonder why they keep on saying that. Car 16 is great.
Wait, they're saying what?
Car 16 is great.
Car 16?
Yeah, it's Miguel Estezaran who's saying that. So.
I mean, yeah, it's right. I mean, I was about to say, they're not wrong. Car 16 is pretty great. I'm a big fan.
Yeah, I love it.
Gotta love Car 16. One of my, I think I have a clear top 2 favourite cars in this lobby.
Oh, go on.
And they're definitely in it.
Ooh.
I don't know if they're quite at the top, because of course the other one in that top 2 is some pretty strong competition. I'm an absolutely massive fan of Malik Mamad and his team, but it's they're running very well at the moment. 2:20.9 last lap for Ethan Reed. Got about a couple seconds back to Uzebi Phoenix behind. Ethan Watson and Tom Venters are the 2 cars ahead of the number 16 car this time round. As I'm just seeing, had a few driver swaps. Most notably, we've had a driver swap for Ragioli Racing. Emanuele Cardinale is now out of the car. Benjamin Baumann is back in it. The number 1 Lamborghini has been all over the place today. Every single battle it's been fighting with 100% of its being, and now it's going to have to get past Pavel Jarzybowski again, which is going to be interesting. Not sure Pavel Jarzybowski will want to be seeing that car in his rearview mirror anymore. Didn't really end very well last time.
But he is getting quicker. Pavel Jarzybowski is about 0.3 quicker per lap than Benjamin Baumann, so I think he'll be fine. I don't think you'll see him quite too often.
I think he could well be okay as well. I'm not too worried for him, but I'm not too worried for him, but still, it's. I feel like he might just be ever so slightly more wary after the last incident, which obviously left him facing the wrong way in the gravel trap at Stavolo. So we'll see how the situation develops. As we've got a 15-second penalty for Thomas Martins, which I can't remember if that was there before.
Thomas Martins is the number 5. Let's have a quick look at the penalties. Have they been written up into there? The number 5 on lap. Well, okay, that's lap 64. And they got a turn 19 causing a collision, but that's a 15-second penalty.
It is 15 seconds.
Oh, right. Well, then there you go.
Yeah.
Turn 19. Lap 64. Causing a collision.
Nice. Well, not nice, but not for them.
Yeah.
I'm panicking. I don't know what's going through my brain anymore. It's been a constant. It's been constant with these cars going around now. My brain's broken.
This is the life. Yep.
This is the life indeed.
At least you don't have to commentate a 24-hour race.
Have you done that yet? I assume you have, right?
I haven't commentated a 24-hour race, but I've been in a 24-hour race, and that's always fun.
I've been in one 24-hour race in my life, which was
the karting one, right?
Yeah, my karting race. That was my best. We came second last by many laps. The only team that we beat, I think, was the team that spent like half the night in a shed, in like one of the tents, trying to fix their car. I think we messed up our engine when we set off at the start of the race, and we just never got it back from there. It was still the most fun I ever had driving anything, and by the end I couldn't lift my arms. It was deeply unpleasant, but a lot of fun. I can imagine commentating it.
No.
I mean, my like impression of commentating in Qualifiers was getting a little bit loose through Les Combes there. Lovely little catch on the slide though. My like main impression of what it's like to commentate a 24-hour race is thinking about that clip from Le Mans this year. It's like
this year.
Yeah, was it this year where they were like, where they were saying like, if they say you can't have cake, the only
that was last year.
And then the guy says heroin.
Yep.
That's why I imagine once it gets to the small wee hours of the night, all sense just flies out of the window.
Yes.
As you know, and also, to be fair, especially at a place like Le Mans where the track is so long,
and the straights are so long.
Exactly, like the cars are going to spread out so much, and there's not always going to be a huge amount to focus on. So we've been lucky so far. I think we've pretty much always had a fight for position to look at throughout this whole race, which has been really good. We're almost halfway, almost at half race distance, and we've pretty much constantly had pardon me, something to look at. And even now, like I'm looking in the top 5, Jakob Scheber and Jan Marcel Dietrich. They're only separated by 2.5 seconds. They've been running for 4 hours now, and they're only separated by 2.5 seconds.
Santama down the inside on Martins, and a pretty nice overtake there into the Le Combes chicane by Abe Santama. The BWT Mercedes trying to come back right at him, and Abe Santama having none of it. Ahead and up into 12th place. Not where he wants to be.
Well, the amazing thing is, after how bad the start of this race was for the VGTR team, top 10 is not entirely out of the question.
I mean, it'd be hard, but
I think it's difficult, but all it's going to take is a couple incidents ahead and a couple good stints from the VGTR team. We've seen incidents happen at the top. So far, they've been relatively minor. They've mainly just affected the two Lamborghinis. It's mainly just been them hitting each other. But, you know, if there's like a big enough incident, they could definitely. I think like, you know, 11th they should be able to. 11th they can probably catch.
Yeah.
I think I'm trying to work out where the number 888 car is. It's just come across the finish line now.
They're
Actually,
going
is
about
Abe on a different lap?
Yeah. He's just gonna come
he
across the line
is.
soon. But
Oh yeah, he's okay. Yeah, so there's. I'd say like he's got. I'd say he's got a very manageable. About 20 seconds forward, and about 22 seconds forward again to P10. Making up 42 seconds in 4 hours. It's gonna be difficult because Artem Tyutin and Baku Mirmanov and Ivan Chekhov have all been like Ivan Chekhov especially has been really quick. Baku Mirmanov put in a great stint. Artem Tyutin has been solid in all of his. I haven't seen much of his, but he hasn't made any mistakes. He's always just been head down, putting in fast laps. Same as Baku Mirmanov. So that's going to be a tough car to catch. But I just don't think you can rule anything out for VGTR at this stage. I think 11th is definitely on the plate by the end of the race, and there's no reason that P10 can't also be.
Exactly, and since also Abe Santiman is going about 1.6 seconds faster than Matt Royale per lap, so I think he'll be there in around 15 to 20 laps. We'll see how that progresses.
Indeed, we shall. I think it's going to be. I think it's going to be interesting.
Yeah, Scott Donaldson still 4/10 away from Daniel Berger as they're going to be heading into the Lecombe chicane. He's not even going to try and make a move there. But what does he have in store for us again? It looks like Daniel Berger has been struggling just a little bit, and Scott Donaldson is about to be all over it. As they head through the hairpin and down towards No Name. Not going to be close enough to make a move, so I think he'll be trying to wait until the bus stop chicane, try and get the better exits out of each one of these corners, and then fly off and try and get him at the bus stop. Who knows?
This has got to be so frustrating for Scott Donaldson. He's been closing repeatedly on Daniel Berger, just not being able to quite get the move done. Berger's defense has been staunch, fair, and very, very effective for such a long time now. And I get the feeling that if Donaldson does get past, if Berger doesn't launch an immediate counter attack and get through, then I feel like Donaldson will be able to clear off and get away. He was a lot quicker before this fight began. But getting close and getting past are two completely different things. The worst part is like if they're quick enough, or if they can work together or whatever, they might be able to get ahead of the number 5 Mercedes once it's 15-second penalty. I believe the gap is 18 seconds at the moment.
Yep.
If Donaldson really is quicker, he'll want to get past as soon as possible, because then he can gain a position without having to do anything on track, no wasting time. And that would be a great result for Pit Stop UK Mercedes team.
Yeah, and also if their other team, I think it's the number 7 team, after having their wheel disconnect, can also start to put in some epic laps, which they are right now. They're going 6/10 quicker than Chico Lindvar per lap, and maybe we'll see the 2 Pit Stop UK cars finishing quite high up. But it is all still to play for. Still 4 hours to go, and well, 4 hours doesn't feel like too much time. I think I've done a 4-hour race before, not solo, but have done a 4-hour race before. So I think this is the least stressful times, but I think the last 1 hour, the last 1.5 hours will be pretty intense, as some people might start to get desperate, or we'll just start pushing a bit too much. Who knows, maybe there will be some late rain, which did happen at our first race when we were in Kyalami. I think the last 30 minutes was full-on rain, so can't rule anything out.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I feel like, especially like what you say about people are going to get desperate. People are going to get even more desperate if they really feel that something is within touching distance. And you look at like the top few cars right now, and you look at that pack from Jakob Shaver backwards. All of these cars could be within touching distance of each other by the end of this. I was just going to say Daniel Becker got a bad exit out of Stavelo. And Scott Donaldson is the closest he's been for a while, but Becker's straight line speed is pretty phenomenal. There's still a chance that this could finally be the lap that a move actually happens as they go through Blanchimont now. Scott Donaldson is right on the back of Daniel Becker. Becker will move to the inside to defend. Donaldson's going to send it to the outside. He's not going to get close enough. Going to try and come back. Will he? No. Becker positions his car absolutely beautifully. He's going to stay ahead for now. Go slightly wide on the exit of the chicane though.
Scott Donaldson
and now
has a
Donaldson
great
could.
exit.
Oh, Donaldson trying to go to the inside, but there's no room. Becker shuts the door, not letting anything happen there. Could be a switchback from Donaldson. He lets it happen. We've been waiting for that. We've been waiting for half an hour to see that move, and it's finally happened from Scott Donaldson, who.
I think Tommy
Becker as well, and that's just going to help Scott Donaldson put even more time between himself and the number 187 Porsche, which he has been frustrated by for such a large portion of the recent stages of this race. He's going to have to get out of the way for Jakob Shaver sooner rather than later. But the problem is, look at Daniel Becker, he's still right there. He's not letting him get away.
That was one crazy overtake. The switcheroo back into the source was, I think, millimeters between them.
I thought when he didn't go for it at the bus stop, I thought that was it. He was just going to settle in front of the lap, but it was just, the car was positioned perfectly. Becker was forced into a slightly wider exit, trying to hold his position, and very well played from Scott Donaldson. And yeah, we just got to see how he deals with the traffic lapping coming up. Jakob Shaver, all this time that he's spending trapped behind Donaldson in the midst of this fight, it's bringing Jan-Marcel Dietrich into the fight as well.
Yeah. Where are they? They are up 4th and 5th. So yeah, this is quite one. Yeah, this is quite a battle, I think, here. If they can actually get on with it. I do want a pretty big battle at the top 5.
Drive-through penalty for Artem Teuton.
No, that's probably track limits then, which really
Scott Donaldson lets Jakob Shaver by. Wonderful timing. Wonderful timing from him. Daniel Becker though very quick to also let Jan-Marcel Dietrich by. Just to point out that penalty for Artem Teuton, you know, going to put him closer to Matt Royale at the very least.
And that will bring Abe Santama in again, won't it?
Do you remember what I said about how it only takes one thing to happen to someone in the top 10 and all of a sudden Abe will be able to see it?
Exactly.
I think if he knows about that drive-through, I think he'll be
Super.
rubbing his hands together right now. Drive-through for Jan-Marcel Dietrich as well.
Oh, he did just get that.
I just popped up as he went through already on.
Oh. People are starting to get a bit sloppy now. Even the top 5. They are starting to get a bit sloppy, and this might show that they're a bit tired. Maybe their tires are more worn than we think. And yeah, I mean, that's probably the last team I thought was going to be getting a drive-through penalty now. Will be tumbling quite far down as Artem Teuton comes into the pits to serve his drive-through penalty. And we'll see where that drops him, because I'll definitely put him behind Matt Royale. And how close will it be to Abe Santama?
Scott Donaldson lets Jan-Marcel Dietrich by. Nice and safely, doesn't really lose too much time, but Daniel Becker now has the number 8 Mercedes back in his sights, which will be I don't know, if I was Scott Donaldson, I'd be a little bit scared. We're just going to see where I'm going to also flip forwards and have a look at Artem Teuton as he comes down the pit side. Oh, I just heard the voice over through my ear saying we're at the halfway mark.
Get it.
Normally I'm used to hearing this about, 15 to 30 minutes into a race, not 4 hours into one. And look at what the gap is going to be. He's a long way behind Matt Royale. I didn't realise it'd be quite that devastating.
Yeah, and Abe Santum is already coming towards Rouge and Randallon, just making it down the straight. So
he's now visible.
He is.
You don't want to be visible to Abe.
No. No, as soon as Abe can see you, I think it's over. Yeah.
I feel like I don't know if he's the same as me, but I don't know if like this happens to everybody. But when I'm driving, if I have somebody in front of me, I can go up to 2 seconds a lap quicker than if I'm just by myself.
Exactly. Yeah. No,
I like being by myself because I'm more consistent, but and I don't make mistakes. But if someone's in front of me, it's like it's so easy to just get dragged along magically.
Yep. Sadly for Jan Marcel Dietrich, he's fallen down a couple of positions already, and he's behind Benjamin Baumann. He might be behind Gillian Moore here as well. Yes, he is. And Matt Royale, well, I think he'll be too far back in order to get ahead of him, but it's not good. And I think Whipperman Racing also coming into the chat saying these cuts are just hilarious. Yeah, it's not great. There is Jan Marcel still going 50 kilometers per hour, and he's now released and able to go his full speed. Abe washed, Miguel says. Well, Miguel, I'd like to see where you are. No, 23rd. Well, you know what? Only 5 seconds. Wait, I thought you guys were in front of UZB Phoenix. It looks like they already got past them. We missed that. UZB Phoenix ahead of Ethan Reed.
Yeah, it's race is definitely developing. We're just seeing where it looks like because of that drive-through penalty, Jan Marcel Dietrich becomes the latest driver to be lapped by Jakob Osterman. Of course, the teammates there, both Whipperman Racing cars. Means there's only 3 cars left. 4 cars. No, I'm stupid. There's only 8 cars left on the lead lap. I'm struggling. I've been using so much concentration to try and catch all the fights and yellow flags.
Yep.
But no, yeah, it looks like Marcel Dietrich down to 9th place, been lapped now. 30 seconds back to Matt Royale, 20 back to Arston Kutin, and then from him only 4 back to Abe Santama.
Well.
And guess who's behind Abe Santama?
Thomas Martins, the number 5.
I meant directly on track. It's Tommy Lydon now.
Oh, it's Tommy Lydon. Oh, okay, I thought you said no, because
I did not make that clear in the slightest.
They were fighting, the number 5 and Abe Santama before, so I thought that might have been it. Yeah, old friends. They have they fought on track ever before? I think they've done 6 hours of Brands Hatch before. Have they?
I think they did in VGTR, because I think that the year that Tommy Lydon won the championship, there was only 2 races he didn't win. One was I can't remember what happened, something at Donington, and I think the other one was Catalonia, which I think Abe won. Actually, hang on, I can check this now.
Abe didn't participate, I don't think. In that
Abe did not win. It was Giorgio Zacchetti who won the other one.
That's what I thought. Yeah.
That's my bad. I don't know which one. Hang on a minute. I can find out which one it was that he won. I've just discovered the value of this.
He didn't win any one of them. I won to Donington.
No, but I'm seeing which one Giorgio Zacchetti did win. Oh. He won Spa.
Oh, okay. Well, he was pretty quick at Spa.
2 seasons, 2 wins, and then disappeared off the face of the earth.
Yeah. Too quick.
Anyway, I think I might head for now because I am beginning to feel a little bit of a sore throat,
All
and
right.
I'm beginning to feel a little bit of a sore throat, and I do also need to go and sort out a couple of life admin things that have cropped up. So I'll be leaving for now. I don't know if I'll be back later, but I will be keeping my eye out and cheering on for Abe Santimer, Ethan Reed, and the rest of the VGTR boys, as well as all our VGTR veterans, people like Tommy Lydon, like Britt Batista, and people like, I'm sure there was one more who I saw who I think is a VGTR veteran, but it's hard to remember off the top of my head sometimes. Anyway, I'll leave you all for now, and until next time, it's going to be adios.
All right. See you later. Thank you. Tommy Brown. I hope he kept you all entertained for the time that I was gone. I think that he most likely did. Alright. Well, Abe Santimer 3.6 seconds behind Artem Teuton. He's doing 218.25. Artem Teuton doing only 18.8. Matt Royale doing 20.2. And he is... he looks like he's out of place in that car. I'm not sure what's going on. I hope it's just a one stint thing. Maybe they put on old tires and now they have to feel the consequences. Well, okay, 19.9 that last lap. It's not too far off the actual pace of everybody around. Like Benjamin Baumann, he's doing 19.0. What's the track temperature at? The track temperature right now is at a nice warm 25 degrees. So, you know, I'd say around the optimum. The optimum. As now Thomas Martins comes into the pits. In his 16th place, and Abe Santimer already only 3 seconds behind Artem Teuton. Let's see how much closer he gets to the back of the Mercedes of, that is, Intelligent Drivers team. But I think they might be named something else on SimGrid. I at least think that they are named something else on SimGrid. Might be wrong. And they are still called Intelligent Drivers, so that is that name. And if you're still here and still enjoying the broadcast, it would mean quite a lot if you did like and subscribe. You know, it's free. It only takes a couple seconds, and it does let me know that you have enjoyed the broadcast so far, and helps support us on a little journey to try and get to 500 subscribers by the end of this year, maybe even more, who knows. Anyhow, Konstantin Soldatov right in front of Ryan Leach, having to lap him as well, and he's been doing okay pace, let's just say that. 18.9, that is good pace, that's for sure, but compared to somebody like Jakob Osterman or even Nikolai Polakov, by the way, he's been setting banker laps over here. Nikolai Polakov, 17.9, he's trying to get as close to Jakob Schaber as he can. Pavel Zhozhabowski going slow, Not sure why that is. Joshua going 18.6 that last lap. 5/10 slower than Nikolai and 5/10 quicker than Benjamin Baumann. So overall, the pace around the top 10 it's very variable. There's quite a lot of differences, but yeah, we'll see how that progresses, as there is just less than 4 hours to go off this race. And Ape Phantom is still 2.5 seconds to go. Now we'll be right back. Santama now 2.1 seconds away from the back of Artem Teuton. Six-tenths a lap quicker. In front of them, Matt Royale, which they're going a whole 1.6 seconds faster per lap. And there's only an 18-second gap to Matt Royale. And I think he will have to come into the pits quite soon, but not sure. Not sure at all. I mean, obviously my app says completely different things. Actually, no, it doesn't. He came into the pits at the 3:09 mark, or that is... Oh geez, I have to do maths. The 4 hour... I don't want to do maths. 4 hour and 41 minute mark. He has to come in quite soon, I think. Well, Ape Sentiment still just edging, I think, under 2 seconds here soon enough. Whereas Lewis Zelch, he's going and catching the back of Daniel Burka. Lewis Zelch, by the way, setting absolutely great lap times here. 18.4 that last lap. That is 2 seconds quicker per lap than Daniel Burka. And that is nearly a second quicker than Scott Donaldson that last lap. So... he's going to try and get them. He's going to try and get them. As also, Rock Cops is behind Ethan Reed, and this is for 22nd place. That is the Ferrari behind the VCO eSports AM team. The number 16 Porsche in front, and I don't think there's much of a fight Ethan Reed can put on here. And they will be going alongside each other, coming through Blanchemont. I'm going to close my eyes again, because this is not a great place to try and overtake. Though they have come out alive. And Rock Cops only able to stay behind through the bus stop chicane. Now I think he's going to be on his inside now. He gets a very poor exit, and that will let Ethan Reed escape for now as they come towards the source. Rock Cops falling a little bit behind Ethan Reed now, so Ethan Reed picking up the pace and doing a stellar job so far. Lewis Zelch still getting closer and closer, as now Daniel Burker's picked up the pace, and so has Scott Donaldson. So looks like they have been looking a little bit at the pace of Lewis Zelch and starting to crank up the speed. Abe Santama also not catching too fast now behind Artem Teuton, but he is just 1.5 seconds behind Artem Teuton, doing the same amount of times as him. 18.48 for Abe, it's 18.41, so very, very close in terms of times. And towards the front, Konstantin Soldatov starting to level out his times compared to Jakob Osterman. Jakob Osterman doing 218.3. Konstantin doing 218.4. And there goes Abe into the pits. So we won't see that battle. And it really seems like every single time somebody gets close to the other, they come into the pits, which is a classic theme in this league, in this season. And the last season too. So it is quite something. As now Scott Donaldson comes into the pits as well, so starting a little bit of a chain reaction, it looks like. As behind Ethan Reed, well, sadly he had to let his position go to Rock Cops, and he's trying to get it back. I fear that he's just going to try and push himself way too far, way too much. As when will we see the rest start to come into the pits? Jakob Osterman probably won't be coming into the pits anytime soon. Abe is the only one who, well, not the only one, but he is one of the only people to have a pretty weird pit stop strategy, because they're no longer really running off stint timer. They're only running off their fuel. And I don't think they care about tires too much, though they are probably going to be trying to conserve them as much as they can. And Abe Santama coming out of the pits in 15th place. Behind Chico Lindvar. But in front of Scott Donaldson, so that's pretty good. It's not actually spread out. I mean, we've still got Gillian Moore about 2 seconds off Biam and Bauman. You've still got Artem Teuton 9 seconds off Matt Royale, which Matt Royale has been having a pretty inconsistent stint so far. Just did a 221.0 last lap, which has brought Artem Teuton way closer. There you go, Lewis Selch still 2 seconds off Daniel Burker. Callum Morgan 2.6 seconds off Ali Vangali, which you just saw flash by. Ethan Reed 2.6 seconds off Rock Cops, but he did just get by him. And yeah, it's not too spread out, as Abe Santama back in the pits as he's got a stop go 30. Oh, how much worse could this get for our team? Stop go 34. Going too quick into the pit lane or going too quick out of the pit lane. And there's only one person to blame for that, and that is sadly Abe. So yeah. Now Lewis Selch behind Daniel Burke. Daniel Burke at that last lap was a stonker, 18.965. That is close to his fastest lap this stint so far. There's the F1 memes car trying to get past them, and try and get past them in a nice manner that it doesn't impede Daniel Burke too much, but also doesn't impede this man right here, Lewis Selch. As Tommy Lydon comes into the pits, and that is one of the first top 3 drivers to now come into the pits for their 4th pit stop? Yeah, their 4th pit stop. This is a very long and very boring run towards the pits. You know, when we come into Brands Hatch, that's where everything will start to kick off. It's a very short track, I think. Well, okay, not really half of this time, but it is, I think, half the length. I think Brands Hatch is about half the length of Spa, so we'll see. Actually, Spa, Francorchamps, length. I think it's about 7 kilometers. Yeah, it's exactly 7 kilometers. Brands Hatch length is... oh well. They say it in miles, which is really not nice. The Brands Hatch circuit. Oh, I'm on the full circuit. And we still have Lewis Elch fighting Daniel Berger here. Tooth and nail. The full circuit is around 4 kilometers, so near it's less than half, but still 1 minute 22 around Brands Hatch. Here it's 2 minutes 20, 2 minute 16. So a whole minute faster that track as Lewis Elch pulls alongside Daniel Berger as they come into the bus stop chicane. Can he outbrake him and possibly get a better exit out of here? We saw, I think there was one of the Pit Stop UK cars do a nice old switcheroo. Might we see that happen here again? And I don't think we will, because Lewis Elch just a bit too far back to make a move into the source. And Daniel Berger gets to live again. At least for one more lap. As Tommy Lydon came out of the pits. Did he ever come out of the pits? Yes, he has. He come out of the pits in 9th place. So behind Han Manuel Dietrich as Lewis Elch still trying to go to the inside. As Artem Teuton comes out of the pits too, and so does Ethan Watson. As Paweł Gajewski comes into the pits, and so does Matt Royale. We'll see how that pans out in terms of strategy for them too. Matt Royale was not doing too great of lap times recently, as Paweł Gajewski still coming into the pits nice and slowly at a leisurely 50km/h race pace. Lewis Elch 4/10 away. Lewis Elch still 2/10 away, and he's closing that gap. You know, we can have a little look. Instead of the car numbers, Have a little look at the manufacturers. And they both come into the pits. Look at them, so close behind each other. Do have to remind, there is no contact in the pits, so even if he does phase through him, it won't cause any damage. And this is going to be a race to who can do this pit stop perfectly here, as Daniel Berger has already stopped at his line. Lewis Zelch having the... You know, I think it's much nicer if you have a pit box a bit further away. And we'll see as Daniel Berger will probably... Yep, there he goes. He goes now, but he still has to do 50 kilometers per hour. Down the straight, down the pit. There's Lewis Zelch. There he is, out now as well. Daniel Berger. Oh, it looks like he's been beaten out of the pits. It's Ethan Watson, yellow flag. Sure what happened there. And he is... Oh, he's not facing the right way, is he? Ivan Chekhov starting to close the gap to Lasses Treje, as he's now taken over the car from Matt Royale. And there goes Jakub Osterman as well, coming into the pits. Konstantin Datov. Will he come into the pits now too? Well, we'll see that. Konstantin Soldatov up into first place, and he has led quite a... You know, he has led some of this race, let's just say that, when he has not pitted. And Ivan Chekhov now only a 10th off as Jakob Osterman. Okay, he's just coming out of the pits. Every single time I see Jakob Osterman gets in a yellow flag. 4 tenths only. Both in the AMGs. And he's now heading through Blanchimont. Oh, and looks like that has sent him quite wide. That was himself, though. Jakob Shaver coming into the pits now, too. So is Jan Manuel Dietrich. And Ivan Chekhov has shown from time to time that he is one of the quicker drivers on this track. As I'm not sure. Yeah, Jan Manuel Dietrich yet again a drive-through, and Matteo Di Campo having a drive-through as well. That is not great. Not great at all. Manuel Dietrich already 2 drive-throughs at least. Ivan Chekhov also earning himself a track limits violation there. And Nikolai Polakov coming into the pits for F1 memes. He's done a pretty good stint, that one. A very good stint. They were down, I think, below the top 10. And now they are securely in the top 10, and I think by quite some margin. And we continue to see the fight. And Ryan Leach comes into the pits, and so does Matteo Di Campo. Matteo Di Campo serving his drive-through penalty. Still 3 tenths. And look at that, Ivan Chekhov indicating to Lasse Strege to move over to the left. You saw that indicator game working, and I'm not sure what that was supposed to mean. We've got a DT for nothing. It said driver time, but it wasn't long. It wasn't too long. Oh, ACC doing its job, but really not sure if that's anything that we could do. Again, I am not a steward. just a measly old commentator. And oh, quali in the chat. Our server provider and our server manager and our website manager and everything to do with tech. Everything that we can't do, he does. And Konstantin Soldatov coming into the pits now too. Going to do a reboot. Oh. Yeah. Let's not do that. Let's not scare our drivers over here. Ivan Chekhov now pulling to the inside and trying to get past Lasse Strezzi into the Lecom chicane. Ooh, getting all out of shape and definitely scaring Lasse Strezzi too. But Lasse Strezzi not budging a single eyelid. Man is on a mission and he is not going to be stopped. But Ivan Chekhov, that was a big send. Could have ended pretty badly there. That's for sure. Mattia, oh, what's happened here? Oh my god. I think we might have an alien invasion. What is this? Oh, Jesus. Polly, are you restarting the server? Okay. Whatever that is, I hope they, yeah, that's only him. No, it's only him. Flying through the air. What do I actually see? Yep, okay, their internet is screwed. Their ping is flying all over the place. I might wanna tell him to leave the server. Anyway, Ivan Chekhov on the inside of Lasse Strezzi as he tries to get past him. And oh! Is that... I think that's just human error. Are they still flying? Marco Kmadza. I think they don't exist anymore. Number 13 car. Gilles Alleman. A drive-through for them. And so is the number 2 of W. Drury. Yeah, it looks like the number 13 has left the game. That was weird. That was quite something. There's Julian Moore coming out of the pits from serving his drive-through penalty. That's put him down to 7th place. Now he's got Emmanuel Cardinale following and getting closer as he's got the run down the Camel Straight, and look at how much time he's gained. And Emmanuel Cardinale get past Kevin Chartier here. Kevin Chartier hasn't even got his tires up to temperature. About 7/10 the gap. And this is not going to be great for him. Absolutely not great. Would not want to be stuck in this situation. As he's now 2/10 away, heading down towards Blanchimont, and I hope he doesn't make a move through Blanchimont. I think he's safe enough to know that that's not going to be a move. Well made as Emmanuel Cardinale down the inside into the bus stop chicane. I think Kevin Chartier has this one covered. Oh, a little bit of contact. And Kevin Chartier able to stay ahead of Emmanuel Cardinale. And Jakob Osterman, I said before that we didn't see a 16 during the race. Well, there we go. Jakob Osterman, a 16.9. That's the fastest lap of this race. And well done to him. As Emmanuel Cardinale now trying to still go down the inside of Kevin Chartier, or at least try and pressure him into making a mistake. Still Emmanuel Cardinale following way too closely behind Kevin Chartier as he tries to go down the inside of him into this corner. Not really a corner, it's a bit of a chicane as they come down through towards Stavolo, where actually they've removed that barrier and they've added a ton of gravel. So, yeah. Gilles Alleman gets another drive-through penalty for Mission Spinal Racing. What is going on? As Emmanuel Cardinale gets a bit impatient there as he goes to the inside to try and get past Kevin Chartier yet again into the bus stop chicane. Kevin Chartier this time a bit too far back. And now they will be going alongside each other down into the La Source hairpin, down into the first corner. Who will be ahead? I think Emmanuel Cardinale has this one covered off. But Kevin Chartier, we've seen many switchbacks here. He can get a better exit, and I think he does. Down the inside, he tried to go, and I don't think he's going to be able to reclaim that position. Good stuff by Emmanuel Cardinale, up into 7th place. And now up into 6th is Gilles Alleman having to serve his drive-through penalty. And with just 10 minutes more than 3 hours to go. The drivers can start to see at least, they can see the light at the end of the tunnel. Start to more or less focus on getting to the end of this race. We see Maximilian Gallas. Wait, what's happened to him? Oh, no. That is a hefty amount of damage. And now he's got Timur looking right behind him for F1 memes. And this nice top 3 finish might end in disaster. Maximilian Gallas making a big mistake, and that's quite a lot of damage on his car, I think, as well. No, it doesn't look like it's messing with his steering inputs. Definitely will be messing with his traction. Look at the left side of that car. Look at the rear of that car. Absolutely banged up, and I think Timur Chulukin, this is going to be... It's going to be a matter of corners before he overtakes him. Unless Maximilian Gallas can do something here. Yeah, I'd love to get the replay, but thing is, I'm always super scared of getting the replay, because a lot of the times that I've tried to do it, I would like have these weird Unreal Engine crashes and everything, so I don't wanna risk it here for now. If I did have a second person, I'd make them go and see, but yeah. Sadly, Tommy Brown currently away, and the other commentator that I was supposed to have here currently also away as well, as Kevin Chartier is still getting closer to the back of Emmanuel Cardinale. And Timur Chulukin also. Yeah, I don't think it'll be too much of a battle between these two. Sitting here being sad as I would have been driving, but my Wi-Fi is having bad ping, so only left thing is cheering for my 888 teammates. Well, absolutely. Who's that? That's the Mercedes of Panamarov, standing stranded. Oh, after a Rouge and Radalon. What an absolute shame, as Timur Chulukin gets past Maximilian Gallas for a third place. And as I said, there wouldn't be too much of a fight being put on there, as Timur drifting it out quite nicely. And also Callum Morgan. Okay, yellow flag. I think they just came out the pits, if I'm not wrong. And look at that car. Okay, I'm sorry. How would you say that then? We say it as Radalon. 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 Oh my god. If he can make it back to the pits like that. Redijon? You're screwing with me. Wait. Oh yeah. I don't know where the L comes from. Yeah, it's Radion. Not Radalon. It's Radion. Yeah. Oh. Radalon, Radion, whatever. Anyway. Nikita Panamarov. He's doing a good job trying to get that car back to the pits. Alex Ames is the 888. Well, they're running in a top 10 right now. They've got Gilles Alleman right in front of them. They are running a bit slower than them, about 7/10 slower per lap. Nikita Panamarov barely keeping it on track. Chris Tedder. Oh, and he's off the track. Now, this is exactly when people start to get tired and they start to just want to finish this race. You know, 3 hours to go. Oh, my God. Oh, he's not in a good time right now in order to get back onto the track. Oh, okay. Just enough there. It's Kevin Chartier just having to lap one of the back markers and still closing the gap to Cardinale, who got past him a couple of laps back. And yeah, this is exactly what happens. They've done 5 hours of this race. Some might have not even had a break. Even I've had a break and I haven't been racing. Some might have not had a break. And just getting tired. And it's also the sunset in this game right now as well, which might start to impair some of your visuals. Like in Kielami, through sunset, you do see the sunset and it hurts your eyes. And also through a couple of the first corners through here as well. And there's a couple of corners where you just can't see anything. Probably the worst time for everybody. Darren Jones now into the pits, and who is this with a penalty? That's Miladinovic. He's got a drive-through penalty, which will ease off, which will ease Ethan Reed and his team as well, as they have been caught by them before, and they are one heck of a force, especially R-Cops and E-Cops. They're both, you know, the Cops brothers are very, very quick. All we can sit and watch is Kevin Chartier trying his best to get closer to the back of Emmanuel Cardinale. Emmanuel that last time did a 19.8, Kevin did a 19.3, so a 5/10 quicker lap, but looks like he dropped back a little bit this time. Oh, what's happened to Gilles Alaman White? Okay, he's just come out of the pits. Creased header, not again. This time, it looks like it's been a big crash. And they're stranded on the side of the track, and they have returned back to the pits. Ah, Chico Lindvar and Britt Batiste might not be too happy right now with how things are going. Wayne Drury trying to get past Ivan Levelen. Oh my god, I can't say that name, it's Welsh. I forgot how to say it. I used to be able to say Welsh names. Oh no, no, there's not even a Welsh pronunciation. Yeah, Batiste is in Ted's team, yeah. He's in Cosmosis Racing, Cosmosis eSports. I think that's what it's called. And somebody did just leave. I think I just saw that. We're back down to 28 drivers. I think somebody has had a disconnect or something. You feel bad for Baptiste. Interesting name. Well, there we go. Drury ahead of Ivan Levelen. I know there is a proper name, a proper way to say it. Oh my god, that's a weird name. That's a weird way to say it. Clevelen. I think that's the way that you say it. As Abe Santama laps Wayne Drury. Llewellyn. Huh. Well, the more you know. Towards the front, still not too much of a gap. Well, not too close of a gap. Going on, Kevin Chartier is still kind of close to the back of Emmanuel Cardinale, but Emmanuel has picked up the pace quite a lot. He's going around 7/10 quicker per lap compared to Kevin Chartier. Maximilian Gallas is going around the same pace as Timur Chilukin with 19.1. Oh my god. We've got a relative of Ivan over here. Yuan Llewellyn. Oh, Yuan Llewellyn. You know what? I'll try and remember that. Yuan Llewellyn. The Welsh language. The Welsh pronunciations. I have been there before. It's just crazy. Big ups to everybody that lives in Wales. Ah, you're his dad. Okay, well, now it's even more pressure to try and get that name right. Yeah, the pronunciations there, and if you've ever seen that big city name and that news reporter trying to say it, I forgot what it was called. Yeah, whatever, that massive town on Anglesey, I think that's where it is. Way too many letters. Yeah, really interesting. As Gilles Salaman comes into the pits, and I thought for a second he had another drive-through, but no. It is Ivan Chekhov who's got a drive-through, so the number 11 will not... Yeah, they won't stress too much. The town name is way bigger than the town. Yeah. The town is actually very, well, pretty small. I think they've got a ton of attention because the sign is... I'm just googling the sign right now. It is crazy. Yeah, alright. See you later. Well, that's that. It's always fun to see relatives or people that support other drivers pop into the stream, and you know what, if you do want your parents or your siblings or whoever you have to watch, you can always share this stream, you know. It brings more publicity to you and brings more publicity to me, you know. Just a little bit of a shameless plug. Gilles Alaman, though, not having the greatest of races, is he? Started 6th. And yeah, not great. I don't see any Bens racing around right here. Where is a Ben? Tom Venters. So let's just go to Tom Venters. Hey, you know what? You're with M Jones and D Jones. I don't think there's any Ben D Hovers. But where is? Maybe there is a Ben. Maybe I'm just being stupid. What number are they? If I'm not being pranked, I feel like I'm being pranked. Ben DeHover. Nah, see, I knew I was being pranked. That's why I'm saying hover instead of. Yeah, I'm not gonna get clipped. I'm gonna get clipped. It's like if you told me to watch Mike, and his second name is Ox Long. Yeah, I'd see what you were doing. Anyhow, number 104 is still having to serve that penalty, and I think they will be serving it now. Why do they have a yellow flag? They are very slow, letting Alvarez through. That was full position, by the way. I'm not sure what. Oh! Well, that was something. And they left the race instantly. That's yeah, if anybody knows what's happened to Ivan Chekhov. That was a very weird way to end a race. It wasn't even a proper end. It was just kind of like a crash and die, quite literally. I'm speechless somehow. What just happened? So weird. I will try and get a hold and see what has happened to Van Chekhov. Right, Kevin Chartier, can he get closer to the back of Emmanuel Cardinale? Looks like he has been absolutely on fire, going 7/10 quicker that last lap. As we are now at the 2 hour and 40, nearly the 45 minute mark. That means we will end this race at around 10:45 local, which is British time, and 11:45 CEST, CEST. Central European time, Central European summertime. Ali Bengali now into the pits as well, of 11th place. Let's see what happens to them. I still don't know, why did Van Chekhov do that? He was in the top 10. Only 7 seconds away from Lassie Strege, which would be being the top 8. There's now Ali Bengali coming into the pits, promotes Abe Santoma up into 11th place. And he is now about 30 seconds behind Gilles Alaman. Don't trust what it says there. It is, I think, about 10 times off. else do we have going on here? You know, it's starting to get pretty quiet. Still 2 seconds between Kevin and Emmanuel. Though Emmanuel now has picked up the pace. Picked up the pace quite a bit, 2 tenths quicker that last lap than Kevin Chartier. It looks like it's a game of really just cat and mouse. Who will respond to what? And if you're in front, it's much easier to respond to the people behind than... Actually, I don't know. Isn't? No. Oh. Let's see what the autopilot will show us. Maybe it's got some crazy insight we don't. It's showing Richard Lopez instead. And now back to Strege. You know, we know that one of his teammates is in now, and now it's instantly switched to Miladinovic. Very indecisive. It switches about every 5 seconds, it looks like. Yep, now we're back to Konstantin Soldatov. Look at this, Konstantin Soldatov coming across quite a bit of traffic. He just had to lap a Lamborghini and a Ferrari. Now he's got the McLaren of, if I believe my math is correct, that probably would have been the McLaren of... No. Yeah, Dean Loris. That is the person that he's about to lap. And oh, the number 89 getting a stop go 10 by our stewards. That is one heck of a penalty. I have not seen that one given out too much. So it must have been something quite big. And there's Jakob Osterman still obviously leading this race, even after having done all of their penalties. They are absolutely just nothing. There's nothing, there's no words to describe except quick. Donovan is just coming across the final bus stop chicane. Anyway, I'm just gonna leave you with this nice... Oh, actually no. Let's just have a little look at what's happened to Tudor. Not Tudor. Chris Tedder. I think he just came out of the pits. That is probably what happened. Oh, yeah, he had to serve his stop go 10. Anyway, gonna just leave you with the autopilot cameras, and I will probably be back soon, just having to do some good old eating. Oh, and maybe one of the other commentators will come and join, we'll see. Right, and even still, with 1.5 hours to go, Cheetah and the Cheetah still fighting closely behind Noah Ackerman for 15th place. The 999 getting pressured for the top 15 position. And let's just have a little look at how the top 5 is shaping out to be. Lewis Rotter still first place. And oh my god, look at them going 3 wide. I think Paweł Żorżowski just coming out of the pits, and Cheetah and Cheetah trying to go down the inside of Noah Ackerman into the Lecombe chicane. Abe Santama comes into the pits as well. He's still in 13th place, and Cheetah and Cheetah just fighting until the very, very end here. He's got Paweł Żorżowski, so he does have blue flags right behind him, but he is fighting, and he is going to be fighting, well, bumper to bumper as it looks like right now, and though I don't think Paweł Żorżowski is going to like that one bit, as he does have a 30-second gap to Malik Mamad to try and... Oh wait, no, he doesn't need to do that because they still have to come into the pits, so it is going to be absolutely fine. But I think Paweł Żorżowski will get by Cheetah and a Cheetah, which forces him very, very wide, and I dare say he's not going to like that one bit. Maxim Dolgopiatov up into 3rd place. Igor Ogorodnikov down into 2nd place, and Lewis Rotter still in 1st. Tommy Lydon in 4th. It looks like they have fixed up their car and should be running some pretty nice pace. Benjamin Baumann is running in 5th. Malik Mamad's running in 6th. Paweł Żorżowski in 7th. And Dominic Alvarez, which is the other Whipperman Racing team, running in 8th right now. Matt Royale, the 888 Mercedes, running in 9th. Jakob Schaber in 10th. Mattia De Campo in 11th. And Ryan Leach 12th. Ali Banganari in 13th and Abe Santama in 14th, though I think he'll gain a couple of positions since he has pitted quite recently. Noah Ackerman in 15th, and he's got Cheetah and Cheetah for company quite closely behind him in 16th. Then Tom Venters in 17th, and it says here that he is 14,000 seconds away from Cheetah and Cheetah, but I can assure you that is not the case, and I think he's only about 30 to 40 seconds away from him. Scott Donaldson in 18th, and then Ido Kops in 19th. Ethan Reed in 20th, so he has gone up a couple of more positions. Good stuff, and apparently they had 40 seconds of damage, or they have 40 seconds of damage. I remember them telling me that. Britt Batiste in 21st for Cosmosis Esports, and Henry Moore in 22nd, and Peter Ikehari for Suda Racing in 23rd, and Tydad in 24th. I love their livery. If they could win anything, it would any competition that had my judgment, it would be for liveries. It looks amazing. Simas Versicus in 25th, and Daniel Geraldo in 26th. And the last but not least is Guilherme Goncalves running in 27th. And they started last, and sadly they're still last. Let's go, Noah Ackerman. Yeah, holding Cheetah and Cheetah up quite nicely. Still have 1.5 hours to go, so nothing to worry about at all. Even if they do let them go by accidentally, but you know, I really doubt that they will. And in terms of pace, we have slowed down quite a bit. Well, when I say slowed down, it's still damn quick. Lewis Rotter's doing 218.1, whereas actually Igor Ogorodnikov doing 218.0, though I think he's actually got lapped. Yeah, P2 has been lapped by P1, but I think Lewis Rotter's is yet to stop. He came in quite a long time ago, so we'll see where he ends up. Definitely not behind P2, but it'll be nice to see, especially with Igor's pace right now being Pretty damn good. Who is the quickest driver on the grid right now, actually? I think it is Igor Ogorodnikov. Yes, he is. 18.0, still slapping hard with some great laps. And that last lap for Lewis Rotter's 18.1, Igor 17.8. So yeah, those new tires for Igor are doing a great job. And also a great driver behind a great car, so what can we say? Except it's a great time to be on the track. Let's see, will the team names work? No, they won't, of course they won't. Won't even try them. Five pit stops, manufacturers, current lap, live data, and a last stop length. So you can have a look at last stops. Oh, it's been, what else do we have here? Pit stops, okay, most people have had 5 pit stops and 6 pit stops. Position delta, oh, that's the amount of positions that they've gained so far in this race. The only 2 people to have not moved a single position in this race so far, or at least right now, is Ryan Leach. He started 12th, he is 12th, and Brit Batista started 21st, he is 21st right now. Dominic Alvarez, oh, well, obviously Lewis Rotters as well, started first, is currently first, will probably finish first, but still 1 hour, 20 minutes to go. We'll see how that pans out. No rain in sight on the Belgium track. What else do we have? Position delta, personal best, there you go. At least from their stint. Session best relative, okay. Quali best relative, okay, that's definitely not what we want to be using here. Race gaps, we've already got that. I'll just go manufacturing. See here. Oh, you can put max stint time. Minutes. 70 minutes. What does that do? What did I do? I don't think I did anything. Okay, that does nothing. Minimum stop time. I don't know what the minimum stop time is. I think it's 0. That's nice. I have no clue what I just added onto this app. Did something. Wow, the log is looking as empty as possible. Oh, predictions. I just clicked predictions accidentally. Oh, stint time. There we go. Oh, I can actually see the stint time everybody has left. Oh, that is so useful. Oh, I've never been able to see that. I've always been just guessing how long they have. So, Tommy Lydon has just come out of the pits. He's got 1 hour and 9 minutes to go. Abe Santiman's 1 hour and 7 minutes. Oh, yes. Yes, this is sick. Okay, I'm sorry. This is weird to say. Now, obviously, after commentating, after watching this race for nearly 8 hours, going a bit insane. I can see the stint time. I can also see who has been on camera and who hasn't, and it looks like my auto camera has picked up on everybody, and the most amount of time that we spent on somebody... okay, it doesn't say time, but it says percentage of the whole entire race. We've spent 8.7% of the time of this race on Matteo Di Campo, probably because he was in a big fight towards the start. Oh, that is so cool that I get to see that. Okay. So, Benjamin Baumann has six minutes to go. All of his stint timer. And Matt Royale 5 minutes, and Matteo Di Campo 7 minutes. Ida Kops 8 minutes. So that is the closest gaps that we have. Oh, actually no. Simas Versikos has 4 minutes left on his timer. He will have to come into the pits quite soon. Lewis Rotters has 10 minutes on his stint timer, so not much to worry for him. He knows what he's doing. And what are the closest gaps? I think in terms of chasing, we've got Matteo Di Campo, as we were talking about him earlier on. He's got 4 seconds to go, 3.9 seconds to go now until Jakob Scheber, who's running in 10th, unfortunately, for Mission Spinal Racing. They were running pretty high up. They started in 6th. They could have definitely been higher up. I think they were running in 5th or 4th earlier on. Sadly, quite a lot of drive-throughs, quite a lot of incidents with other drivers. Now running in 10th and getting chased by Matteo Di Campo. I think Jakob Scheber actually made a mistake that last lap, because that was a 2:19.7. Matteo Di Campo comes across the line at 18.9. That's nearly a whole second quicker. Actually 8/10ths quicker, so... you know, we might see this little battle come soon. What has happened to Paweł Jajubowski? Has he hit a drive-through? No, he hasn't. I'm not sure why he's coming into the pits. He's got 56 minutes left on his stint timer, unless I'm counting something wrong. Or unless my app is counting something wrong. 56 minutes left. I mean, this is good news for Tommy Lydon and Dominic Alvarez. They don't even have a drive-through. What are they doing? That is really weird. Really, really weird. It looks like they're actually coming into the pits. There we go, Tommy Lydon now getting past him now as well. Dominic Alvarez will be getting past him. Matt Royale, I think he's a bit too far back. And yep, Paweł Żabowski going to 8th, and he's in the pits. He's properly in the pits. That is quite peculiar. Anyway, Benjamin Baumann has 3 minutes to go on his stint timer. Matt Royale coming into the pits. You see, it is working. It is the correct stint timer because he's got 1 minute and 55 seconds to go until he had to pit, and he is now in the pits. Same as Simas Versikas, who's now coming out the pits. And there is Paweł Żabowski. Zarzabowski coming out the pits. He's got Jakob Schaber. Oh no, somebody else behind him. Jakob Schaber is closing in, but not close enough. Yeah, I'm not sure. Look, Jin. There'll have to be another pit stop because those numbers don't align. 1 hour and 9 minutes off their stint timer, whereas the race is a 1 hour and 10 minutes. So yeah, numbers ain't adding up. And same with everybody, they will have to come into the pits, I think, here. Yeah. Everybody else will have to come into the pits at least once. Continue de Campo coming into the pits. Well, he had his stint timer running out nearly. Matt Royale coming into the pit. Oh, he's already been in the pits. Currently running in 12th. Ali Bangali way too far back to even be close. And Abe Santama will try and unlap himself from Matt Royale, I think. Nope. Matt Royale is already going. Abe Santama still not close enough. It's been underwhelming race, I think, for VGTR Esports Pro. We definitely know we could have been more or less at the top over here, or towards the top. We were running in the top 10. Abe Santama. Did he earn himself a drive-through there? Okay, he has not. The number 127 has earned a drive-through though. And there is Benjamin Baumann coming into the pits as well. That will let Malik Mamad through. And same with Tommy Lydon, I think, because Benjamin Baumann still yet to actually stop at his pit box. And he is just making his way around the bend, a very slow bend. Oh, Tommy Lydon sliding across the track. Ooh, really having to fight that car, it looks like. Tommy Lydon. And Benjamin Baumann still in the pits. Tommy Lydon is coming across the pit straight, and I think he'll be ahead of him. Wait, hold on. This might be a pretty close battle here. Benjamin Baumann just about starting to come out of the pits. Tommy Lydon, he will be ahead of him. The Benjamin Baumann will be following closely behind and on fresher tires. Tommy Lydon in the top 5. And he'll be hoping to stay in the top 5, but I think it'll be hard to stay in the top 5 for him because he still has to come into the pits at least once. The rest around him, Igor Ogorodnikov has to come into the pits at least once. Maxim Dolgopiatov, Malik Mamad, and Lewis Rogers also have to come into the pits. Dominic Alvarez will have to come into the pits, who's actually now ahead of Emmanuel Cardinale. So, for Tommy Lydon, what he needs is Emmanuel and Dominic to be fighting tooth and nail here, but I don't think they will, because Dominic has to come into the pits in the next 4 minutes. So I think it will either be this lap or next lap that he comes into the pits. And I don't think Emmanuel, with all due respect, I don't think he'll be able to catch to the back of Dominic that quick and overtake him and fight him enough that Tommy Lydon gets a big enough gap. As Rock Cops comes into the pits as well. Lewis Rotters will most likely dive straight in as well for their final stint. And it's been a dominant stint for them. They've lapped P2 and everybody behind them. Yes, actually you can see Igor Ogorodnikov. There he is, right there, right behind them as they come into the pits. And Igor will be able to unlap himself now and be free and be on the same lap as Lewis Rotters, just in a little bit. Well, Igor will still have to do another lap in order to unlap himself fully. We'll see if that happens. There's Dominic Alvarez. Not coming into the pits now. And quite a lot of dry stop-go 30s. One for David Plotka, one for Llewellyn. I think that's how you say it now. Oh no, I need to get my thingies. Yuan Llewellyn. There you go. Yuan Llewellyn. Also, sadly, getting a stop-go 30 as well. Most of the time, it's not the person that you see on the column that got the penalty. It's usually their teammate or whoever drove into the pits, pretty much. Is the one to blame. As Malik Mamad also comes into the pits, and we'll see Malik Mamad. Here is Tommy Lydon. Tommy Lydon. I'm not sure. Not sure why Malik Mamad has come into the pits now. I mean, not like it would matter too much, because the Ferrari having an insanely big tank and fuel consumption an all-time low. Won't really matter. Lewis Trotter coming out of the pits now. Igor Ogorodnikov just coming across the final stretch of this lap. So he will be able to finally be on the same lap as Lewis Trotters. He has fully unlapped himself. And he will be, I think, about, what is that? 60-something seconds behind him? Something crazy. Tommy Lydon. He is about to come towards the La Source hairpin, and Malik Mamad still standing in the pit, so I think he might gain that position too, you know. Dominic Alvarez coming into the pits, and straight falling behind Emmanuel Cardinale. Malik Mamad still not showing any signs of movement, and Tommy Lydon up into 4th place. Maxim Dolgopiatov will have to come into the pits next lap, as his stint timer is starting to run out. Same with Ryan Leach and Shiron Nachita, who has come into the pits now, and Henry Moore, who's come into the pits now. Most of the people that are coming into the pits at this moment will not have to come into the pits anymore at all. As who just left? Somebody at the top just disappeared. Let me have a look on the stream. Looking back, looking back. Suddenly somebody will disappear. Dominic Alvarez goes down to 8th. Okay, no, I think it's quite a way back. I'm not really sure who that was. Looks like whoever it was has come back. As Maxime Dolgopianto now comes into the pits, Ryan Leach also in the pits. Still on 2017, so haven't lost anybody recently. I'm really confused, I'm really confused. I think here it is. Yeah. Who did we lose? Oh. Oh, it was Malik Mamad that we lost periodically. Malik Mamad now down in 10th. It looks like they've had a disconnect. Oh, that is not good. Not good at all. Maxim Dolgopianto coming into the pits. Tommy Lydon probably way too far back in order to even capitalize off this, but he will get closer. He will get closer. And what Tommy Lydon wants here is, I think, at least a top 5 position. I think he wants to secure a top 5 place. He'll be pushing to the absolute limits here. He is doing 18.8, which is a second quicker than Emmanuel Cardinale. He will have to pit in around 15 minutes. So he's just short of about 8 minutes, or 8 to 6 minutes. Which really does suck in terms of strategy when it's just like that. It's not great. But there is one extra car out of their way, which is Malik Mamad. Unfortunately for them. They had to rejoin. with the last 47 minutes to go. Kevin Chartier has caught up to the back of Luca Filippi. This is, I think it's been an ongoing battle between Kevin Chartier and any Lamborghini that he has come across. And this time he does have Cheetah and a Cheetah in the middle, so having to sadly get in his way. Let's just say it like that. Seconds between him and Luca Filippi. He has been doing 1.5 seconds quicker per lap, at least last lap. Tom Venter's having to come into the pits as well, as their timer has run out. Also, we've got USB Phoenix going about 6/10 quicker than per lap compared to Ethan Watson, and I think, yeah, there he is actually right behind. That he is chasing the green car. If you do not know who Ethan Watson is, which is Cheetah and the Cheetah. Now, I was thinking I didn't see Cheetah and the Cheetah at all. Kevin Chartier though now 4/10 away from Luca Filippi, who's going a bit out of control. And only 1/10 separating them, and I think he's actually going to get the overtake here. Yes, he does. Into the Lassource hairpin. A pretty nice overtake, if I say so myself. Well, it is, as I said to Tommy Brown before, he might get a bit spicy here, as there's going to be people trying to get as close as possible. And it might get a bit hairy, I think, as USB Phoenix gets closer to the back of Ethan Watson, lap by lap. As Luca Filippi will not let go of Kevin Chartier. And I think Kevin Chartier will easily drop him, as he has shown some amazing pace out there today. No doubt in my mind that he deserves that 11th place, and maybe even more, since he is driving quicker than Lance Strege and Louis Zelch, and also quicker than Gilles Alleman. But I think Gilles Alleman just recently come out of the pits, so we'll see what that lap is now. And it is an 18.9, still slower than Kevin Chartier. He is absolutely on fire. Look at that, USB Phoenix just getting so close to the back of Ethan Watson. This is the last thing they want, a final sprint to the line and to get overtaken by the Phoenix Sim Sport car. It's a terrible feeling when you do that, as Dean, oh, he's in the wall, and he's scraping it, and I don't think that's too good, not a good sign, as he lets Abe Santima through, who looks like he's trying to get close to the back of Ali Bangali. But these last couple of laps have not been showing it, since he's been running 19.7s. Clearly, that McLaren not really feeling the pace. And I don't think he'll have to come into the pits again. Yes, he will. Just like Tommy Lydon, he will have to come into the pits again. As he, goes off there. Not really sure what that's all about. It's Britt Batista, yellow flags. I think he was letting Ali Bangali through. And he comes into the pits himself. So that is nice for him. And there is USB Phoenix now 2/10 away, and will he try to make the move into the bus stop chicane? I don't think he will. Also, if you've noticed, USB Phoenix just using the regular headlights. Ethan Watson with the big endurance lights. What's the gap from 16th to 17th? It can't be 116 laps. 16th to 17th? Oh, Jesus. Yeah, no, it's not 116 laps. It's 22 seconds. Yeah, no, I don't know. Sometimes I feel like my app is it's crazy. Yeah, no, thank you for pointing that out. It's only 22 seconds. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you guys are catching this pack over here, so who knows? Maybe if these guys get into a bit of a heated argument and into a bit of a heated fight, maybe you might be in contention for 16th, 15th towards the end of this race, which would be great, I think, for you guys. Actually, I'm not sure how many. You guys are exactly 36 seconds behind. There you go. Not 22, 36. 36 seconds and 34 minutes. You know what? If you guys do a second per lap quicker, more than a second per lap quicker, then maybe you will make it. We couldn't figure out if they still need to pit. Hopefully they do. Yeah, sadly they don't. Sadly for you, they don't. Well, fortunately for them, they don't as well. They are running within their stint timer, and they will finish fine as well. I think the only people I need to pit again will be Abe Santama and Tommy Lydon. Also, anybody, yep, Lukjan will have to pit again. Maybe Lewis Elch, but I don't think so. And also, that's it. That's everybody that will have to pit. Abe, Lukjan, and maybe Lewis, but I don't think so. And Tommy Lane. Those are the 3 or 4 people that will have to pit. Raymond Camp's in the background, also trying to make a move on Dean LaRusse. It's always when it's the. I mean, I suffer from this as well. My name is. Well, I mean, my second name is not that bad. But when it's all these RL. Is that an R? LaRusse. Yeah, no, I mean. When it's a J and an S. It's coming from a R sound. It's never nice to say. We'll just call him Dean. As ooh, the F1 memes car just sliding on the inside of USB Phoenix, and that is the P3 car. Also very quick of Nikolai Polakov, doing an 18.0 that last lap. Konstantin Soldatov 18.02. Well, 18.04, but he's also done an 18.0 like Nikolai. And yeah, Jakob Osterman is the only person who's doing 17s as of right now, and of course he's doing 17s. Not really too surprised. Well, look who's back. He's doing his own stints, it looks like. It's his 3rd stint today. Tommy Brown is back on the mic.
Bon dia, as they say. Yes, just hopping back in once again. I figured, you know what? Didn't know what to do in my evening. I thought, you know what? I'll watch the end of the race. I thought, hang on a minute, why just watch? I can hop into the server and do the same thing here.
Margin Coderman, yellow flag, and they have spun out at the place where everybody spins. Erosion Radar Rouge, I got caught saying the wrong thing. I kept on saying Radillon with an L. It's actually Radillon, isn't it?
Yeah,
So I kept
French
on
pronunciation.
I kept on saying the wrong thing, and somebody caught me, and they were like, "As a Belgian, why are you saying it with an L?" So yeah. Also, try and if you're in the server, try and say the person in 24th place. Try and say their name.
24th place. Hang on a minute, let me just get all my stats back up. 24th place, Ewan Llewellyn.
God damn it! How did you know how to say it?
Well, Llewellyn is a very common
Yeah.
surname and first name actually in the past for in Wales, and I wasn't. I just sort of guessed. Like I was trying to work out what the first name would be for a couple seconds when I first saw it, and I thought it looks like similar spelling to the Scottish name Ewan, so I just assumed it was the same.
Yeah, I had troubles trying to say the second name. I was like, Llewellyn?
I think
What
if
do I
you
say?
haven't heard it said before, there's no way you'd get it right.
Yeah, yeah. Ewan Llewellyn. I had his dad come in and be like, that's how you say his name. So, there you go.
Well, I'm really happy. Like when you were gone earlier, I was just like trying to hold down the fort and not mess stuff up. I was worried I would be getting some names wrong, but I think I did all right.
Ooh, look at that. Used to be Phoenix, making a nice little move. Trying to make a move, at least on Ethan Watson, in the final 28 minutes. And as I said to you before, this is the times when things can get a bit icky in terms of people trying to make moves and maybe spaces that they can't.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, at this point, I don't know if we're expecting more pit stops.
Only a
I
couple of people.
assume, like, yeah, there's very few cars that would still have to come in. Um, so we're really looking at the real gaps right now. We've got a lot of drivers in the top end who are sort of in the top end who are quite close together. I think it's fair to say. Up and down the field, it's going to be quite interesting. Obviously, we've been looking at Isby Phoenix and Ethan Watson, who have been very close together. We've also got Kevin Chartier for the Rolling Goat, number 13 Ferrari, fighting against Pit Stop UK's Luca Filippi in the number 7 Lamborghini. Just slightly more up the road, and just flicking through to make sure I didn't miss anybody. There's also, of course, Dean Laurosa for Team 50 fighting Raymond Camps. Just coming down the start-finish straight into La Source now. They're right next to each other for position. And of course, Gilles Allemand has a small gap, but has a bit of a gap, but not a huge one, back to Lewis Zelch, who has been very quick when he's needed to be so far today. So I think there's still a lot of action that we'll need to see before we get to the end of this race.
So they were going side by side, Usby Phoenix and Ethan Watson, and they're going to be coming towards the back straight through Stavolo. And, well, what is Usby Phoenix indicating there left for? Is he trying to direct Ethan Watson? I've seen a couple of people today, by the way, using their indicators whenever they're behind somebody. And I'm not sure what it's for, really.
He's still going.
Yeah, so
maybe he is just turning left. You see, look, now he's turning left.
Yeah.
He's just a responsible driver.
I mean, it's a BMW using indicators. That's crazy. That's really crazy.
Yeah, I don't really see this much when I'm going up and down the M1. But it's a nice sight to see. But no, I did notice earlier. I thought I saw someone using their indicators earlier. I don't know. Does he know that it's on?
I think he might have forgot to leave it to turn it off. But I've seen a lot of people actually using indicators to indicate where they might be going when they're behind somebody. So I'm not sure how that works.
So it's not visible. Yeah, it's not visible from there, surely. No, yeah, I thought I saw someone using their indicators earlier, but I just wrote it off as me being wrong and actually just being brake lights. But yeah, that would make sense. To be fair, I guess if you're in front of somebody, it would make quite a lot of sense. The only problem then is, you know, the person behind is going to work out, does that mean they're going that direction? Does that mean I
They
should go in
want
that
me.
direction?
Yeah. Exactly.
So we have David Blocker coming into the pits in the number 127 Ferrari. That'll be their final stop, you would hope, at the very least. A fair few laps down. I think it's the top. Well, we have a few sort of lap gaps, as it were, in the middle of the field, and that's certainly one of them.
Yeah. And it's so sad though for Tommy Lydon. He is he's gonna have to pit again, so he might lose 4th place. He will be hoping that he doesn't lose 6th place to Lukjan, but Lukjan also has to pit. So quite a bunch of people kind of weird with their strategy. Let's call it that way. Abe Santama also going to have to pit, and I think he's 2 laps ahead of Ethan Watson and USB Phoenix, so not much to worry for him there.
Yeah, I think there's a few cars here. I think, you know, the number 14 VGTR car, probably one of those where the position is, yeah, I was about to say it's not number 14, so it's in 14th place. I realised it's actually both.
Yeah.
I was right first time. But the number 14 car in position 14, probably not going to be moving from there for the rest of the race. They've just got to sort of bring it home for the last 24 minutes. As you say, you need to pit again. Not going to get past Ali Bengali because of that. And there's 3 laps further up the road before you get to Luke Philippi. So, yeah, and as you say, big gap to these two behind, who I have to say they almost came to blows through Campos, did used to be Phoenix, and Ethan Watson. Almost came into contact, but still keeping it clean so far. The course still 20 minutes to go. Used to be Phoenix won't really be worrying too much, but for these two drivers especially, this is kind of the best position that they can achieve. It means so this will mean quite a bit to them. They've not really got a whole lot to lose. They've got a fair bit of a gap back to Darren Jones. They're going down into Rochelle. Darren Jones just coming up through Radio. So I feel like this is one of those where if people do get desperate, we could see some kind of incident, because let's face it, neither of them have anything to lose, as Ethan Watson gets a little bit slightly going through No Name, and that could cost him a little bit. Thankfully, Pouon, not really a place you want to go past if you're not clearly faster, and so they'll settle back into formation.
Yeah, and Ethan Watson's teammate... oh no, not Ethan Watson's teammate, sorry, USB Phoenix. Oh, Jesus Christ, the lag just made me see Ethan Watson go straight into a wall, I think, there. Noah Ackman, which is USB Phoenix's teammate, saying that number 43, Ethan Watson, are actually doing a pretty good job to defend because they cannot get past, and I have to agree with that. I think I've been watching this battle for the last 5 laps, maybe even more. These guys are inseparable so far, and Ethan Watson doing a great job for Sim Motorsport UK to stay ahead.
We've seen some good racing, some really good defending today from some drivers. Ethan Watson joining the ranks of them. I'm trying to remember who it was in the number 187 Porsche earlier, who was defending absolutely for their life against I'm terrible with names. Scott
Donaldson, yeah.
Against Scott Donaldson. Daniel
Bernard,
that's gonna really
no, I don't know.
It's gonna annoy me a lot.
I'm gonna try and find him. Has he left?
I think 187's gone.
Oh no.
That's why I couldn't remember. If I could see it, I'd know it. It's just it's really frustrating. But oh well, it is what it is. We'll just keep watching. We'll keep watching the latest defensive masterclass that we are seeing from Ethan Watson in the Sim Motorsport number 43 BMW. I've noticed more and more as I commentate ACC that I introduce cars the same way that a NASCAR commentator does.
Oh yeah.
just like saying, "Oh, the number 43 BMW for Sim Motorsport." I don't know. That feels like a very NASCAR way to present it.
I mean, I literally watched an F1 race today, and I mean, they usually say the nationality, don't they? They always say, "Oh, the Belgian driver,
Well,
the Dutch
for F1,
driver
there's
from
so
Red
few
Bull."
drivers, and there's so few
Yeah,
drivers. There's only like every team has their own chassis and everything. There's no like
yeah.
marks. There's no like manufacturers. It's just the teams make their own shit. So, um, I feel like it's a lot easier. But it's like I don't know. I haven't watched a whole lot of GT and all for reals in my life. So I don't know how they would introduce it necessarily. I feel like I'm trying to think back to when I was watching like Le Mans highlights when a few years ago, but there weren't a whole lot of them because it was just Toyota up front doing their own thing. So nothing really stood out and stuck in my mind. But I don't know. I've been watching a lot of NASCAR recently, so it's just sort of stuck with me.
NASCAR, okay. Somebody's turning a bit American. A bit American.
Hey, it's entertaining. You can't blame me.
That's true.
Did you see the Chicago highlights? Oh my
Absolutely
goodness.
not.
Oh, you're missing out. You're missing out. Better than anything F1's put on for years. Not better though than anything the VGTR's put on, because of course VGTR,
of course,
main series, you don't really get much better racing than that. And honestly, you look at the highlights on the VGTR Twitch channel, or the things that have been posted around the place. There is some pretty good moving that goes on in there. Always a fair dose of chaos as well, which is what we like when we're watching racing, really. One man who will not be wanting any chaos, though, is Ethan Watson, who maintains this gap back to USB Phoenix in the number 999 BMW. I've done it again. In the number 999 BMW. So far, I'd say, doesn't really look to be suffering at all from the pressure. I haven't seen him. I saw him get slightly slidey into no name. Other than that, I don't think I've seen him go offline or lose grip.
Oh, you say that.
I'm shutting my mouth. I'm not saying anything.
You said that. That was not good.
I thought USB Phoenix went for a move up the inside of Poo on there. I think he backed out of it at the last minute. This is terrifying.
Oh, down the inside. Oh.
It's a bold move to go out the inside into campus. There's not really a whole lot of slowdown into the right-hander there. It's been a long day.
Yeah.
Longer for you.
Yeah, you could say that. Oh, Jesus. Again, lag. Making me think Ethan Watson has binned it. They've got also Coderman behind them, who looks to be a bit quicker.
And Britt Batiste.
Yeah, right.
Another driver who has run just outside the top 10 for most of the early stages of the race. The Cosmosis eSports team have moved back a little bit since. But both these cars could interfere in this battle a little bit. Do you think this is better for Ethan Watson, or do you think it's going to play into the hands of USB Phoenix?
I mean, I think if USB Phoenix knows the pace behind him, and I think if he's got the engineers to tell him the pace, I think he will actually try and let Coderman through and try and use it to maybe his advantage, get a better draft behind them. And I think Ethan Watson might... I don't think this will actually interfere too much, as USB Phoenix for some reason has dropped down quite a lot now. He was in less of a second gap, now he's in 1.3 seconds. So maybe Coderman is, intimidating him, as Science said about Perez. So I don't know. So we'll see.
Well, Britt Batiste has gotten past Mariam Coderman now, so he's going to be the one doing the intimidating. I think it may have been that USB Phoenix wanted to let somebody by, but it doesn't seem to affect him, because he has actually caught pretty close up to the back of Ethan Watson, who has been working with his teammate on his defense recently, as we are being told, which is it's always nice to see that kind of practice paying dividends, and he's going to need it, because it has been 10 minutes we've been watching them fight, but I think that drop away has shown that Uzbek Phoenix clearly does have the pace to get right up onto the rear end of the number 43 BMW.
He making his mistake. Down the inside he goes. Ooh, that was close. Again,
Nothing this time.
it's always when the drivers... I know why they do it. You go down the inside, scout out the position, also look for the brake markers, because when you're stuck about a couple meters away from the back of the other driver, yeah, you definitely can't see where to brake, so it's always scary. It's always scary when you're the car in front to see somebody die from about 3/10 away, but I think USB Phoenix knew what he was doing, and he's got 15 minutes, so I think he's still got time to spare.
I can't lie. Helican in this lighting with all these cars in such close proximity, absolutely stunning. How can you not love endurance racing when you see stuff like this? 8 hours we have been running. These two cars are still inseparable, and there's one final little bit of racing, one final little bit of strategy, which we have yet to play out to decide who's going to be finishing in 15th position, as Britt Batista is now right up on the rear of USB Phoenix, who I think is going to let him by.
I mean, it looks like he might try and let him by. Well, no, he's not really.
No. He's fighting it, but Britt Batista...
Oh!
Oh!
Okay, no. Okay, I don't know what that was about.
You saw that as well, right?
Yeah. No, that was
taken off into the forest.
Oh! Now he's in front of them. Oh no. The last 13 minutes is definitely not when you want to have a disconnect. USB Phoenix. Whoa.
Definitely, that was a scary moment. I thought we lost somebody there, but it seems like we've held up okay for the time being.
And also, Britt Batista has tumbled behind Coderman now because of that. I have no clue what happened there.
Yeah, I'll be honest, a bit hard to follow what exactly was going on in that battle. Yeah, a bit hard to follow. Has Tommy Lydon come in?
No.
I think he might have.
No,
he was
not
only
yet.
P3
No.
before, right? No?
Yeah, he was in P3,
yes.
but because of a crash that Maximilian Gallas, I think, caused. Yeah, you saw that.
I thought he was going to be. I thought he was third when I got him, but now I remember he was. He's in danger of losing a position to a man who we've been talking about plenty. I think over the course of this race, Emanuele Cardinale, who's been lightning fast. I mean that Red Racing team have been very, very good today between him and Benjamin Baumann. Been a little bit in the wars, I think it's fair to say. It's been an eventful race for the two. They've also been very fast. I think they'll probably end up P4 as Tommy Lydon now comes into the pits, as if summoned by this great ethereal voice over the internet that I possess.
There we go.
Oh yes, it's been a good race from the Red Race team. I think a 4th place is probably deserved. Served their fair share of penalties, gotten their fair share of incidents, still come out well at the end of it. And look, we've got Jairo Jaramillo and David Plopka are fighting for position. I think David Plopka just went around the outside of La Source to get past and take the position, but the American in the number 44 Ferrari, Jairo Jaramillo, is not going to let that go very easily. They both hop over the curb.
Wait a minute, they're not even on the same lap.
They are?
No, they're not. Jairo Jaramillo is on 189. David Plot.
1 moment.
And David Plotko is 188.
It says they're both on 189 for me.
Really?
Am I being stupid? I did check this before I started commenting. I think I've read the wrong line. Ignore me. Ewan Llewellyn. Now that is a man who's on lap 189. That was a line I read. I'm gonna shut my mouth for a little bit. Abe Santama has also come into the pits. That I can say with certainty.
Yeah.
I can see him crumbling down at the moment at a speed which no doubt will be very, very frustrating. But we'll see where he comes out.
Oh, and Tommy Lydon out of the top 5, and that's not where he wants to be at all. He will be hoping that Lukjan comes in, and I think Lukjan does have to come in, as he's got 9 minutes on his stint timer left. I've actually worked out how to put a stint timer on this little app, so
that's handy.
we've got all of it. So Lukjan has to come in the next 9 minutes, which isn't helpful for him because that's not helpful.
That's just before the end of the race, isn't it? Yeah.
So he will probably give up that position to Tommy Lydon, and I don't think Florian Mack will have anything to salvage there at all. I don't think he'll be able to take that position.
I think we're seeing battle Usby Phoenix.
Oh. Yeah.
Trying to find him again. Yep, they're side by side as they go into La Source.
Ooh, Ethan Watson will have to get a better exit here. And I think he does, and he actually lets Kutterman through. Does used to be Phoenix, so that's not going to be helping him at all. I know they're not battling, but it's just not nice for him at all, is it?
Oh, and my own Kutterman's actually let Britt Batiste by. I think didn't want to go side by side into Eau Rouge in the final 10 minutes.
As well. He'll try to get in the way, or will be getting in the way at least a little bit.
A little bit of an all-star race here.
Still down in 40. Great Falcons, yeah. Great Falcons. Garaggioli. Absolutely.
Have we got the founder?
Oh yeah, Alessio Raggioli, hold on.
Have we got the founder? Well, I feel like I'm assuming from the messages that Go Raggioli means he's cheering on the team and not just, he's really proud of his own comments. But if that is the case, he does have a lot to be proud of for his team today. P4 it's going to be for them, as we said. P4, as we said.
Yep.
For them.
If everything goes well, at least they should finish there. And I think with Lukjan having to come into the pits, there won't be any way that Emmanuel gets anything below P4. What's happened? Used to be Phoenix and Britt Batiste coming together, and that was such a silly collision. Oh no. At least used to be Phoenix comes out of that one fine, but Britt Batiste in a wall, and that is quite something. And I think that is pretty much it for the fight between used to be Phoenix and Ethan Watson, so Ethan Watson can breathe easily.
Well, if you do still want a fight to look at,
Luca Filippi and Kevin Chartier.
I was going to recommend, we've got Raymond Camps and Dean Laureisa, but they've spread out a little bit now. I think Raymond Camps has actually managed to get the better of his countryman in the number 93 McLaren.
There are two battles. I think Louis Zelch and Jules Alleman. That is for the golden top 8 position.
Oh, and you're right. Kevin Chartier and Luca Filippi.
Still fighting it out.
I don't know who we focus on here. I think I'm gonna watch this Filippi Chartier fight.
No, let's
see what goes on. I'll scream if anything happens.
I think Chartier is going Luca Filippi is going way quicker compared to Chartier, so
I can't remember. I remember I did point them out like when I first hopped in, and I can't remember what order they were in or what the gap was, but I don't think it was this close before.
I think it was about either 2 or 3 seconds, and Luca Filippi was behind Kevin, and that was when Kevin just got past him as well. So that's why I was like, I didn't want to say anything about that because I knew that Kevin just got past him. Well, it looks like Luca Filippi starting to catch up to the back as well.
We'll see how this develops. Of course, this car did run higher up toward the beginning. It was did run well. Fell back a little bit in the middle of the race. P12, I think, not a bad result, but there's an opportunity for a little bit more scraps on the table for them here.
I don't think they'll be leaving too disappointed though, since they started 12th. They are 12th. I think it's one of the better results when you do just finish neutral No gain, no loss. It's a good race you survived. Kevin Chartier, though, will be feeling quite well, and his team as well. They've gone up 3 positions. Lasse's Treasure gone up 1 position. Lewis Zelch up 4. Gilles Alaman down 2. And Abe Santoma, hold on. Abe Santoma takes the fastest lap of the race. It's 16.6. Why?
Well, I feel like, look, he's just come into the pits. There was sort of nothing to lose for him. I feel like Abe is just flexing now. He's got nothing else to do. He's just going to flex until the race is over.
He's trying to take the point, an extra point away. At least from...
Oh, is there a rule for that?
Yeah, there is 1 point for fastest lap, so I guess he's trying to take it away. Lewis Zelch, by the way. Getting very close to the back of Gilles Alaman. Yeah, that's fine.
I'm just having a little look now on the. I've got the stream up on the other side. So whenever you mention something, I'm having another look.
Lewis Zelch coming into the pits for no reason.
No.
It's all. By the way, this has always been the case. Last endurance season, whenever there was gonna be a fight, somebody always comes into the pits, and that's like the worst thing ever.
You curse it by looking at it in a way, don't you? Lucian
Yeah.
Prochnitzer is also into the pits in the number 500 Lamborghini, so he drops back behind his compatriot, Tommy Lydon.
Lydon up into the 5th place, which is... It's good enough, I think, for now. I know that he's got stronger tracks ahead of him. I know that Brands Hatch, he's won in a Nissan GTR, so I think he'll be fine for Brands Hatch. But the top 5 does allow you to go into the GT4 class without having to do any playoffs, though I think Tommy Lydon will be hoping that he can get into the top 3 by the end of this championship. That's for sure.
They've looked quick today. Like Tommy Lydon and Maximilian Gallas have been consistently two of the fastest drivers. A little bit of bad luck here and there, but I feel like they can definitely put together some big results. I feel like the top 2 are gonna be quite hard to catch. The number 10 Audi team from Whitman Racing, and then the pairing of Konstantin Soldatov and Yegor Ogorodnikov. They've been just phenomenal, really, over the course of this race. They're the only team that really look like they might threaten Whipperman Racing at the top. But I feel like the 3rd spot there is definitely very, very takeable for just about anybody. And I feel like if there was any team that would challenge the top 2, it would probably be that duo of Tommy Lydon and Maximilian Gallas.
Well, I do have to give credit to F1 Memes. It's a weird team name to say. Nikolai Polakov and his team of Maxim Dogopiatov and Timur Chilukin, they did a staggering, amazing job to get back into the top 3, because I think when they were running outside of the top 10 in this race, and they were just chugging along. Absolutely wonderful race from them so far, and I hope I haven't jinxed it in the last 2 minutes of this race. As for some reason, wait, okay. It said Jakob Osterman went into the pits for a second, and I thought, okay, well this man is just doing it for fun, but no. Jakob Osterman starts his last lap in the lead.
Look at Luca Filippi. Side by side through Blanchimont. Not quite. Luca Filippi backs out ever so slightly. Chartier up ahead is going to go defensive as they go down into the bus stop chicane. Luca Filippi cannot get up alongside. Will try to get a better exit out of the second part of the bus stop. Might be able to do it here, but Chartier's exit is absolutely fantastic. There's still an opportunity into La Source. Filippi will pull to the inside, surely, and try and get a move done. No, just pulls out, makes himself known in the mirrors. But now the long run down to Eau Rouge and the Kemmel straight afterwards.
Oh, and he's got 1 lap, exactly 1 lap to do it, and this is the one. And I don't know the amount of pressure and the amount of adrenaline that's going to be running through Luca Filippi, even though that sounds really weird since he is racing in a simulator, and even then, the amount of emotions.
It doesn't matter. The heart rate still goes up.
as Luca Filippi will be trying to go to the outside as Kevin Chartier just kind of pushes him nearly off the track. Luca Filippi on the inside on the second part of this little chicane. But Kevin Chartier staying ahead and Luca Filippi trying to get a better exit into the next corner. I don't know what this one is called, but I know the next one is no name. Round the outside he goes. Little bit of contact there. Nothing too major. That's Bruchel. There we go. Round the outside. Luca Filippi trying to hang it. And he goes into no name. Bumper to bumper. Nothing separating these two. Oh no.
This is truly some of the best racing we have seen all day long, and it's coming in the dying seconds of this race. 8 hours have not been able to separate these two teams. The dying seconds will have to. It's still Kevin Chartier who leads ahead of Luca Filippi as Johan Osterman comes around the final corner to win the race for Whipperman Racing, but none of us are paying attention because this fight still isn't resolved.
As they come towards the final back straight, I fear that Luca Filippi is just a bit too far back, but he can still get in the slipstream and have a final little dive into
through for
the bus stop. Oh no.
I don't know what's happened there.
As Luca Filippi will try and get a better exit here as he dives really, really wide into the bus stop, and I don't think he will have enough there to get ahead of Kevin Chartier for the top 10. But GG's to them too. That was very, very close, and a round of applause to the top 3 as well for absolutely, I don't know, I've got no words. Jakob Osterman leading nearly every lap of this, staying in second place every single time. And Nikolai Polakov also doing a great job to get back up into P3. And it is a good start for F1 memes. Gilles Zalaman is going to be one of the final people. Actually, no, who is going to be the final person to come across the line? I think it might be Andy King or David Plotka. It will be David Plotka who will be the final person to come across the line, I think.
Looking further back on the grid.
Yeah, it might be actually somebody else.
I'm just trying to have a look at Raymond Camps did end up beating Dean Lowell. I say in the other battle, which went down to the last few laps. I'll just see the final few drivers as the fireworks ring out over the top of Spa-Francorchamps. We will watch the last few drivers come in.
David Plotka will be one of the final people to come across the line. It hasn't been a great race for them probably, but still went up 4 positions, still finished this race, which to anybody that has finished this race is already great, I think. 8 hours is not too easy. It's a third of a 24-hour race, and yeah, definitely can get tired very, very easily, make a lot of mistakes, and even if you do, just not giving up is already quite a win, as David Plotka comes to the final bus stop chicane, and he's going to be coming across the line now, and he will be finishing this race in style.
There it is. 26th place for David Plotka and the rest of his team today. What a race. I think it's fair to say that one was definitely exciting right down to the final seconds.
And it's been one heck of a competition so far, and I cannot wait for Brands Hatch in 2 weeks' time. A circuit that is a whole minute faster. A whole minute faster, with over 30 drivers on there, and all of those 30 drivers fighting tooth and nail. I do not want to know how close it will get. But Jakob Osterman and Konstantin Soldatov and Nikolai Polakov should all be very, very, very proud of themselves that they have taken the podium positions in this race. Yeah, I can't really say too much. Sadly for us, our home team, Abe Santoma, sadly only in 14th place, and our AM team in 20th, with Miguel Astazaran, Ethan Reed, and Ben Koo. But it's been great having you here. I hope to see you in 2 weeks, maybe. Who knows? Who knows what the plans will be?
We'll see. I think we're definitely gonna. I think if the racing's anywhere as good as that, we're gonna be retaining a lot of viewers into the next rounds of the championship, because that was pretty electric.
Yeah, absolutely. But thank you all so much for watching, and if you haven't already done so, please do subscribe to the channel and leave a like. You know, it's a free way to support us, and I hope you have a great rest of next week and a great rest of this day, if there is any, where you are from. And that is all from me and Tommy Brown, and we are out.